Farming Life in Another World. Volume 2. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 51. Trading with Beastkin's Result. Immediately after hearing about the migration from Tyr, I began building a house in the residential area with the help of the High Elves. It's a big house where 30 individuals can live. We made private rooms, but most are large rooms that can accommodate 2 to 4 people. We did it like that in consideration that they might get lonely if they are alone in a room. It will still take some time before they get used to this village. 25 individuals migrated. 3 of them are kindergarten children. The oldest is as old as a high school girl, Senna, so she became their representative. There are some migrants that look like junior high schooler, but most of them are at elementary students' age. Although I'm a bit uneasy if those girls can live alone on their own, they volunteer on helping with housework, and so far, there is no problem. I'm just thinking, though the Howling Village population is about 500, is it really all right to send 25 individuals out? Won't it be dangerous for them since they sent out a whole generation of females? I talked about it with Senna, but it seems that the migrants are second daughter of crowded family, so the village still has enough females. However, because the migrants are all too young, Senna, as the village chief's daughter, was sent out too. To advertise that the migration is a great opportunity, the village chief sent his own daughter. However, from an outsider's point of view, they are sent out because they are good for nothing. Senna asked me to take care of her and all the other migrants. So that's how it is. I now understand why Senna was really sad when she first came here. Don't worry, we won't treat you like that here. You are not a good-for-nothing beastkin, Senna. I know that from the bottom of my heart. Therefore, Senna, you don't need to come to my bedroom. I don't swing that way. Absolutely don't come. I already told you so. Why are you still in my bedroom? Are, did the door just closed by itself? Why can't I open it? I don't remember making it able to be locked outside. It is rude to not lay hand on a woman who already resolved herself. For the sake of Howling Village, please accept me. I don't get that last line. This is completely different from my previous world, or at least really different from Japan. There are no noticeable problems with the migrants from Howling Village. They are fully motivated to work and demand work if they are not doing anything. I received that report from the person in charge of the migrants, Ramurias. Did they experience any major problem? There is, since they are young children. They cried upon seeing Zabuton's spiderlings. And peed upon seeing the Kuros. Those are the major problems. I might seem bad, but I value the Kuros and the spiderlings more than them. They should get used to them. By the way, since the Beast Boys are small, the Beast Girls are taking care of them. Thinking about the future, I think that's good. I would like you to become Oni-san lover by all means. The things we bartered from the Howling Village: iron cooking utensils, kitchen knife, frying pan, large pan, small pot, etc. Cooking will be easier now. The Anis and I are pleased. Silverware: knife, fork, spoon, flat plate, deep bowl, cup, glass, and so on. Because of their luxurious appearance, we put them at the inn for guest use. A part of them is already dedicated to Dorame. Glass bottle: they will play an active part in storing seasoning and medicines. Though they brought back a number of it, the person who wanted them took most of it and run at once. It's a good thing that I managed to take 5 to store seasonings. Others: hatchet, axe, candle, needle, yarn, leather, accessories, etc. Hatchet and axe are given to the elves and Anis since they are using carved stones made by me. Candle: though magic can be used to light things up, candles are important. Especially for me who can't use magic. Though I said that they are candles, I thought it is made of wax, but the thing before me is different. It seems like the raw material is some sort of tree. I'll be the one who will use this. Zabuton took the needle, yarn, and leather. She insisted on being in charge of weaving. I am grateful. Accessories are small boxes, bags, leather belts, and so on. The person who likes one took one for themselves. Currently, there are no currencies in the village. Though we can barter, the only personal things each of the villagers owned are the things they brought here. All crops are shared equally. When the population increases more, should I review this issue? I consulted others, and this is what they all said. Everything here belongs to husband village chief, so do what you want. Is that the normal way of thinking? Chapter 52. Tax collection before winter. Beazle came to collect tax. Somehow, he looks tired. Is he all right? For the time being, I guide him towards the warehouse where the divided part of the crops for tax is. Is this everything? Our agreement is 10%, but since we harvest many times a year, I am unsure of the total volume of our harvest. Though I am willing to pay the exact amount, it is hard to calculate our harvest since we can't even harvest everything in one day. That said, I paid no attention to it. That said, I decided to hand over 30% of harvested crops of our latest harvest. The apples are in a different location. We don't put them together here since the fruits might get ruined. Apple. Is it the fruit I received before? Yes, that's apple. Be careful on your way home. But why are you alone? Can you carry all of these back? Although it is only 30% of our latest harvest, because we increased the number of fields, it is a considerable amount. It can fill a warehouse of about 8 tatami mats. That amount is not something one person can carry. Don't worry, I have a carpet. Carpet? When Beazle clapped his hands, a huge carpet appeared. It's a flying carpet. With this, I can carry them back home. I see. I can't let him load the tax on his carpet, so I asked the lizard men to do it. Meanwhile, Beazle and I had a light meal. Tyr instructed me to do so to collect information. Anything happened recently? I don't have any intelligence gathering skill, so I asked him a casual question. The war with humans is currently in a stalemate, but the most troublesome thing is the hero rampaging in various places. I expected to hear some light information, but why is it that I heard something heavy? The humans and demons are at war. Really, there's a demon king, and there's a hero, Hess. Is that so? So that's why you look tired. Ha. A problem occurred just before I came here. A problem? I think it is better not to ask more about it. Let's change the topic. I can't think of anything else. It seems like Beazle saw through me and changed the topic himself. By the way, though we already received your tax, I would like to buy some crops using money. Money? Yes, the apple I got earlier is really popular, and I'm sure the other crops are the same. Even this food that I'm eating is delicious. Though it might only be a social etiquette, I'm still happy that the things from here are praised. It seems like my face unintentionally gave out my emotion. Beazle-san, drink more wine. No. Please don't hold back, ha. You could say that I'm easy. It became a banquet and Beazle was only able to go home the next day. Demon King's Castle. Beazle, you just returned, how was it? Who are you again? I remember now. You are Randon of the 4 Heavenly Kings who's supposed to go to that village last time but escaped. That is, some emergency work came up. The hero appeared on the west, it's not a lie. Look, this is the report. Don't look at me like that, my bad, so how was it? How what? The village, is the great demon spider there? Ha, I confirmed it. There is no great demon spider there. Oh, is that so? I knew it, that guy is not something you can just find anywhere. The great demon spider is a large spider whose total length exceeds 20 meters. HNNN. I know that. Do you know what will happen if the great demon spider grows further? It's not in its final form yet. When the great demon spider grows further, it becomes illegal demon spider. Illegal? Yes. Upon becoming illegal, the large spider shrinks a lot. It will be about 2 to 3 meters. Don't say. It is there. And has a lot of spiderlings. Why you mean it built a happy family there? Ha. I will resign after all. Thank you for all your help. You will not escape. I will not let you escape no matter what. Chapter 53. Disturbance in the Forest. Upon learning about the Beast Boys, I was overwhelmed by the fact that I'm the only one who can't use magic. Seriously. To me, the Beast Boys are normal kindergartner. They are at the learning age and still unable to cast magic. The Beast Women are able to use magic, so they will surely be able to use it too when they grow up. I'm the only one who can't use it, huh? Are you going to study magic too? Ugh. Lou already told me that I have no talent in magic. She said before that to be able to cast a small fire, I have to strive for a decade. Is it normal for someone to be able to use magic? Sort of. All angels and vampires can use magic. Tyr answers my question. Almost all high elves can cast magic too. If one can't use it, living in the forest will be more troublesome. I nod after hearing Ria's answer. Certainly, without magic, it will surely be hard to live in the forest. Many of the Anis are good with fire and water magic. We lizard men are good with water magic. On the contrary, we are envious with the Anis who can master both fire and water magic. No, we are not your match in terms of water magic, and I also think that specializing one art is better. Anne and Daga praise each other's magical capability. So it is normal for someone to be able to cast magic. Ano, I heard that there are only a few among the beastkins that are good at magic. But all of you who came here can use magic, right? Because of the environment of the village, it will be troublesome if we can't, since it will mean a lot if we can or can't use the forge. I see. You are similar to the high elves. Are you forced to learn it? Ma, I have the all-purpose farming tool. This is similar to magic. It's not good to desire what you are not capable of. Let's just do our best in the things that we can do. Later, I saw Kuro and Zabuton using magic. The bees too. Slimes, you too. My allies are the cows and the chickens. You won't betray me, right? I'm begging you, I ask of you. During my free time, I decided to study magic a little. At a later date, I heard that among humans, only 1 out of 100 can use magic. It made me feel relaxed a little. I should have not looked from above. It made me feel relieved looking from the bottom. I'll do my best to study magic. Just before winter, a big disaster occurred in the forest. A big roar rose from a place a bit far away from the village. Is it some sort of gas explosion? It seems like several continuous explosion occurs after. The tremor can even be felt in our village. I saw someone panicking like me, so I felt a little relieved. What is this vibration? Grappler bear. Grappler bear? So it's a monster that looks like a bear. The first time I came here, I already thought that there would be bears, but I have forgotten about it since I never encountered one. However, we can feel the tremor here even though it's just moving around. It might be fighting against someone. Fighting with whom? The only one that has the ability to fight a grappler bear head-on is a bloody viper. It is almost winter, so they are probably fighting for food before hibernating. I see. Viper, a snake, both of them are seriously fighting. How big is a grappler bear and bloody viper? Grappler bear is about 5 to 6 meters, while the bloody viper is about 1 meter in diameter and has an average length of 20 meters. When Ria is answering my questions, Gran Maria arrived. A grappler bear and a bloody viper are fighting in the north. What should we do? Even if you ask me that. The grappler bear and bloody viper, are they delicious? I haven't tasted any of them yet. After Gran Maria answered my question, I looked at Ria. I haven't tasted them either, but, considering they are treating each other as food, I think they are edible. After hearing Ria, I nod. Indeed, they are probably edible. Then let's hunt them. It will be a problem if they come to this village and damage something. I took out the all-purpose farming tool and looked at the direction where the battle was happening. Far. Gran Maria, can you carry me to the place where those two are? I can, but are we going with just the two of us? Yeah, is there a problem? And no. I understand. I will do my utmost for this endeavor. Ria, can you call some to follow us on foot? Affirmative, I will do it right away. You don't have to hurry. They will only carry the carcass. Only to carry the carcass. Yeah, it is pointless to hunt them if we can't carry them back. I can carry one myself, but it will be troublesome to carry two. Is that so? Gran Maria, let's go. Yes. Gran Maria grabbed me from behind and lifted me up in the sky. We headed in the direction where the commotion is. Though it looks like a decisive battle of monsters, it immediately ended after I swung the all-purpose farming tool on their neck. All-purpose farming tool is really useful. The forest here is destroyed. Yes, it should remain a forest. Nature is important. I plowed the ground until Ria's group arrive. I wonder if my plowing speed has increased. I'm done even before Ria's group arrive. I'll bring back the big bear first. Tell Ria and the rest to take the snake home. Why, yes, I understand. I asked Gran Maria to guard the snake and decided to go ahead. So, which is the way back? Good thing I saw the incoming Kuros and Koodle. I had the Kuros guide me and left Koodle with Gran Maria. Koodle, the grappler bear and bloody viper, are they weak monsters? According to my memory, no. Right. Were they defeated easily? In an instant. As expected of Tearsama's husband. If he's not like that, Lulushi probably won't even look at him. I turned the all-purpose farming tool into its hook form, so I didn't get tired even though the distance is quite far. It took me 2 days to return to the village. I might have asked Ria's group something inexcusable. After arriving at the village, I went back to help Ria's group. Thinking about it, wouldn't it have been better if I cut them finely, then have the angels transport them? Bear meat, I tried it. It's not bad. It's not bad, but smelly. Though it is edible, it consumes a lot of spices. Snake meat. I need some courage first before tasting it, but it is not bad. It has a light taste. If you don't know that it's a snake, you probably mistook it for chicken. Because it tastes like chicken, I tried cooking it to a carriage. The villagers fight over it. Next time, let's take the snake alone. Don't say that. Zabutandono was pleased with the grappler bear's fur. The meat is also popular with the Kuros. For some reason, I was urged to hunt bears. Ma, I'll hunt it if I meet it. The lizard men's egg hatched. The newly hatched hatchlings are swimming energetically. Do they really hatch before winter? Does it mean that lizard men don't hibernate? Probably. It seems like the reason why they hatch before winter is because the strong monsters are hibernating during that period. Even if food is difficult to obtain during that time, are they a race that lived in a dangerous environment that they choose to run away from the enemy? In any case, I want them to grow up energetically because they are born in this village. Chapter 54. Studying geography during winter. Winter has come, we have no food problem this year. Because of that, I'm focusing on either my side job or studying. My side job is making small things made of woods and stones. As for studying, it is mostly about magic or the geography of the surrounding area. Besides magic, I'm really interested in this place's geography. After conversing with the Demon Kings, Envoy Beazle and Gulf of the Howling Village, I feel embarrassed that I know nothing about the surrounding places. Presently, our village is like in the center of a huge basin. The forest that stretches through this entire basin is called the Forest of Death. The size of the Forest of Death, the others are not too sure too, but the High Elves say that it will take them 1 month to cross from one end to the other. If their goal is just to cross it and won't carry anything, they said that they can cross it in half-month. However, thinking about the Gulf's group of beastkins, they took them 1 month to come to this village from the foot of the West Mountain. What should I consider as the standard? By the way, it seems like the angels can cross over it at the sky within half a day. It seems like Doraem's nest is in the mountain range on the south of the Forest of Death. It is called Mountain of Dragons. Because the dragons live there, it is a peaceful place, so there are those who chose to use that place as a pass. Beyond the Mountain of Dragons is another forest called Iron Forest. Beyond the Iron Forest, further down south, Doraem said that there was a sea. I heard that there is a human town near the sea, so I would like to go there for some shopping. It seems like the Demon King's castle and Castle Town is beyond the western mountain of the Forest of Death. It seems to be a lively place. Should I talk to Beazle about me visiting that place? It seems like the Demon King's territory spread like a circle around the castle. The human town in the south and the human town in the east are part of the Demon King's territory. Seeing how the Demon King's territory spreads up to the castle on the west to the town on the east, it is obvious that the Forest of Death is under the Demon King's sphere of influence. Had he left it unattended because nobody had lived in this place until now? They are currently at war with the human kingdom on the west side of the Demon King's sphere of influence. They are fighting against the kingdom of Full Heart. Since they are located on the west side of the Demon King's castle, I think that the possibility of this village being involved in that war is low. By the way, the Demon King's territory is the Demon King's kingdom. It is named after the present Demon King, so it is called Demon King Gulguld's country. From the village's point of view, the Howling Village is on the mountain in the east. Across that mountain is a human village called Terrat Village. Both of those villages are part of the Demon King's territory. Why? But it seems like both villages doesn't have demons. It seems like there are also small villages around Howling and Terrat Village, but nobody knows the details. Even though the Beastkin Senna heard about those villages from the villagers of Howling Village, they only trade with them, so she doesn't know any details. There seemed to be something conspicuous in the mountain in the north and the mountain beyond that. It is said that nobody can travel to that place during winter and will be difficult to thread to even during summer. There are rumors that something dangerous is sealed in that place since the ancient times, but nobody knows the truth. Please stay as a rumor. By the way, if one wants to go to the Howling Village in the east from the Demon King's castle, they would have to head south, travel along the coast, then go north. I thought that that was one hell of a detour, but it seems like nobody would like to pass through the Forest of Death, or the Mountain of Dragons, or even the Iron Forest. What are they being cautious of? Lu, Tyr, and Flora managed to come here alone. Even the Anis and the Lizardmen successfully came here too. Where was Ria's village located? It is located to a place beyond the mountain northwest from here. It is in the forest north of the Demon King's castle. Where did Lu came from? Galbart Kingdom. It is a country north of Full Heart Kingdom. Hey, I was living there alone before until the humans came. I will not ask for your age. That's very wise of you. Tyr and the other angels came from further north of the Galbart Kingdom. That's right. However, angels are usually working independently. We are only using that place to communicate with each other. Angels are famous, and they are a mysterious race. There was a time that they became a subject of worship. Those people worship us by themselves. We did not ask them to do so. I also heard that you are collecting donations. We also need to have a proper life. It seems like they have it hard. Anyway, I now have a rough understanding of names of places. Right. Please do your best to remember them. I studied continuously during winter. Something special happened during winter. Even though it is cold, a dwarf came. I think that it is an exaggeration to call this place Forest of Death. One can come and go as they please. I heard there is a good wine here. Will you let me drink some? As long as you pay for it. It was Ria who received him. This is bad, I don't have money. However, I have knowledge. You're a blacksmith. No, I'm a wine brewer. So the compensation of drinking wine is a method of making wine. From what I heard, the wine you make here is made of grapes. I know a method to make wine from something else other than grapes. The dwarf grins. If the wine here is delicious, I'll even consider settling here. Good, I'll accept your challenge. Give this person wine. The number of residents increased by 1. Are, I can't find the right words to say. Is it no good? No, that's not it. Then there is no problem. Please stay in this winter. There will be a welcome party tonight. The preparations are ongoing. Please greet the village chief immediately as soon as it starts. Affirmatives. During winter, there are few events, so the residents did not miss this opportunity to drink. Things that started this winter. It is warm inside but cold outside the house, so I don't want to go out as much as possible. The others think so too, so everyone is doing something indoors. Silence. As expected, it is difficult to continue playing just those all this time. Everyone is playing the thing I made before, chess and reversey. But now, everyone is participating in the new mini bowling I made. It's not easy to make it straight. Why can't I hit that pin? There were 3 left. I neither know the lane size nor the pin size. I made them smaller than what I remember since the indoor space for playing is limited. I made a wooden lane with 1 meter in width and 10 meters in length. The pins are made of wood too. I made them from tree branches. What's the point of knocking them down? With that simple question, I carved faces on the pins and made them look like an evil person. It won't be good if all of them looks the same, so I changed each and put some identity. The ball is a curved stone sphere. Because it is difficult to make a hole that one can put their fingers to, I made it into the size of a softball to make it easier to roll. Though my goal is to have them do some light exercise, it is good that the villagers love it. I can't knock down that murderer on the right no matter what I do. I think hitting the pyromaniac on the left is more difficult. I almost hit them all if not for that fraudster. It was so popular that I made 6 lanes this winter. We should make a dedicated building for this. It was decided that when the spring comes, a new building will be created in the pretext of recreation hall. By the way, the mini bowling is not the only thing I made. The first thing I made is darts. I made a target, then I thought about the things that need to be thrown. After thinking about it, I made knives. Rather than darts, I think we should call it knife throw. I tried throwing it, but it only scratches the wall. I got fired up and continued, but it was useless. I took some rest, and during that time, the high elves said that they wanted to try. They hit it continuously. There's no problem, even if the distance is further. Well, they were living in the forest, so I guess they will not able to live that long if they can't do that much. The Anis also tried, and they also hit it continuously. Why not make the target a humanoid? It will be a good practice. The lizard men also hit it continuously. We're better using spears compared to knife. I almost didn't hit the center. My heart broke down when I saw a drunk dwarf hit it. Because of that event, I made the mini bowling, but I was not able to escape. My score in mini bowling is low. Village Chief, make more ball. Make a new bandit pin, please. Make a monster series first. Currently, I am devoted to making tools. Perhaps this is my escape. Chapter 55. Dwarf. The name of the dwarf who came to the village is Donovan. He is not an ordinary dwarf but an elder dwarf. That said, I don't know the difference. He had a barrel-like body figure like in the story I heard. Bulky hand and feet and thick beards. His height is about the same as mine, but because he has a big face, he looks small. By the way, this Donovan is a male. I'll say it again, he's a male. Furthermore, an adult. Yes, he's an adult. In short, this village's long-awaited adult male. A female without beard is I am not a lolican. The cultural barrier is thicker than expected. For the time being, let's make wine using barley and corn from this place. The crops here are good, so it will definitely be a good wine. I see. Then, is it better to increase the production material volume? Yes, at least twice as many no, twice then double. I agree. I looked at how Rhea consults Donovan. Is it really good to expand the field that much? I think they are only thinking of increasing the production of wine. You guys are also the one who asked me to increase the vineyard for wine production. Okay, I'll expand it. You don't need to pressure me. This is amazing. Delicious. Good. Cooking research is done by the Anis, and I also work with them from time to time. Though I said that it is a cooking research, we're just reproducing the food from my previous world. This time, I recall something about wine simmering. To be honest, I don't know anything about cooking. It's a trial and error research. I just boiled something with wine. While boiling meat with wine, I seasoned with onions and others to add some flavor. Rough, but I think the end product isn't bad. The review of the others is not bad either. But thinking that the consumption of wine will further increase, I became anxious and lost my appetite. I feel like the obsession with alcohol of the villagers is too strong. After that, I decided to make the wine simmering dish a luxurious dish that can only be served to guests. The spring has come. As usual, I plowed the field. I am requested to expand the field for barley, corn, and even the vineyard. Because of that, I expanded the field size. I am now accustomed to plowing, so I plowed faster than ever. Even so, it still took me 20 days. From the former 256 fields, 16 by 16, it is now 512, 16 by 32 fields. I extended it to the south. Moving to the edge has really become troublesome. I mean, from edge to edge, it's a whole 1,600 meters. I'll just think of it as a good exercise. The vineyard is now 128 fields compared to the previous 64. Barley and cornfields for wine are 32 fields each. The rest are various crops. A notable point is that I greatly increased the sesame field. It is because I recalled that I can use sesame to make oil. Presently, our oils came from rapeseeds and olives, but I think that it would be good if we have different kinds of oils. Plowing the field is something only I can do since it needs the all-purpose farming tool. The others do the other job. The Kuros hunt in the forest. I'm worried that the rabbits in the forest will be extinct. The spiders and making clothes. A new design has come out. The high elves are repairing buildings that are damaged during winter. They are also building Donovan's house and the recreational hall. They are also building Dorame's villa. The woods used to construct all of those buildings are from the deforested area from the field expansion. The trees around here are difficult to cut down and process, but it's a good thing that I have the all-purpose farming tool. The Anis are cooking and cleaning the houses and the streets as usual. It seems like dirt has accumulated during winter. The lizard men are taking care of the cows and chicken as well as maintaining the waterways. The beastkins are processing the crops. Thrashing, milling, oil extraction, sugar making, salt making, etc. The dwarves are making wine array. The dwarf increased. Wilcox. I'm Cross, nice to meet you. Ada. From what I heard, they followed Donovan. and are going to settle here too. It was decided before I knew it. The crops here are good. It's really surprising. Yes, they are delicious even if you eat them raw. It is impossible for a bad person to praise my crops. Welcome to the Big Tree Village. It is important for Lou to be taken care of. Tyr and Flora are doing what they should do while helping Lou in her daily life. The angels are flying around cautiously as usual. I am worried about the future of farming. Currently, we can harvest several times a year, but it is all thanks to the all-purpose farming tool. I again express my gratitude to the God who gave it to me. For now, the village has no problem with food to eat. Therefore, I thought of something. What will happen if there is no all-purpose farming tool? And what will happen to the village if something happens to me, or if I can no longer use the all-purpose farming tool? Since my sense of crisis is tingling, I thought that we should try farming using ordinary tools. The crops on the field plowed by the all-purpose farming tool grows 4 times faster in a suitable environment. Planting crops that came from the crops planted using the all-purpose farming tool in another field makes the growth rate same as an ordinary crop. In other words, the same as the normal crops. Therefore, we need to pay attention to the season before raising it, or it will not grow well. Moreover, they will not grow in a place that has never been plowed with the all-purpose farming tool. It is because the soil of the forest is unsuitable for raising crops. Because of that, if I can find a place where normal wheat can grow, I think that the wheat from our field can grow there too. These are the results of the experiments I tried until now. It will take time and labor, and the harvested amount will be reduced too, but it is possible to farm even if there is no all-purpose farming tool. I want to try something. Currently, I have prepared a small field where others can practice plowing. The main participants are the High Elves, the Lizard Men, and the Beastkins. I told them that they are free to choose what they want to raise, and whatever they raise is theirs alone. The crops they raised are mainly raw materials for making wine. Chapter 56. About the food and beverage. There are 2 reasons why the dragon Dorame comes to this village: food and wine, those 2. The villagers are also full of praises to them. However, I, who retained my memory from my previous world, don't think about them that much. The food is not delicious enough, and the wine is sweet. Regarding the food, there are a lot of things from my previous world that can't be found here, so the quality is not that much. Even if we have the ingredients, seasonings, and cooking utensils, without the knowledge on how to make them, we are helpless on what should be done. It's a good thing that we can cook rice. For now, I told the Anis about different kind of cooking methods and what will be the end result, method on how to season foods, etc., and have them research about it. Being praised as an accomplished cook is somewhat embarrassing. That is mainly because I feel like my demand is unreasonable. However, I don't want to compromise on food. I am doing my best, so I expect everyone to do the same. As a result, they were able to cook Donberry-type dishes. It is great when combined with rice. In addition, since we have ceramic ware now, we can individually season our own food on the table. Speaking of seasoning, we managed to make mayonnaise thus. A cooking revolution occurred in the village. The important raw material of mayonnaise is eggs and vinegar. Thank you for the eggs, chickens. I am afraid of salmonella, so I have to sterilize the eggs, but we don't have any disinfectant to use. When I'm troubled, I usually consult Lou. I confirmed the existence of some sort of drug that can be used on the eggs. Flora made it. Thanks for your hard work. Lou can make it too, but she's pregnant, so I don't want her to go near to such things. Because I don't know what sort of ingredients they have in there. Next is vinegar. At first, I thought that when wine became older, it will turn to vinegar, but I guess I was wrong. The next plan, I heard that Japanese sake making can produce vinegar too, so I tried that. The result was good, and because of that, I challenged mayonnaise making, and it went well. Since it will be mixed with vinegar, I think that it is not necessary to sterilize the eggs, but I have to emphasize safety. By the way, does salmonella exist in this world? Let's not mind about the details. Mayonnaise has become everyone's favorite. Since it can be used with various dishes, I smiled because the flavor has expanded. Next thing I want is seafood. Regarding the wine, the main problem is that everyone drinks too much. They can't appeal to sleep with me when they're drunk. Does this mean that they don't have much endurance? It's a good thing that we expanded the fields of crops that will be used for winemaking. Phew phew phew. Now I can sleep in peace. I can, right? I hope so. In addition to wine, we also made juice, tea, and coffee. That is the result of the research of something else to drink besides wine and water. The purpose is to reduce the consumption of wine. However, the villagers did not consume them that much. The squeezed fruit juice is mainly consumed by beastkins since they are still too young to drink. There are high elves and Anis that became tea and coffee lovers. However, their numbers are too low. On the other hand, the demon Beazle took a liking to the tea and brought a large amount of them that can last until winter. Thank you very much. Like an annual spring event, the horns of the Kuros fell, the bees made a new hive, and the spiderlings set off. That reminds me, what happened to the 30 Kuros who went out last year? I hope they are safe. That moment, the 30 of them returned. Everyone is full of injuries, and they looked like they have overcome a trial since they have this dignified countenance. I don't know what they have done, but since they are safe, I guess it's okay. After staying for several days, they took several spiderlings on their back and leave again. What exactly are they doing? I hope they're not doing anything strange. I made a building request for a bath. Until now, I used the bath made by me and the high elves, and it is also used by every villager. It is basically a mixed bath, but since I'm the only adult male and the other male are kids, there is no problem. However, as there are now male dwarves living in the village, I requested a separate bathhouse for males. But there are more females than males in this village. Since that is the case, the newly constructed bathhouse will be for female use. That's not a bad argument. I'm anxious about mixed bathing, so I can't use it when I wanted to use it. Hence, the current bath will be for males and the new bath will be for females. However, it was countered. If they build a female-only bath, the time the females can appeal to me will be reduced. No, you can have enough contact with me outside. Why does it have to be in the bath? As a result, the current bath will be for my exclusive use. Those who want to do something can bathe with me. New male-only and female-only bath will be constructed. Thinking that I can use the bath peacefully, I thought that it is a good thing. I think I can take care of that amount of water alone. However, as the bath increases, I worry about the fuel consumption. The bath unexpectedly consumes a lot of firewoods. Though we are in the middle of a forest, I'm hesitant to use a lot. I'll think of another alternative fuel for baths. While thinking about it, I thought of heating water using magic. It seems like those who can use fire magic are the ones who need to cooperate on heating the water. That is the specialty of the beastkins, and it will also serve as practice for them. Indeed, do your best. Using magic is more convenient and faster than manually boiling water. How convenient is it if I can do that too? I'll study magic, Har. No, I don't have talent in magic. I'll leave it to those who can. There was a plea about the trees planted in the fruit area. The petitioner is a bee. The bee reported it to a spiderling, and the spiderling conveyed it to me. I can't talk with the spiderling, but we somehow able to communicate with gesture. It seems like it wants to plant a tree from the forest to the fruit area. Though the trees in the fruit area are adequate for them, it seems like the queen bee is the one demanding for it. If it is not harmful, I have no problem with it. Though I have no problem with it, it's not like we can transfer that tree here. I can plant any tree using the all-purpose farming tool, but I need to know what kind of tree it is. However, the tree in question can't be found nearby. Because of that, they asked for my permission to enter the forest. They want to find the tree in question. The spiderlings seem to know the tree that the bees asked for. With them looking for it in the forest, it will be found right away. The spiderlings went into the forest while riding at the back of the Kuros. They found it immediately and came back. They'll guide me into that place. We returned right away because I asked Gran Maria to carry me, and I planted the new tree right away. I also expanded the fruit area. Currently, the cows are on the east side of the fruit area, so I expanded it to the west. I doubled the size of the fruit area, so it is now 8 by 8 fields. The tree the bees asked is a short flowery tree that I've seen for the first time. Because it seems like it can bore fruit, I planted a lot of it. At the same time, I also planted rubber trees, aloe, palms, and others. Though I expanded the size of the fruit area, I left enough space for other people in case they want to plant trees too. The first stage is complete. Before I noticed it, I became a father. That's fast. To be honest, I don't even recall any memory mine during Lu's labor until the time I was about to embrace my child. I might have panicked back then, but I am relieved that my child was born safely. He's a healthy baby boy. Is it all right for me to become a father? No, it's too late to ask that. I have to work hard for my newly born child. After that, there was a banquet in our village, and it lasted for several days. Chapter 57. My son's birth and raid. My son's name is Alfred. He was named by Lu. She rejected the names I suggested. I'm anxious if my son will be sick since he's half otherworlder. I received healthy body from God, but will my son also have such divine protection? Since there is no way for me to know, I had no choice but to pray. I want him to grow up healthily. Also, since he's the child between me and the vampire Lu, what is his race? Is there a race called half-vampire? I tried asking Lu, but she said that this is the first time she gave birth, and she doesn't know of any vampire who gave birth before, so she doesn't know. I see. Looking at my son, he's no different from any other human. According to the Anis, it seems like racial characteristic will show up as one grows older. To the Anis, it is their horn. During their infancy, it is not noticeable, but it will grow slowly as they grow old. Certainly, it will be troublesome if they already have a horn when they are born. I wonder if my son is like that too. Though I'm worried, there's nothing I can do. Whether he is a human or a vampire, it won't change the fact that he is Lu and my child. I'll do my best to raise you. After giving birth, Lu has no particular problem. Though as expected, her character changed after she gave birth. Probably because she's a mother now. In any case, I am happy because both mother and child are healthy. Regarding childcare, the Anis took the initiative, so there is no lack in helping hands. No, you can even say that there are too many helping hands that Lu and I can't get our turn. I want to do my job as a father too. I'm motivated to do something new. The reason? We now know where the 30 Kuros went. The 30 Kuros plus 30 spiderlings were capturing a dungeon southwest of the forest. What a dangerous thing to do. The entrance of the dungeon was discovered by Gran Maria by chance. Though that place is distant from the village, if the dungeon was left alone, rogue monsters will overflow. Because of that, we organized a group that will be led by the High Elves to check the condition inside. I also appealed to participate, but all of the villagers rejected it. Dungeon exploration. My adventurous spirit is tingling. When the dungeon capture group were checking their equipments at the dungeon entrance, the Kuros, with spiderlings riding on their back, came out of the dungeon. After that, they explored the dungeon with the Kuros. It turns out that the Kuros are capturing the dungeon all these time. It seems like they are exploring the dungeon on their own. Never thought that the Kuros has such a habit. By the way, the spiderlings are accompanying the Kuros are in charge of places where the four-legged Kuros can't go. In any case, the High Elves collected the bones of monsters in the dungeon, which are probably beaten down by the Kuros, and put them in the warehouse. I'm thinking why they would bring home bones, but it seems like they can be used and are valuable. Even though the High Elves have returned, the Kuros seems to continue exploring the dungeon. You should come home from time to time. A sudden incident happens. It is early in the afternoon. Zabutin's warning resounded. The direction is south. There is something flying in the sky. Another wyvern? When I recalled the previous attack, my anger resurfaced. The flying object is heading straight here. I instinctively know that its target is this place. And judging from its speed, it is not a friendly visit. I turned the all-purpose farming tool into its spear form and took a throwing posture. I'll pierce you down. When I was about to release the all-purpose farming tool, I saw another flying object. That other flying object is Dorame. There is no mistake since I have seen his dragon form many times. Compared to Dorame, the flying object heading towards here is half his size. I realized now that it is not a wyvern, but a dragon-like Dorame with a different color. The dragon hits Dorame's body, but it is a good thing that Dorame managed to stay in the air. It seems like it is battling with Dorame. For a moment, I thought of letting Dorame handle it, but it seems like Dorame is losing. Should I help him? When I was about to throw my spear, I suddenly felt a strong bloodlust behind them. It's coming from that direction. I turned a little and threw my spear to the source of the bloodlust. In that direction, there was a pure white dragon that's about slightly larger than Dorame. I thought that my spear will pierce through the dragon, but it managed to evade before I hit it. What kind of evasion is that? It lost its posture and almost fell on its own. A chance. I prepared to throw the second time, but when I was about to throw my spear, I was interrupted. Please wait a moment, she's not an enemy. It was Doraem's servant, Gucci. He stands and spreads both of his hands in front of me. Afterwards, there are 3 men and women in front of me. Doraem, a beautiful blonde woman, and a beautiful blonde young lady which seems to be their daughter. There are 2 splendid dragon horns on the daughter's head and a big dragon tail underneath her skirt. This is my wife Girafaroon and my daughter Rasutisumun. According to Doraem's explanation, the first flying object that came towards here is his daughter Rasutisumun, and the dragon who came later is his wife Girafaroon. I am unaware, so let me apologize. I really should. I just threw a spear aiming at Doraem's wife. I'm really sorry. I have done something that leads to a misunderstanding. The daughter Rasutisumun bowed, while hiding behind Doraem. Her voice also sounds frightened. How cute of her. However, Doraem is full of injuries because of her. I have made an inadvertent approach too. I am sorry. It was simply because I wanted to protect my daughter and husband. Please laugh at this stupid woman. Of course, I did not laugh. Let's consider this matter as settled, because both of us committed mistakes. I'm sorry for the trouble. According to Doraem, it all started when his daughter suspected that he's cheating when she heard that he has a house in Big Tree Village. Moreover, she thought that the birthday present that Doraem prepared for Alfred was a gift for his cheating partner. Doraem denied, but his daughter did not believe his and went straight to the village. It seems like she wants to burn this village. I see. I'll mark her daughter as a dangerous person in my heart. I'm sorry. It's a good thing that she obediently apologized. It will be troublesome if she's too aggressive. Doraem chased her daughter, who's heading for this village, and used his body to stop her. It was supposed to end there, but Doraem's wife was informed about what had happened between Doraem and their daughter and came here at full speed. In that case, why did she came here with strong bloodlust? It's love. I'll mark her as a dangerous person too. Because of the wife's killing intent, most of the Kuros, Spiderlings, High Elves, Lizard Men, and Anis panicked. Those who were able to endure it took a while before calming the others down. There's no damage, but the Kuros are looking at Doraem's wife with their tail down. The Spiderlings don't even dare to approach her. Though I forgot it because Doraem is friendly, dragons are really strong creatures. Is it because of her strong mother? Alfred seems to be sleeping in peace. He'll surely grow into a great man. Daughter, I want you to believe in me a bit more. But I already have Girafaroon, so I'll definitely not cheat. If by any chance I cheat. If you cheat, I'm too frightened to think. Daughter, remember this, your father doesn't have guts to cheat. Okay. Also, didn't I tell you a long time ago? Did you get now why I said that we can't be hostile with this village? Yes, that attack breaks through all of Mother's barrier, and it was directed to me first, right? Right. That was dangerous. Really dangerous. I'm glad that you're fine. Father, it's good that you made up, but you have not forgotten about me, right? Yuumu, as expected of Girafaroon, when you were attacked, I was really frightened. A kind spider has just rescued me. I never thought that that attack can pierce my barrier, shield, and wall in a dash without any resistance. I was not thinking of evading that time. A kind spider, an old friend of mine. She pulled my body when I was about to get hit. Otherwise, I will not be standing here. Girafaroon. Rasti, Doraem has a house in this village. You will live there. Mother, why? That offensive ability, we can't leave it alone. I won't ask you to restrain him from using it, but I want you to have him not point it to any dragon. Yes. Your answer. Why yes, I'll do my best. Thus, the number of residents increased without me knowing. Chapter 58. Rasuti. Doraem's daughter, Rasutisumun. Everyone calls her Rasuti. When in her dragon form, she's about 15 meters, but when in human form, she looks like a junior high school student. She has a long blonde hair and looks well refined. She gives the vibe of either a student council president or a disciplinary committee chairman. Suspecting her father of cheating and acting immediately afterwards, she has a strong personality. During the first time I saw her, she's wearing a dress that can be worn at a party. Now that she's living in the village, she now looks like a village girl. Perhaps she's the type of person that changes her outward appearance according to the situation. Well, no matter what clothes she wears, her dragon horns and tail still stands out. Rhapsody has adapted here quickly. It is the effect of something worth their time, like the foods and entertainments here. Dragons are basically free. So that's the reason why Dorame always comes here. Yes, Rhapsody eats all kinds of food, and she seems to like them a lot. When she eats something for the first time, she'll repeatedly say, "Father, unfair." When it comes to fruits, she prefers sweet rather than sour. She especially loves dried persimmon. Only this much remains. She said that while standing at the entrance of a warehouse, with a face full of despair. There's a few of them to begin with, and a lot of dried persimmons are consumed during winter, however. I think it's still enough for everyone. Rhapsody enjoys reversi, mini bowling, and chess, but she's not that skillful. She always plays with the Beast Boys. You'll notice if she wins or loses with her expression. When she's outside, she occasionally plays with the Kuros with catching the flying disc. She can't win against the four-legged Kuros in her human form, but when she's on her dragon form, she's always victorious. Perhaps she's more childish than what she looks. The Kuros complain to me that it's unfair. No, even if you complain to me. At first, I was planning to treat Rhapsody as a guest, but Dorame and his wife told me to give her something to do. I don't know what kind of things she can do, so I had her do some various things. Even though she's young, she's still a dragon, so had her hunt, but she can't catch anything because the prey won't show up when she's around. I thought of mining, so I had her dig, but she can't do it. The chickens and cows are scared of her, so she can't take care of them. I had her do some housework, but she has no experience at all, so it only increased the workload of those around her. As for farming, crops are important, so I can't let her approach them. Conclusion, she's an Ajao-sama that can't do anything. Well, she came from a combat-oriented race. I had her guard the village like the angels since she has an astonishing war potential. Rhapsody's job has been decided. Diplomat, she was able to meet and negotiate with guests. The guest is the Demon King's envoy, Beazle. His purpose is not only buying crops, but also to investigate the matter of Rhapsody rampaging earlier. Ha, if there's no problem then it's good. Ah, do you still have the yellow fruits before? We consumed it all during winter. Is it the mandarin orange? Though we still have stock, we don't have that much since the season has just started. Since it is spring, how about strawberries? Strawberries? Yes. They are sweet and sour, and if you dip them to sugar or milk, they'll be tastier. Of course, they're delicious enough as they are. Good, then I'll take 10 boxes. How about sugar or milk too? You're right. I'll have both of them too. Thank you very much. As for the charge with discount, it is around this much. Since there's a discount, shouldn't it be around this much? Then how about this much? I was surprised that I can't find the trace of the short-tempered dragon who came to this village to burn it. Is it something she got from her father? In addition, she uses several small wyverns of about 1 meter in height as messengers. As a result, we kept in touch with the Demon King's castle, the Howling Village, and Dorame. The lizard men are taking care of the small wyverns. There are 20 of them. It doesn't matter whether they are 1 or 20, leave it to us. Is that so? The hardest part of raising the wyverns are making sure that they won't attack the cows and chickens, and making sure that they won't be attacked by the Kuros and spiderlings. Are they bullied? No, they see them as prey. Is that so? Anyway, I'll request them to not attack wyverns with collars. Do your best. Daughter, are you doing well? If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I'm doing great. Why are you coming here frequently? You just came here 10 days ago. It's okay, I left Gucci there. Oi, give me the usual. In response to Dorame, the Oni working at Rhapsody's house begins preparing food and wine. Oh, have you tried the bath? Awesome, right? Yes, however, I find it hard to use since there are a lot of other users. Might be because it's the female bath. The men's bath is spacious. Even Gucci goes there every time he came here. Father unfair. Ha, you probably know now why I had a house built for me here. Yes. By the way, when will you send me servants? Though I'm being taken care of by the Anis, I'm only borrowing them. I already ordered Gucci to choose a suitable person. However, there has been trouble. Are they dissatisfied working under me? No, it's the opposite. Since everyone knows how good the food here, we are flooded with applicants. Even Gucci said he will go. I understand how he feels, but father will be troubled if Gucci left. Yes, in any case, I'll send one as soon as possible. Thank you. Demon King's castle, where's Beezle? Didn't he returned? Yes, but he immediately went to his house. Not his chamber. Yes, he is in a hurry for some reason. Ah, the souvenirs are here. Excellent. However, what is Beezle's urgent business? It would be great if it's not because of any problem. Chapter 59. Frorum. My name is Frorum Chrome, member of the Count Chrome's house. My father is Beezle Chrome, one of the Demon King Sama's executive. So far, I have been an active friend of the princess in Grazen, and I'm not a self-proclaimed friend. We are classmates in a school established by Demon King Sama. Of course, my school record is excellent. You can put me anywhere, and I'll definitely stand out. Even my military arts and actual combat ability are above average. And if something were to threaten my life, the princess will surely protect me. In the future, I am expected to be an active aide of the princess. Moreover, even if I don't say it myself, my look is above average. No, it might be better to say that I'm beautiful. This is not self-conceit, but an actual fact. Because I'm such a wonderful person, being flooded with marriage proposal is a matter of fact. They shouldn't propose to me directly, though. They should apply to our house. That's how it should be. I am not the one who'll decide who should I marry. Father will be the one to decide. I'm not dreaming of marrying the man I desire to. I am resolved to marry father's choice. Because of that, I want father to decide my partner soon, since there are a lot of candidates to choose from. However, father seems to be hesitating because of various things. I'm glad that he's doing his best to find his daughter a good partner, but if you don't decide my partner soon, the eyes around will be really anxious. By the way, I am suddenly ordered by father to go to a certain village. I asked if my marriage partner will be at that place fearfully. What should I do after arriving at that village? Can I even stop going to school? Does that mean that I will no longer have ties with the princess? Ah no, father, why are we flying at night? Father also doesn't laugh with my joke. On the contrary, he looked at me with a serious face. We're flying tonight because there is no moon and I don't want to alert anyone. This matter will greatly influence the fate of the Demon King's kingdom. Bear it in mind. Ay. Father looks tired. Ma, every time he comes home, he always complains to mother about work and colleagues endlessly. I'm sure I can't measure his anxiety. Seeing a hint of insanity in father's eyes, it seems like a good idea to not go against him. I'll accompany you for a while. It is regrettable to leave both the school and the princess, but that place was boring. I'm glad that I can showcase my talent there, but it seems like our destination is a village. I don't expect much. Fufufu, should I control it as I like? Nice to meet you. I am Rasutisumun. I decided to change clothes as soon as we arrived at the village. Because it will affect my dignity, I can't say the reason. 8. Why? Why am I greeted by a dragon right away? Moreover, it's Rasutisumun. She's the daughter of the gatekeeper dragon. The citizens of Demon King territory all know that she's a dragon to watch out for. She's like a mad dog that will attack anyone who will meet her eyes. Because I met her, I have no choice but to change my clothes. When I was thinking about our meeting, I saw high elves in the village, the forest guerrilla. They are a violent group of people that are also called man-eater. They live in the forest and kidnap men from nearby villages. Moreover, the high elves who live in the Forest of Death and Iron Forest are the fiercest one-man army. Now I am meeting those who live in the Forest of Death. My knees began to crumble, but I managed to persevere and greeted them with a smile. I want to praise myself, but wait, there's more. A flock of inferno wolves. Yes, I'm really going to die. I never thought that father would give me as a sacrifice. You're cruel, father. While I changed my clothes again, Rasutisumun told me that they won't harm me. I see. Everything here is under the rule of Rasutisumun. I'm relieved. Speaking of inferno wolves, they are at the upper echelon of the Forest of Death. They are atrocious wolves that are capable of destroying a town alone. And here, there are countless of them. I also confirmed the existence of the special mutated species called Cossidus wolf. I will just think that this is a valuable experience. However, no matter how much I think that way, my brain couldn't accept it. Are they really under control? Some inferno wolves are pulling Rasutisumun's skirt in a playful manner. Yes, I saw another one to watch out for. Demon Spider. I met its Stun Bash head on and fainted. Stun Bash is a racial ability of Demon Spider. It is a mental attack that will affect those who see it for the first time. Because I was not eaten when I fainted, the Demon Spider is harmless too. Phew. This is the third time I changed my clothes. I wonder if it's better not to wear underwear already. To think that she has placed the apex of the Forest of Death, the Inferno Wolves, under her, Rasutisumun is a frightening existence. Please, keep them under your control. I beg you. There is only one word capable of describing the demon spider, fear, and there are a lot of spiderlings here. Shadow spider, car spider, drow spider, trap spider, death spider, neck-hanging spider. Every one of them is larva of a demon spider, but even if they are still larvae, they are fearful existence. There are countless of them. When I thought about what would happen if they are released in the Demon King's country, I froze. Let's not think about it. No, I should erase it from my memory. Now, after seeing the demon spider's family, I'm not surprised seeing a Gnostic beehive. I am not surprised, but I didn't say that I am not scared. Gnostic bee. They are monsters that collects honey from flowers like ordinary bees. However, their honey's price is off the roof. The reason? It is the best tasting honey, of course, but soldier bees are protecting the Gnostic bee's hive. Soldier Gnostic bees are ferocious and said that even Inferno wolves don't approach their hive. In other words, in order to get Gnostic bee honey, you should have the fighting power to annihilate all soldier bees first. Aiming for Gnostic bees honey is used as an idiomatic expression that refers to dreamer, delusionist, or a person drowned with greed that is willing to do dangerous things to get what they desire. One must not desire Gnostic bees honey. Even if someone put it in a jar and place it in front of you, you still shouldn't want it, though I never expect seeing it at tomorrow's breakfast. I let my guard down. It seems like I was overwhelmed by the Gnostic bees honey. I shouldn't have relaxed at this place. Before me are 4 angels. Every one of them are angels with titles. Angel of Annihilation Tier. Angels of Holocaust Gran Maria, Kudal, and Koron. Although they are not as dangerous as Rasutisumun, they are cunning angels that need to watch out for. But it seems like my luck is good. I don't need to change my clothes. Probably because nothing seems to be that appealing anymore. From where I am, I can see that they are having a friendly conversation with Rasutisumun, so I judge that there is no danger. Please let it be like that. When I was wishing for that, someone came, blood-sucking Princess Lulushi. It is said that she's the eternal rival of the Angel of Annihilation Tier. Since they are rival, she's naturally as dangerous as Tyr. I was wary that a magical battle will suddenly begin, but that didn't happen. They are happily talking about what's going to be their dinner. Was them being rivals only a rumor? If it is these 4 angels and the blood-sucking princess, they might be a good match against Rasutisumun. That means it is dangerous to obey only Rasutisumun. What a troublesome higher-ups composition. However, I will survive. I saw the vampire Flora too. Rasutisumun is probably on a lower seat because of the 4 angels and 2 vampires. No, since Rasutisumun is here, the gatekeeper Dorame will surely meddle with her affair. That must be it. I continue to think. Given the number of Inferno wolves, they can overwhelm the angels and vampires. The demon spider alone can fight against the angels and vampires too. Since Rasutisumun is the one controlling them, my best choice is with Rasutisumun. But the depths of my heart is shouting that choosing her is dangerous. I wonder why. After that, I met rare races like Oni, Lizardmen, and Elder Dwarf, but I'm not surprised anymore. It's not like I can do anything. Thanks to the Beastkin children, I'm healed. Their tail is Mafu. The slimes, cows, and chickens healed me too. My heart calms down. After being guided around the village, I return to the inn. I will be living here until my house is ready. I did not expect a good room given the scale of this village, but I was surprised that it is really good. Especially the fabrics like the sheets. It is of the highest quality and is something rare even in our house. The foods are something I've never seen before, and they are really delicious. The wine is good too. I was dissatisfied having needed to use the bath with others, but the experience of using it exceeds my dissatisfaction. Everything's so good so far. I don't know the intention of my father by making me live here, but I won't collect information yet. I don't want to make an enemy with anyone for the time being. I'll do what I can tomorrow. Though it has already grown dark, the village is still active. They are using oil generously. Is Rasutisumun still awake? Rasutisumun, should I add Sama? Or should I call her Rasuti like everyone else? I'll ask for her permission first. Anyway, I want to meet Rasutisumun and consult her regarding some things for tomorrow. Human over there, guide me to the place where Rasutisumun-san stays. I failed. I should have thought about things carefully. Although it makes sense that I talk that way since I am a noble's daughter and my father has a high status on the Demon King's territory. There are few people that can be said to be higher than me, like the leader of this village. Therefore, I was convinced that I would never be able to meet the leader of this village without permission. That's a mistake. To think that my first greeting with him is ordering him to do something. I haven't realized that Rasutisumun was doing her job for the village. The apex of this village is not Rasutisumun. The apex of this village is the village chief, as his title implies, a human village chief. After guiding me to where Rasutisumun resides, Rasutisumun told who that man is with a serious face. That human is the village chief. He took Lu and Tyr as his wives. He is also the master of the inferno wolves and demon spiders, and the high elves and the others are his attendants. He is also my father's friend, and my mother wants to avoid any kind of hostility with him. I don't know what you demons are trying to achieve, but I ask you to not involve us dragons. I, as a noble's daughter, died that time. I am now reborn as a faithful servant of the village chief. Chapter 60. Beezel's Daughter and Slime. Beezel's daughter is going to live in the village from now on. Since she's not someone we need to guard against, we treat her as an ordinary migrant. I would have preferred if the one who migrated is a son and not a daughter. At any rate, it is his daughter. She's a demon, but looking at her, she's no different from a human. I only heard that demons possess a higher quantity of magical power compared to humans. I was worried if she will be able to fit in with the citizens of our village. Since she seems to be on the same generation as Rasuti, I left her to her. I thought of greeting her that night, so when I went to the inn and found out that she's getting along with Rasuti, I'm relieved. My mind is now at peace. Let's talk about the slime. Tyr brought 17 slimes here. They worked hard as the purifier of toilets and sewage. I don't know when their numbers started to increase, but I saw them moving around the village one day. I even see them from time to time at the mouth of the Kuros. It seems like they are forcing their way there even though that place is off limits. They are selfishly moving to where dirty water is, and they never left anything dirty untouched. So far, they never caused any troubles. The current number of slimes is unknown, but their number obviously exceeds 100. By the way, these slimes. When Tyr brought them here, all of them were blue. Now there are different colors. There are the green slime, the yellow slime, and the red slime. Their difference is not only their color, but the magic they can use. Though their numbers are few, we also have the black slime and the white holy slime. Those two are very rare and the lizard men cherish them. Since they are not doing anything wrong, I guess there's no problem. That's what I thought. A problem arose. A slime crawls in a barrel of wine and drank all the wines inside. It turned into a purple slime. Will it be right to call it wine slime? Its unique feature, it reeks of alcohol. Its special skill, wine breath. I want to leave it as it is, but I can't. Because majority of the villagers who love wine are furious, our village held our very first trial. The result is a unanimous guilty. Now its punishment is being discussed. It really stole and drank a barrel of wine, so there is no way I can protect it. What will be its punishment? Capital punishment, death penalty. Someone suggested cooking it since it might taste like wine. The eyes of the villagers sparkled when they heard that. As for me, I have to decline. Slimes also purify excrement. I don't want to eat it no matter what. I wonder if it will be obedient enough if we tried to dry it under the sun. If we go with light punishment, we'll only imprison it. We probably can imprison it in a jar. After an extremely violent discussion, Beezel's daughters, Frorum, words shook everyone. Assuming that we really punished it, do you think the slime will understand it? We're talking about a slime here. Is it really normal to seriously consider punishing it? Those who participated in the trial blushed, and the trial was dissolved. Let's make sure to keep the door of the warehouse where we store wine close. After that, the wine slime remained as a wine slime. Unlike other slimes, it no longer participates in the purification job. It only loiters around the village. It participates in banquets or shows up whenever someone is drinking wine. Ma, it might be nice to have a slime like that around, though it will be troublesome if slimes like that increase. Beasel's daughter, Frorum. During her first day, she's wearing a dress and looks out of place. I was worried that she won't be able to fit in since she's so fashionable. She even changed her clothes several times. However, on the second day, she's wearing trousers and even tie her hair. I was surprised that she's even willing to do farm work. Is it because she was influenced by Rhapsody? She waited for my instructions with a smile. To be honest, I'm glad that she wants to do farm works rather than being a war potential like Rhapsody. Do your best from now on. After working with her for 10 days, I was able to get along with her, so I can now call her Frau instead of Frorum. If Rhapsody is like the student council president and the chairman of the disciplinary committee, Frau is the ace of a sports club. She learns quickly, moves steadily, and is energetic. She also became friends with the spiders, the Kuros, and the high elves. Sometimes, she mafu the tail of the beast girls. Enviable. If I say I want to touch their tails too, they will misunderstand it as an invitation for bed. Because of my conversation with Rhapsody and Frau, I learned a lot about the foods and drinks outside the village. First of all, about cooking. Though I already had an idea because of how the Anis cook before, it is really lacking. All they do is to either boil or grill. As for the reason why those are the only cooking methods, probably because of culture. It seems like majority of the people here are looking at food as mere energy supply. Anything edible is okay. Moreover, the government doesn't think about providing variety of food and only recognize a single type of crop as their staple food. They will ask the farmers to only plant that specific crop. Therefore, since the crop to eat is fixed, the method of cooking is limited. According to my memory of my previous world, that eating habit is unhealthy. I like rice, but I can't eat only rice. If that happens, I will try to find something else that will complement rice. However, people of this world probably doesn't have that kind of luxury. It seems like only the rich or the ruling class can afford to eat like that, but there are only few among them are concerned about food. They also can't recklessly enter the forest to hunt or go to the sea to fish because of the existence of monsters. Ah, that's probably it. There are monsters. I understand now. I finally understood why people from the outside compliments the food in this village that much. It seems like the circumstances of wine is similar. Wine is mass-produced in places where it can be made in order to supply places that lack drinking water. It can also be stored for a long time, which makes it a good alternative. Because of that, it tastes the same anywhere you drink it. Since the amount is more important than the taste, it is even diluted with water in order to make it inexpensive. Because it is more favored than cooked foods, the rich and powerful can brew good wine, but such thing rarely appears in the market. People who have them drink them, so why would they sell it? It seems like the wine in this village tastes better than the good wine of the rich. It is not because of brewing technique, but the difference in quality of raw materials. Indeed, now I understand why the villagers wanted to drink. It is also the reason why Dorame always comes here and demand wine. If you are only planting a single type of crop, won't it be a problem if an epidemic occurs? Won't it be the cause of a downfall of a country? You are right. That's exactly what happened in a human country a few years ago. I heard that a great famine occurred around the kingdom of Full Heart. Is that so? Yes, that is the reason why they waged war against the neighboring country. They are searching for food. They also troubled the Demon King's country. They waged war because of food. Though their purpose is probably plundering, they might also be reducing the mouths to feed. Did the Demon King's country overcome the famine? Yes, the Demon King's country is an alliance of different races, so there is a variety of staple foods. I see. Although you didn't know what caused the famine, the damage was not that much because you didn't plant a single type of crop. Right. However, it's not like we didn't take any damage. The Demon King's country also doesn't have much left. Nevertheless, the Kingdom of Full Heart thinks that the Demon King's country is rich. But won't you be able to easily beat a starving army? You can even completely destroy them if you want. It is possible, but we can't just conquer their territory. It will take a while to gain profit from a conquered, exhausted territory. On the contrary, they must invest in it that will only increase their debts. It makes me realize that this is not a game. But what can I do? I'm only a village chief. The only thing I can do is to respond to the food demand of the Demon King's country in order to lower the price. Let's do our best so we can produce more crops. Chapter 61. Wyvern Communication and Michael-san from the port town. My child has become considerably big. I'm looking after him every day, but he'll be able to stand up soon. I'm really a doting parent. Recently, Tyr and the High Elves are really aggressive. I understand how they feel, but a child is a gift from heaven. It is good to make an effort making them, but they should not push themselves. Also, given that Rhapsody and Frau are living here, Dorame and Beazle often come here too. They are also indirectly asking for a grandchild. I won't do anything as long as the person in question doesn't acknowledge it. The question is, will the person in question acknowledge it? Well, the two of them are really beautiful. Wait, will Rhapsody lay an egg? Also, isn't Frausan a noble's daughter? I don't care. I don't want to think about it. Let's not talk about it further than this. I don't think I can handle the strings attached. We are communicating with others regularly, using Rhapsody's wyverns. Regardless whether we need to say or report anything, we send wyverns in a regular interval. The wyverns are also bringing message from the other side as they come back. The standard is 1 trip a day. If we or the other party wants to report something urgent, it will increase to 2 or more in a day. If I don't forget about it, or if there is really nothing to say, once a week or once a month is good too. Either way, I need the other party's consent too. We're communicating with Howling Village once a week. The contents are mainly written letters from the Beastkin immigrants to their parents. From the other side, they talk about bartering grains and minerals. When the talk of our barter finally settles, Tyr will directly go there to execute our agreement. In regards to the transport of grains and minerals, we formerly asked Dorame to do that for us, but now it is Rhapsody's job. This dragon girl was hesitant about being the means of transport first, but I managed to bribe her with sweets. According to Tyr, it seems like their village wants an arrangement like they will be fully dependent on Big Tree Village, with regards to food, and put all their manpower into mining and making ironwares. Though the other side judge that it is a good trade, once ironwares spread in Big Tree Village, we will no longer buy more. In fact, covering all the food needs of Howling Village will be really hard unless we further expand our field. And what are they planning with all the ironwares they are going to make? The Demon King's country is at war, so iron is needed. However, it is not like it will be war forever. I think the Howling Village should continue to produce their own food. In the south is the mountain where Dorame's nest lies. Beyond that the iron forest, and after crossing it, it will be the sea. It was suggested to do business with humans in the port town. The one who proposed that is Frau. The purpose is to acquire marine products. It was probably because of what I said while eating. If we only have marine products, we can taste a variety of flavors. Excluding me, everyone else in the village was unified. The name of the port town is Shashato. It is called the Shashato City. It seems like Frau knows a merchant with shop there, so we decided to do our seafood dealings there. If they deal with marine products, I'll be delighted if they'll cooperate. Because of our dealings with Howling Village, we know that it is possible to trade by bartering, so we are now choosing what to barter. I proposed wine at first, but it was dismissed. To trade our wine, what a cruel thing to say. The wine is the treasure of our village. We should keep the wine for ourselves. The dwarves and high elves are unified. Since there is no other choice, we decided to choose the crops. We don't know what the other party wants, so let's bring our surplus crops. I agree. For the time being, leaving the regular business transaction aside, let's think about how we're going to obtain the necessary marine products. After that, we should gather information there. I wanted to go, but I know it is impossible. The member who will go to Shashato City, the representative, Frau, the one in charge of transport, Rhapsody. The ones in charge of lifting and guarding, 5 lizard men including Daga. We'll get going then. I'll do my best to transport it. Leave the lifting to us. The Shashato City is a bit distant from here, and considering the load and the passenger's safety, It will take Rasudi half a day to go there. I told them to stay overnight in order to not overwork them. It seems like they are planning to stay at the nest of Dorame on the mountain in the south. I hope we're not bothering him. Well, since Rasudi is with them, it is like returning to her parents' house. They'll go to the city the next day and return to Dorame's nest again to stay for the night. Their trip will be 3 days long, so they will return 3 days later. My only wish is their safe return. They returned. A lot of luggage were on Rasudi's back, and the number of people riding her increased. Village Chief, we brought the merchant Mr. Michael from Shashato City. Frau introduces a well-dressed middle-aged man. Hello, nice to meet you. I am the president of the Goron Company, Michael Goron. I'm the village chief of Big Tree Village, Haraku. I bowed in an obsequious manner. Ah, how nostalgic. Village chief, these two will be my servant and they'll stay at my house from now on. I hope you don't mind. Rasudi introduces the two in maid uniform while still on her dragon form. I'm Bulga. I'm Stefano. They look like humans, but they are not. When I was looking at them, they spread their bat wings on their back. They are probably devils. It seems like they are relatives of that servant of Dorame, Gucci. Rasudi seems to have chosen these two because they worked for her before. I understand why she brought these two here. But why did they bring the merchant Michael-san here? Michael-san answered my question. I was surprised with the crops that came from this village, so I decided to greet you as soon as possible and hope that we can continue our business dealings in the future. Thank you for stating your purpose. Hahate. It was a wonderful experience. To be able to ride a dragon and even stay a night at the dragon's nest. Oh, his face is turning blue. It seems like he's really scared. He's probably thinking of his return trip. Please take a rest today. Let's talk about the details tomorrow. I understand, I will do so. Ah, my baggage are. I showed Michael-san and sent his baggage to the inn. I also arranged to have someone take care of him. Until a little while ago, Frau was the one living in the inn, but since her house was completed, she moved there. It was her first time living alone, so the Anis helped her in variety of things. Sooner or later, she might also bring servants like Rasudi. Thank you for your hard work. As for the result, as you requested, we bought a lot of marine products. The luggage has already been unloaded from Rasudi's back. We iced them up to maintain freshness. Here is the list. We'll carry them to the cellar. Daga hand over a list to me. Names of fish and shellfish I have never heard of are written there. I inspected the baggage and found fishes similar to tuna, bonito, sari, and mackerel. There are also shellfish that looks like scallops. Are they the same kind I know of with different names? Like this one, no matter how I look at it, this is a squid. Anyway, since there is a risk of poison and parasites if we talk about fish and shellfish, I'll ask someone familiar with them for a moment. Was there a person like that here? Maybe I should ask Michael-san tomorrow. This is a processed product in Shashato City. It seems to be used as seasoning. Daga brings a pot and says that. It seems like this is the specialty product of Shashato City. Looking at it, it looks like fish sauce, right? Anyway, I'm glad there is a seasoning that I don't know. The flavor will broaden. They also bought a variety of other small items and utensils, so I distribute them to the villagers. That night, there was a banquet in the pretext of showing appreciation to the group who bought marine products. I thought of giving Michael-san a welcome party, but it seems like his welcome party will be held the next day. Chapter 62. Business Talk. The food yesterday was amazing. The food served at the gatekeeper dragon's place was wonderful, but it is nowhere near the food here. Furthermore, that wine, it is the most delicious wine I ever tasted. Is that so? However, please don't drink too much. I did what I can to not caught in Michael-san's momentum. It is before noon. Michael-san and I are in the large dining room of the inn. Lu, Tyr, and Frau are with us too. I thought Rasudi will participate, but she seems to have stayed late at the banquet last night and is still sleeping. Though Rasudi is like both the student council president and disciplinary committee chairman, she's unexpectedly bad at waking up. Most dragons are like that, and if you wake them up forcibly, you'll be in trouble, so it is good to leave them be. Then, how about starting to discuss your business here? Right. First of all, I want to tell you my purpose for coming here. Michael-san straightened his posture. The other day, Formajo-sama came to my store to conduct business. All of the crops she brought are wonderful, so my first goal is to continue your business with us in the future. My second purpose is to check if there are more crops I can trade with. My third purpose is to check if there is any business you want me to do for you. Lastly, if things go well, I want to obtain the position of purveyor of this village. Michael-san stuck out his chest, as if he has nothing to be ashamed of. It is good that you're honest. I have to. If I intentionally bend anything, it will complicate things. Certainly, it is good to hear what you want from the start. Tyr and Lu replied. Thus, first of all, the surplus crops of the village, I would like to buy them all. I'll buy them at a high price. Ha ha ha, Ma, there's no need to rush. Lu winks at Tyr. It seems like Lu is planning something. There are a lot of other parties that want to have dealings with our village. Transactions with other villages have already been carried out on a regular basis. We can't have you as our only business partner. Looking at the crops of the village, it is only natural. I was unreasonable. However, I would like to ask as much deal as you can give me. Presently, the crops we can wholesale for your company are these. And they discussed about the business deal. Ma, I'm only here to give the final approval. No, that is enough. I appreciate it. Is that so? Then let's talk about the price. I agree. I would like to ask something before anything else. What is it? It's about the transport of goods. Can I expect you to transport them via a dragon like what you did earlier? Michael-san wants Rasudi and Frau to transport the goods. Well, it will be really hard to transport them on foot. Of course, we will ask something in exchange for that. You must have not heard it yet, but Rasudi is here because of a promise with the chief, so she's not really part of the village. We can't get her involved in this deal. She can't take part in the deal. Do you think there is someone who can give instructions to a dragon? Can't you do anything about it? We can't. The reason why Rasudi cooperated to transport the crops of the village before is out of her goodwill, though she only needed to be bribed with sweets. I see. Then what is the relationship between the village and the dragons? Coexistence. Don't think of anything strange. Certainly. What a weird conversation. Are they planning something behind the scenes? In any case, to be able to transport the goods, how about this much? That's a lot of zeros. But I did not intervene because I don't know how much that's worth. With this, you won't need to splurge much effort. Ha, I don't mind that amount. You don't need to lessen it that much because it is our first business deal. Since you don't have problem with this amount, let's sign a contract. By all means, let's use this paper. Also, this is the catalog of all items handled by our shop. Thank you. If there is any item we need, we'll buy it from you. There are some things I want to buy. The talk advances steadily. I asked him the things I wanted to know about the marine products. They are not poisonous, but it seems like it is common for them to have parasites, so they should never be eaten raw. I guess I won't be making sushi. Could you wholesale wine too? If it's a small amount, we can give it to you as a token of friendship, but selling you a business-level amount is out of the question. Our village's wine has a lot of fans. Is that so? Though it is regrettable, I guess I'll enjoy it myself. I'm thankful for that small amount. The business talk ended after lunch. As a result, all the crops we had put in place for trading with Shashato City were cashed. Honey, Zabutin's fabric, salt, sugar, oil, etc. were sold too. I was surprised that we even sold salt. Shashato City is a port town, so I'm sure they have no shortage of salt, but it seems like the taste is different. It seems like salt from the Forest of Death has always been famous and valuable. I have not bought anything from him this time, but I requested some things. First are goat and horse. In general, the population of goats is greater than the population of cows since they are easier to obtain. I wanted cow because I want milk, but we can get milk from goats too. Because of that, I requested goat. Horses are needed as mounts. Lu and Tyr requested them. I haven't ridden a horse before, but, Ma, when it arrives here, I'll try. I also asked for marine products that Frau's group were not able to purchase, especially the seaweed. Hearing from Michael-san, it seems like seaweeds are treated as weeds of the sea that only interferes with fishing. Nobody bothers with it. I asked him to dry them first, then bring it here. In addition, we also relayed the minerals of Howling Village, and it was decided that the Goron Company will buy them. Resale, that word floated inside my head. There was no discussion between the Howling Village and Shashato. In addition, given the distance between the two, the price will be outrageous. Our village is special because we have Dorame and Rasudi as means of transport. Traveling to the village will be 1 month travel on foot in the middle of the forest. Michael-san stayed another night, and as scheduled, there's a welcome party for him. 2 consecutive nights of banquet. Though it might not be too good for Michael-san, the dishes on the banquet are the marine products we purchased from Shashato City. Fry them with oil. Broiling, what kind of technique is that? I made various dishes while teaching the high elves and the Anis about how to cook them, because I want them to be served to me after this. I also boiled and seasoned them with vegetables. We don't have soy sauce, so I used the seasoning they brought from Shashato City as substitute. Though I'm not satisfied, it was popular with the villagers. I want to get seaweed soon. Chapter 63. Michael. My name is Michael. Michael Goron. I am one of the merchants of Shashato City. Fortunately, my business is doing fine. Because we have a lot of capital, there are a lot of people who want to trade with me. I'm even troubled who to choose from. Recently, I only have few business talks, I just entertained all others. I like gold much more than alcohol and food. I want to make more money. One day, while I'm thinking of such a thing, there was a sudden visitor. That countryman brought and wanted to sell a po. I thought it's just another countryman who doesn't even know how to make an appointment, so I thought about pretending to be out, but I had a bad feeling, so I decided to meet that visitor. As expected, it's a country girl. She looks nice, but that doesn't matter, because I already have my beloved wife. Its color is different, but I'll still give it back to her. I thought so, but I changed my mind. Prejudice means loss. Who knows if this will be profitable? Let's hear her talk first before deciding. However, I will not pass the initiative. I have to be aggressive at first, but I have a bad feeling, so I politely receive her. I made the right choice. This country girl is Count Chrome's daughter, Froramajo-sama. That was dangerous. The influence of Count Chrome's house is tremendous in this Demon King's country. If you want to be safe, you should not defy them at any cause. And this girl is not a simple lass. She's a close classmate of the princess, and she excels in both literary and military arts. Since she's one of the close friends of the princess, she's a candidate to be the next generation's executive. Even with her current standing, she has the power over my life and death. Good. It's good that I did not disregard my premonition. We have met before. I wonder if you can still remember me. Why, yes, of course. We met at Her Highness Princess' birthday party. Yes, that time I remember you telling me if it's about business, talk to you by all means. I'm wondering if I'm troubling you. Of course not. I would like to hear anything that Froramajo-sama wants to say. Is that so? Good. I want you to buy all of the things I brought immediately. Yes, so what are those things? Crops. Crops. I'm sorry to disappoint Froramajo-sama, but all the crops harvested in the territory are so to their responding purveyor, I can't buy them. All big houses have their own purveyor. In short, every territory has one. Even if the one who requested it is Froramajo-sama, I can't disregard them. Ah, no, the crops are not harvested in my parents' territory, so it's okay. That place has no purveyor yet. Is that so? Yes. Can you take a look at them first? My apologies, but I took my liberty to put them in front of your store. I followed Froramajo-sama and went outside. It is noisy outside. Did something happen? I don't know why, but everyone's gazes are fixed in this place. While I'm puzzled of what is happening, I saw the luggage stacked like a mountain in front of my store. To be honest, this is a complete obstruction to my business. Can't you think of the place a little more? And what if I refuse to buy them? However, what surprised me are the people guarding the luggage. Lizard men. Even in the Demon King's territory, they are a rare race. One of them has the ability to match 10 humans, and they are the guards, Umu, as expected of Count Chrome's house. And there is another one, a girl. This village girl seems to be the serious type. Village girl, Are. On her head, there's also a tail, Are. When I requested help from the people around, they turned their gaze away. Not only that, they even took some distance. They don't want to get involved, so they don't want to approach? Probably. Yes, I think so. However, I can't run away, so I need to check it. Ano, Froramajo-sama. Ah, that girl is Rasudi. Don't anger her because she's a dragon. Yeah. Rasudi, I never heard of her. Yup. Her name is similar to Rasutisumun. That's the daughter of the gatekeeper, dragon in the north. She's a ferocious dragon that had already raged various places. There's a rumor that the ferocious wyvern that made the Iron Forest its territory has disappeared because Rasutisumun killed it. Rasutisumun, Rasuti. Are they sisters, relatives, or they only have similar names? Anyway, she's a dragon. Dealing with her poorly will directly result to death. But the question is, why is a dragon here? I don't get anything. I'll just inspect the luggage. I knew it at first glance. These are the crops that recently became the headlines in the capital, and they are piled up like a mountain in front of my store. The overwhelming smell of gold. I'd like to buy all of it, but you can buy them at the market price. That was fast, I can't let this go. Are there more? These are the only ones we brought this time. This time? Why yes, there are still some in the village. May I accompany you on your way home? I don't mind, but we still have to buy things here. Please tell me what you need. I'll take care of it. This is a business opportunity. I must not let this chance escape. I'm currently on the back of a dragon. I probably should have let that business opportunity to escape. I didn't have the time to look at the scenery because of fear. I'm currently at the nest of the gatekeeper dragon. I really should have let that business opportunity to escape. I went to bed, but how can I sleep? I'm currently flying over the forest of death. I'm already at the stage of resignation. Since things have come to this, I'll grab any business opportunity I can grab. I decided to prepare myself. Blood-sucking princess, angel of annihilation, angels of holocaust, inferno wolves. I'm all right, I'm not scared, I am not afraid of anything anymore. Though he is not scary, why am I introduced to a human first? Village chief, he's the boss here. Oh, he's petting an inferno wolf. In addition, he's polite. Ah, he even bowed. Ah, my mind can't catch up with what's happening because of insufficient sleep. He kindly guided me to the inn. This is only a small village, but this inn doesn't seem to match it. This bed sheet, it's made of demon spider's thread, the curtains too. Let's not think about it. I'll have to think about tomorrow. I'll work hard at tomorrow's negotiation. Anyway, I need to sleep first. Refreshing. Dinner, of course, I'll eat. The dishes are something I have never seen before. Delicious. I can't imagine how they cook these. But it doesn't matter, it's delicious. I wonder if that word can really describe the taste. You can't even taste something like this on Noble's party. Did they specifically prepare them for me? I have to work hard at tomorrow's negotiations. By the way, what kind of meat did they cook? Killer rabbit? Great boar? Those are luxury meat that are rarely available. The wine was also delicious. Ah, I'm captivated. I absolutely want this. Seconds, please. That was a tough negotiation. But I worked hard. I worked hard even if the other party is the blood-sucking princess. If dragon transport was possible, my dream of being the top merchant of the country will come true. If only it's possible. I managed to secure more crops, but it was painful that I can only secure a small amount of wine. That taste, I'm sure a lot of people will desire it. I thought that because of the way the villagers treated me last night, it will be mine for the taking. Tonight's banquet? Wine will be served. Let me drink. My name is Michael Goron. I'm the president of the Goron Company and one of the leading merchants of Shashato City. A man that is scheduled to become the leading merchant of the Demon King's country. Son, I have 2 sons, they are old enough. My grandchildren are going to be born soon. Hearing that my grandchildren will be born soon, he was disappointed for some reason. I wonder why. Chapter 64. Mushroom and Field Expansion. Michael-san returned to prepare the things I asked for. Rasuti will go there to bring them here as soon as they're ready. Thank you for your hard work. When Rasuti came back, she's already being accompanied by Dorame. It seems like he wants fish dish. He really likes fried seafood. He also showed interest in dried squid, but it is not fully dried yet, so he hasn't tasted it yet. After the small fish is dried, I pick them up and make dashi. Not bad, it's delicious. By the way, why is it that the sea fish tastes normal but the river fish tastes like mud? It is probably because the fishes in the river are eating food along with mud and stone at the bottom of the river. It seems like there is a certain part of the river where fish is not muddy, but we can't catch them near our place. Sea fish is popular with the Kuros. Although they can eat it as it is, when I removed the internal organs, they no longer eat it until the internal organs were removed. They learned that food can taste better. Good. Honey is bad for babies. I don't know the reason, but I saw something on TV saying that you should not let your babies have some. I should look for another alternative sweetener so he won't be given some by mistake. I used sweet potatoes and chestnut as alternatives. I know how to roast sweet potatoes, but I had a hard time roasting chestnut cause I don't know how to properly roast it. I cracked the chestnut before roasting it. It was hard. I don't want to use the fruits because the sweetness would be too high. I can still remember the pudding incident. Even now, there are occasional disputes because the number of puddings we made can't meet the demand. I guess it is better not to make ice cream. Though I never made one yet, I was demanded to do so for some reason. After I made one, a conflict similar to the pudding incident occurred. It's really popular that it induced envy. When I was harvesting mushroom, I was surprised with what I dug off the ground. Truffle gets. When raising mushroom with the all-purpose farming tool, I tried raising truffle at the root of a tree. It seems like I succeeded because I was able to harvest 10 black truffles. In my previous world, this is a high-class ingredient, but what about here? Personally, I don't think of it as a delicious food. I like shiitake more. Maybe I just did not eat proper truffle in my previous world. When I showed it to everyone, they were all surprised. There seems to be truffle in this world too. However, it is really rare, and it is even called black jewel because only rich people can afford it. I see. Then, would it be better if I stopped the increase in production? But the villagers said that I should increase the production. Won't the market break because of us? It should be safe if we don't sell it. Anyway, let's eat this. I leave it to the Anis because they seem to know the method of processing truffle. They sprinkled to on the dish like a powder. They sliced it and eat it along with the dish. So that's it? And as I expected, I really don't find it delicious. Shiitake is really my favorite. However, it seems like I'm the only one that coldly receive it. Lu, Tyr, Rhapsody, Frau, and some others are eating them slowly and carefully as if afraid to waste a single bit of it. The beastkins are even eating with tears. I also wanted to give all the Kuros, but we don't have enough, so only Kuro and Yuki can taste them. Yeah, their tails are intensely wagging. The glances of the other Kuros who were not able to taste it are scary. I understand. I'll increase the production rate immediately. A message came from Michael-san via a small wyvern. The goats, horses, and dried seaweeds are ready. Furthermore, he was able to gather a good quantity of shrimps and crabs. To my surprise, though shrimps are also eaten in this world, they don't eat crabs. I thought the reason is a problem with the taste, but it seems like nobody thought of it as food. But that's not important. No, I should not panic. Everything will be cleared as soon as I taste it. I wonder why nobody looks at it as food. Anyway, aside from that, everything are prepared, so I'll go get them. However, everyone is against me going. They probably don't want me to abandon the field. In the end, along with Rhapsody, Frau will go since the people there are already familiar with her. I was surprised when they returned after several days. Because the fainted goats and horses are tied to Rhapsody in her dragon form. They won't behave, so it leaves us no choice. It would be stranger if they are calm before a dragon. Are they injured? They are all right. If they are injured, we can just use healing magic. She's right. At any rate, we have obtained goats and horses. They are our new companions. I thought of keeping them with the cows, but would it be better if I separate them? Anyway, I expanded the cow area. From the former 8x8 fields, I expanded it to the northeast direction and turned it into a 12x12 fields. At the same time, I changed the name into ranch area. The new goats are 2 males and 8 females. There are 1 male and 1 female horses. Though I wanted them to be energetic, the goat tried to escape a number of times. One time, a goat managed to slip from the Kuros and boldly went into the forest. It was attacked by a rabbit with fangs and came back. From there on, none of them tried to escape. As for the horses, they are obedient from the start. To balance it out, I also expanded the dog area by as much as I expanded the ranch area to the east. I also planted trees for shading and lawn. Should I change the name of the wolf area to Kuro area? Or maybe watchdog area? Since none of them sounds good, it will continue to be called the dog area. We have to enjoy these marine products. I put the dried seaweeds and mushrooms into the dashi. Something surprised me. The high elves and beastkins have never eaten shrimps yet, but they ate them without question. However, it is different when it's the crab's turn. Why? Because the only ones who eat the crabs without problems are me, the Anis, and Rasudi. I was surprised that Lou and Tyr didn't even try. The crabs here looks like the hairy crabs I know of. Are, this figure, it looks like a spiderling. No, it is not. I'll ask Zabutin first. Can I eat this? She said okay. They seem unrelated. Good, I tried it. It tastes good. No, it's pretty good. It's true. There are only a few who tried eating it. The group who ate it looked at each other. There is no need for them to let others eat it too. Yup. Boil it a little and it's done. Delicious. Later, Dorim came by and asked for crabs, but there's no crab left. The only deficiency of crab is the smell. I washed my hands with water with lemon extract. Let's ask Michaelson for crabs again. Chapter 65. Food Culture. Medicinal Herbs Field. I never noticed it because my God-given, healthy body makes me unable to contract disease, but the villagers are using medicinal herbs in various ways. I thought that Lou, Tyr, and Flora are using them for the sake of research, but it seems like medicinal herbs are hard to find, especially when you need them. Hearing that, I decided to make a medicinal herb field. I asked the high elves to bring me every medicinal herb they can find. There seem to be trees that can be used as medicine too, but I have to look at them myself, so I only have them look for herbs this time. 30 kinds. There are more type of medicinal herbs than I expected. I guess it is because each has a different effect. For the time being, I'll look at the actual thing then think of them while plowing using the all-purpose farming tool. The medicinal herb field is on the east side of the field. It is a 4x4 field. If it goes well, I'll expand it further. According to Lou, Michaelson might buy medicinal herbs because they are quite expensive. And because they are medicine, no one will mind their price. I recognize this herb. Criminals in police drama passes this. Is it ethically all right to raise it? It depends on how you use them. It's a highly valuable herb. We raised it but under strict management. The alcohol brewing of the dwarves is doing great. New kinds of alcohols are now available. There are 3 types of alcohol now: wine, beer, and distilled liquor. It seems like they are challenging it by trying various raw materials. There was a time where I told them the method of brewing alcohol using rice with the help of my faint memory about it. I thought that they would only produce result after a few years, but they were able to make something similar in no time. The taste is a bit lacking, but I'm already expecting it. By the way, the number of dwarves increased again. Are they being attracted by alcohol? There are currently 8 dwarves in the village. I began making cheese and butter after I was able to secure milk. Butter making is relatively easy because you only need physical strength, but cheese making requires an enzyme to solidify the milk. I can get it off the calf's stomach. I will not do such a thing. The calf is cute. I won't kill it just because of cheese. By the way, the number of cattle and chickens is growing steadily, but I have not eaten any of them yet. Being a dairy farmer sure is tough. It's a good thing that I have the all-purpose farming tool. I wished for the enzyme that solidifies milk while stirring the milk using the all-purpose farming tool in shamoji form. That happened last year. Right now, there are cheeses in front of my eyes. Thank you, all-purpose farming tool. I offered the newly made cheese and alcohol to the shrine under the big tree. We soaked the soybean in water for about a whole day. After that, we took the soybean out of the water and mashed it. Then, boil the mashed soybean. Afterwards, strain the boiled soybean. Then, simmer it one more time. We also add salt in that process. After solidifying, we put it in a mold. Tofu, we gently squeezed out the remaining liquid. The taste, it doesn't have any. It is some sort of diet food. Let's eat it with the seasoning we obtained from Shashato. I can't wait until we made soy sauce. Grind fish meat. Then strain the ground meat. Add salt and knead it. When it's no longer sticky, shape it to whatever shape you want and leave it for about an hour. Boil it and let it cool. The kamaboko is complete. The color looks awful, but it tastes good. What is straining? It means filtering using a fine cloth. You do that to remove unnecessary things. This time, we used a cloth Zabutin made. Red pepper, cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, cardamom, cumin, and laurel. I challenged making curry using those ingredients. Though I don't know how much of them should I use, I crushed them into fine flour and mixed them. I adjusted the amount of each ingredients depending on the smell and color. I made curry powder just like that. Though I'm uneasy, it is a challenge. And the result? A curry-like soup was completed. I want to try making again to make it more curry-like, but that curry is already popular with the villagers. The spiciness is somewhat addicting. The taste changes depending on how you mix it. I want to research it. The smell alone makes me hungry. It was included in the menu and was served for about 2 to 3 times a month. Agar-agar is indispensable for making sweets. I obtained agar-agar from the seaweeds I asked Michael-san to find for us. Agar can be obtained by washing and drying seaweed a number of times, adding vinegar and boiling it. It takes time and effort, but the procedure is simple. I utilized the freshly made agar. I made a jelly by simply adding fruits. I made various jelly using different kind of fruits. The jelly was nicely received and continued to be served as dessert after meal. Because of that, our stock of agar immediately disappeared, so I have to ask Michael-san again. I cook various dishes, but all the raw materials are my crops. The hunted preys are lined up on the table, and they are either boiled or roasted. They can only boil and roast meat in the past, but because of my guidance, the Anis learned how to properly cook, and the food they cook now are delicious. Especially the meat. Their roast beef is splendid. Well, it's not really beef but boar, so I guess it's better to call it roast boar. They also learned how to pair foods with the right sauces. They are recently enthusiastic in making sauce from wasabi. Dorime especially likes the roast boar of our village that he demanded to eat it every time he comes here. I made a new oven for bread and started doing research to be able to mass produce and make new kinds of bread. Not only the Anis, but even the high elves are enthusiastic about it. As a result, we managed to make bread we made undergo the second fermentation. Though I had completely forgotten about it, unlike the first fermentation, which is mainly making the dough, the second fermentation is the part where bread takes shape. With the second fermentation, it became possible for us to make big bread. That's great. At the same time, dressing your bread before baking it became popular. We made a variety of sweet roll. We have a lot of sugar, so there's no problem. Apart from that, I also baked pizza. I already made cheese, so I want to eat pizza. I thought of making it as my snack, but it has been eaten immediately by the bystander. Pizza became popular after that. It is a good thing that we can eat a variety of foods now. That being said, I have to work harder. Why? Because Tyr is pregnant. Chapter 66. Governor and Entertainment. Demon King's Castle. Demon King Sama, did you call for me? You're finally here, Beazle. I just want to ask you something. What is it? I heard that you made your daughter go to the big tree village. Is it true? Yes, it is. What is your intention? She'll be the governor. Governor? Yes, everything related to that village is managed by me. Don't you think it is normal for me to send a governor on my behalf? You're right, but can't you find anyone else talented enough to handle it? To be honest, my daughter is lonely. My apologies, but if we mistreated that village in any way, our country will be greatly affected. In addition, I chose my daughter since she can take responsibility if the worst-case scenario happens. I understand. When your daughter returns, can you ask her to meet my daughter? Certainly. Big Tree Village. Because of that, you are now the governor of this village. Father, if you don't stop joking around, I'll strangle you. Strangle me? You already joked around, so can you stop calling me governor? Don't be upset. I just need you to put up a face to the Demon King's government. You don't necessarily have to act like the governor of this village. In other words, you're only going to act. I don't want to rule over this village. Even if I do you think that's possible? You should know it better than me, right? I'll go talk to the village chief. I don't want him to misunderstand anything. Frau, as the governor of this village. Yes. I must give the Demon King country a reason for sending my promising daughter here. I don't want them to think that I sent her here to play around. In any case, will you recognize Frau as the governor of this village? It is only an act for the Demon King's country's side, so you don't need to worry about anything. I don't mind, but there is also a merit for this village. Merit? Yes, the tax you're paying us, you can pay it to your local governor. The governor will use those taxes for managing this place. That means, how the governor will use the tax she collected is up to her. But the governor is supposed to be on the Demon King's countryside. Won't you be losing taxes because of this? Is it all right? I mean, the Demon King's country will lose taxes. If your territory is large, You have an obligation to pay taxes to the country, but if it's just 1 or 2 villages, you don't have that obligation. Use what you obtain in this land to enrich it, that's it. I see. Sounds good, really good. I can accept what he says, but let's think about it first. Is it a trap? Are there any holes? Who has the power to appoint the governor of this village? That would be me. Is it possible to change the appointed governor later? It is. Are you thinking that I'll send another one as a governor once my daughter accumulates merit? I'm only thinking about the possibility. Don't worry. I want to guarantee that, but I don't know who'll take my position in the future. I understand that you're uneasy because you're thinking about the village. All right then, let's hand the appointive power to the village chief. Let's make the village chief the only one who has the right to appoint a governor. You can appoint and dismiss someone at your will. Is it that simple? It's okay, let's make a contract. In the future, even if other people come, as long as the Demon King's country continue to exist, the contract will still be in effect. The village chief is in a higher position than the governor now. And we go with it. Frau, congratulations on being the governor. Congrats. You did it. Please stop, are you bullying me? Village chief, please dismiss me. I am inadequate as a governor. No, it's not like you fail in anything, do your best. Nualu. Well, it's only in name. Since Beazle no longer has to collect taxes, it might be advantageous for him. After I thought of that, Beazle collected them. I thought Beazle came here only to purchase crops, since he's doing that every month. I never thought that it's already tax collection time. The hatchlings have become quite big, they are now taller than the beast boys. After hatching from eggs, they could already move and swim. Looking at their growth rate, I was a little impatient since Alfred has yet to stand. I think that I shouldn't be impatient since it hasn't been a year since he was born. Is this what they call parental love? I thought that the relationship between Tyr and Lou will be awkward when Tyr got pregnant, but I can't find a trace of that awkward atmosphere. Because Lou has experienced childbirth, she's taking care of her. It seems like the other angels are confused after seeing them. Given their previous relationship, their present relationship might really look strange. I wonder how intense their previous battles were. In any case, it is good that they are on good terms. I want her to give birth safely too. I also feel that the offensive of those who want to bear child too is getting stronger. I only have one body, so please think of me a little. The residents of the village basically don't rest. Even the young beast boys are doing jobs they can do. They only take it easy when the sun sets, when it rains, or during winter. Aren't they working too much? It will affect their body if they don't rest properly. They are the epitome of the saying, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." That is probably the current mindset of the villagers. Each of the villagers is working on their assigned fields. It is impossible for anyone to selfishly take a break. They also said, "How can we rest if the village chief is doing most things every day?" Upon hearing that, I reflected on my actions. So that's it. I currently stand as the village chief. I can't have them taking enough rest if I myself is not taking the initiative. When we were playing bowling, the reason why the others were able to enjoy it without reservation is because I'm playing with them. I'll take a look at the state of the fields first, then take it easy. I can't calm down. Because of that, I decided to make things that can be used for entertainment. First for all, for the Beast Boys' balls. This is not good. The Kuros are looking at it with eyes full of expectations. This is not for them, but seeing those eyes, I can only throw the ball. I enjoyed it with the Kuros, so I can't give them balls. Then, how about boomerangs? I should make a prototype first. I managed to transform the all-purpose farming tool into a boomerang, so I'll just copy it. It's testing time. But before that, I practiced throwing the boomerang form of the all-purpose farming tool first. If this doesn't work, then it means that I did not throw it properly or the boomerang is a failure. Though it did return, I had to wait for 30 minutes. All right, I should throw the prototype boomerang now before I forgot how to successfully throw a boomerang. Yup, it returned properly. The prototype boomerang is a success. Now, I wonder if this will appeal the Beast Boys. The Beast Boys are looking at me when I was testing it with sparkling eyes. All right. Although it was instantly popular, the popularity popped out like a bubble. Why? Because you throw it yourself and catch it yourself. Flying disc is more popular since you can play it with others. What should I make next? It's the adult's turn, so it's golf. I made a club by carving wood. Using it doesn't seem to have any problem. I only made one for the time being. Next is the ball. I carved wood again using the all-purpose farming tool. The center of gravity of the ball is not at the center, so it doesn't go straight. That's only natural because the density of the wood is not constant. However, that's not a reason to not play it. This doesn't curve in an extreme manner, so using it is fine. Next is the course. Let's make a short course for the Beast Boys first. I started to make a course on the west side of the residential area since I thought it is the most suitable place. Complete. By the way, this is the wild. Is it really alright to set it up on this place? I plowed the course using the all-purpose farming tool to make it into an appropriate one. Since it will take time before it becomes a proper course, I mass-produced clubs and balls. I made 2 types, one for adults' use and one for Beast Boys' use. Since they are all made of wood, I prepared different kinds of golf clubs. The course is sort of desolate, so I added a lot of things. I raised trees as obstacles and also bushes. Because it is difficult to find the position of the hole, I made sure that the flag stands out. I worked hard on it while working on the field. What would I do if no one plays this? That caused me unnecessary anxiety, because there were those who like golf. Those people are mostly Anis. It's fun, especially when it did not advance just as I wanted. It is relaxing, and we can drink tea while playing it too. Fufu, it's my turn. I'll go with the third. Ara, I think using a fifth of your power is enough. I started seeing them playing after lunch. The Beast Boys plays more by riding horses and goat rather than the thing I made. They are better at handling horses than me. Should I practice riding too? Chapter 67. Entertainment Culture and Lamia. The outdoor toys I made were not well received, so I made indoor type of entertainment tools. First is kendama. You don't have to move around and you can play it alone, so it is popular. I also tried making yo-yo, but I can't balance the left and right part, so I stopped. I made a spinning top, but I can't teach others how to use it since I can't make it spin myself. Why does it look so easy on TV? Oh, they were able to make it spin without me teaching them how to. Since they are pleased, let's assume that it is good that I made it. I'm only making toys for Beast Boys. I guess I should make toys for Beast Girls too. But I can't think of anything, since they are girls. Otdama. I had Zabuton make small bags and pack them with soybeans. Originally, it should have been Azuki bean. I feel like planting Azuki beans now. I can make thick red bean paste by using sugar and also rice cake. Let's get back to the story. I tied up the Otdama, completing it. I made 10 for now. So, what should we do? Because I was asked so, I tried juggling 3 Otdama. I can't, so I tried it again using 2. Though I was not able to do it, I at least conveyed that they should play it using 3 Otdama. The Beast Girls, Anis, and High Elves showed interest in it. They were able to do it in no time, up to 5 Otdama. Ah, they are even juggling by passing it with each other. Yep, I don't need to teach them anything. I'll just work hard in making more Otdama. After that, I can now see several villagers playing with my handmade toys after meal. Aside from chess, I also made another board game, shogi. It was received by the villagers as another version of chess. However, it is not as popular as chess because the Kuros are having problems moving its pieces. I also made Go. I remember the rules of Go because of a popular manga series in my previous world. Since it will be difficult to suddenly introduce a 19-grid board, the one I made only has 9 grids. It looks appealing. Good, I prepared 13-grid and 19-grid boards for future use. Now, let's return in making toys for the Beast Boys, so next one is Sugoroku. It can also be a practice for them to read characters, so it may not be a bad idea. I prepared a large board and draw a root. Since this is the first one, it should be simple and looks good. After that, I made a dice and play it first. Throw. The Beast Boys are only looking at the dice. Umu. This is a game where you don't need to think. You just let the dice decide everything for you. How about teaching them Chinkairoren? Chinkairoren is a gamble in which 2 dice are thrown into a cup, turn it down, and then open to show the number combination. No, that's gambling. Currently, the villagers don't have personal property, so gambling is not established. Gambling, huh? If gambling is established because of the entertainment tools I made, should I act as the banker? I'm the only one who can give out a prize here. I don't mind things staying as it is, but I probably should teach them a thing or two about currency, just in case we'll use it in the future. But it might be useless, because I don't even know if currency will circulate in this village. Ah, this is something I have to think about in the future. I managed to induce the interest of the Beast Boys from the dice to Sugoroku and have them play it. It seems like there is a thing similar to dice in this world. However, it is not hexahedron, but a slightly distorted polyhedron. It is said that symbols are written on the faces instead of numbers, and they are mainly used for fortune-telling and magic. It seems like it is not something the general public know of. I tried various things, but it is difficult to make entertainment tools. I found out that I am not looking things from their perspective. The one that appealed the most to the Beast Boys was building blocks. Yes, that's right. After all, they are children. Village Chief, though all of them are of similar sizes, are these also building blocks? No, those are mahjong tiles. I tried making cards, but paper here is valuable. All of them looks the same even if you turn them inside out. It is even hard to notice the different patterns carved on their faces. Because of that, I tried sticking clay on the backside, but when it doesn't stick on the wood anymore when the clay dries up. I tried my best to do something with the clay, but since there's no good result, I abandoned that idea. After completing one set, I noticed that I'm the only one who knows the rules and calculate points. It has become a decoration. Is the rule complicated? No, you just have to remember a lot of things. For the time being, I gathered those who seem to be free and have them play with me. That's strange. Aside from me, everyone is an amateur. They don't even remember all the things regarding points calculation. But why do I feel that their tile throwing is too precise? I enjoyed playing mahjong, but I won't tell you the result. 30 Kuros with spiderlings on their back came back. 5 beast, 5 person-like monsters were with them. Those monsters have an upper body of a human and snake lower body. They are lamias. Every one of them is female. Looking at them, I feel like they are all intellectual beauty with long hair. I'm sure glasses suits them. I'm wondering if they could do something about their jiggling breasts. They don't have any cover on their upper body. I don't know where to look. In addition, their long hair covers the pointy part of their chests that makes them look more erotic. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm trying to make an effort not to look because the gazes of the villagers are painful. Don't be unreasonable. I asked the spiderlings to make a tube-type bra so that can cover their chest. Thought it is already too late for that now. It still needs to be done. Are you the master of these wolves? Yes. As soon as I answer, the representative of the Lamia bowed and the others followed. We surrender to the wolves. Please spare our lives. Even though you said that, I don't have any intention of killing you in the first place. Lamia. The Lamia I know of are evil monsters that tempts humans, then strangles them with their snake lower body. Are you monsters that predate humans? We don't eat humans. They are not monsters. They are demi-humans. The Lamia representative answered my doubtful question in a panic. I tried inquiring more about them to Frau who was near me. Even though they look like that, Lamia is a demi-human race. They are not monsters. Moreover, I never heard of them having a habit of eating humans. It is said that monsters can't talk, I agree. I said something rude, please forgive me. And I apologize. I apologize for saying that they predate humans. I should think more before I speak. Yup, I've reflected on my action. Then, let's return to the topic. You are surrendering. Did you fight with the Kuros? They were the ones who attacked us. When I tried asking more, it seems like the Lamias are living in the depths of the dungeon. Or it can be said that they are the ruler of that dungeon. When the Kuros attacked them, they resisted for a long time, and since they no longer have the power to, they surrendered. Ooh, they are strong and tough, and they can also evade magic. Even if we climb up to a place where they can't follow, the spiders will come at us. What the hell was that? I'm very sorry. However, the Kuros are looking at me with faces saying, we won against the prey, praise us. The spiderlings are probably feeling the same. I praise the 30 Kuros and the spiderlings on their back. Good, you did it. After praising them one by one, I asked questions to the Lamias again in order to determine what I should do with them. Is the inner part of the dungeon safe? Is it possible for you to continue living there? It's safe. Though our war potential decreased, there's not much damage since they waited for us to surrender. I asked a few more questions to be able to grasp their current state. It seems like their village was not destroyed, but all their livestock are killed. If it were me, if someone killed my chickens, cows, goats, and horses, I'll go berserk. Do you have any hostile intention with this village? We have none. We completely surrender. Ma, of course they won't. They surrendered to merely 30 Kuros and spiderlings, and now they can see how many of them are here. Even if they have hostile intention, they'll probably just keep it in their heart. I understand, then you may go. Yes, you may go home. Is it all right? Could it be that you want to live here? And no, it will be more convenient for us to live in a cave. Then you may return. For now, because I don't want them to bear another grudge for going here for nothing, I plan on giving them souvenirs. Souvenirs, is crops acceptable? I put crops in a barrel and tried to give them as much as they can carry, but I never thought that they'll use their snake part to hold 3 times a normal bipedal person can. Can they still move? It seems like there's no problem. Thank you very much. I think that we just formed a friendly relationship with the Lamias. They are bringing something from the dungeon here from time to barter with our crops. Chapter 68. Trouble Dragon. Gatekeeper Dragon Dorem. Gatekeeper Dragon. It's because he built his nest on a mountain between the Forest of Death and Iron Forest. Frau answered my question. Although Lu, Tyr, Rhea, Anne, and Rhapsody are all well informed, Frau is the person to ask for in terms of general knowledge. Since he has prevented monsters from the Forest of Death go south, he has been long called as the Gatekeeper Dragon. Is there any other gatekeeper beside him? I can imagine the other gatekeepers to be Chimera or Titan. No, only the south has one. The other directions can't be used to go in or out of here because the mountains are too steep. In general, people only viewed the south as the entrance to this forest. Is that so? Yes, well, there is rarely anyone who dares to enter this forest. I see. It seems like this place is harder than I thought. By the way, it seems like it is possible to go here from the east side where the Howling Village is, but it is not recognized as an entrance. It is because going to the Howling Village itself is already a considerable challenge. Well, it's a mountain. As usual, trouble suddenly comes. It is a dragon raid. After flying over the village, it hovers over the forest while provoking us. I thought of negotiating with it first, but it suddenly set the forest on fire. All right, it's an enemy. The angels were thrown out in one hit. Don't be like that, I don't want to make a move. If Rhapsody is here, she can take care of it, but she went out for a homecoming. The dragon is quite large, and looking at its color, I know that it is not related to Dorem, his wife, or Rhapsody. Because of that, I threw the all-purpose farming tool in its spear form to it. It was evaded. Unlike Dorem's wife, it knows that it needs to evade my attack. It laughs while looking at us. I threw the spear the second time. It was evaded again. I narrowed my eyes and threw it the third time. If it doesn't hit, I'll throw again and again until I hit it. I will not get tired by throwing the all-purpose farming tool. In addition, the all-purpose farming tool will return to my hand at my will. I'll never run out of spear. Before it becomes a battle of stamina, I want to try something. I threw the spear again, and before the dragon evades it, I call it back. Then throw it again. It is a simple feint. Will it fall for it? I was a bit uneasy, but it went well. The thrown spear pierced the wing of the dragon. I did it. Because of the joy I felt, I forgot to call back the spear. The spear reached the mountain behind the dragon, and cloud of dust went up there. Oops. When I call back the spear again, I no longer see the dragon. It seems that it fell in the forest and hidden itself. I won't let you escape. Gran Maria, Kudel, and Karon were injured earlier, so I had Lu to fly me there. Since we are now flying in a high altitude, I can now see where the dragon fell. It's completely exposed. I threw my spear. The dragon can evade it, but since there are trees that obstructed its view, it sows its other undamaged wing on the ground. I'll have to end it now. I called back my spear immediately. I threw the spear aiming at its big body, and hit it. I'm sure that I hit it, but it seems like my spear only passed through it as it shrank. The spear hits the ground while breaking all of the trees in its path. Did I hallucinate? No, I recognize what's happening. It is the same phenomenon happening every time Dorem and Rhapsody turn into human. Surrender, I surrender, I'm sorry, please forgive me. And I heard a woman's voice. I'm sorry. Sitting in Seiza at the entrance of the village, the woman lightly apologizes. She's the dragon earlier. Hakurin. She's a big-chested woman who seems to have a jolly personality. I was surprised that she was introduced as Dorame's Onesin. Beside Harukin are Dorame, Dorame's wife, Rasudi, and 7 people I don't know given what has happened, probably dragons too, who are also in Seiza. Allow me to introduce them. Starting from the right is my grandfather, grandmother, father's second older sister, her husband, their daughter, father's little sister, and father's little brother. Rasudi introduces the 7 people I don't know while lowering her head. A dandy middle-aged man, a gentle middle-aged woman, a woman with determined eyes, a macho-looking man who looks like a certain general, a girl with horns and tail like Rasudi, a gorgeous curly-haired woman, and an Eichmann young man. I heard their names, but I can't remember them since they are kind of confusing. I'll have them tell me again later. In other words, Dorame's father and mother, second sister and her husband, niece, Imauto and Ataudo. Does that mean that Hakurin is his eldest sister? Yes. All of them are in Seiza. They came here as soon as the forest fire Hakurin set was extinguished. I understand that they are not hostile. So, what is happening? After hearing my question, all of them turned their face sideways. Even the girl who looks younger than Rasudi. She's a dragon, so even though she looks like that, she's probably older than me. Because none of them wants to talk, I decided to choose the one who I think can speak up from them. Mrs. Dorame, can you please explain? Looking at Dorame, he definitely can't say something against his older sister. I have known this type of younger brother from my previous world. They are the type that can't go against their older sister. The woman introduced as the second sister is somewhat similar. The eldest sister is Hakurin. The second sister is either the type that obeys her older sister or the type that opposes her. My subjective view. However, if she's the type who opposes, she should have talked already. She did not talk, so it means that she's the type who obeys. As for her husband, he's a macho, but I can feel that he's been trying hard to become heir since earlier. I removed him as a candidate because of sympathy. I cannot involve their daughter. Dorame's little sister is probably the youngest daughter. The youngest daughters are experts in living easy. My subjective view. They won't do anything that can be considered as opposing their older sister. Though she might talk if I urge her, I don't know her personality yet, so I can't do something that dangerous. The village will definitely be damaged if these sisters quarrel. As for Dorame's little brother, he's an Eichmann young man, but he smells like a younger brother who can't defy his older sister like Dorame. I can't choose him. There is no younger brother that can go against his older sister. My subjective view. With that, the only ones left are Dorame's parents, wife, and Rasudi. However, if the parents really have the plan of talking about their daughter, they should have done it already. In addition, there is a high chance that they'll cover their daughter. Judging the remaining 2, Dorame's wife might find it easier to talk compared to Rasudi. Dorame's wife is Hakurin's sister-in-law. Looking at Dorame's wife's attitude, she seems to be fine with it. She's the type that could say a few words to her sister-in-law. I will explain the circumstances of this incident. My guess is correct. Dorame's wife explained what happened. It all began during Rasudi's homecoming. I thought that she only returned to Dorame's nest, but she went to her grandparents on the mountain in the north. All of them are gathering there for a status report. Let's get off topic for a bit. Let's talk about my recent nightlife. Lu gave birth and Tyr is pregnant, so the villagers' desire to be pregnant increased. Thanks to that, I never spent my night alone. It is pointless even if I say I want to be alone. Even if I argue, the number of applicants continue to increase. Before I knew it, they already slipped on my bed. There is no chance to resist. Before I noticed it, I've already done it with all the elves, all the Anis, Gran Maria, Kudel, Koron, and even Flora. By the way, if we talk about the Beastkins, I only did it with Senna. The other Beast girls tried to, but I refused them since they are still too young. There are Beast boys here, so they shouldn't rush things and be patient. Anyway, my heart feels at ease when talking with dwarves and lizardmen. Rasudi and Frau did their best. They persevered, but it all went to the drain. They were swept by the atmosphere. The others also cooperated to hook them up with me. My last stronghold is Rasudi's servants, Bulga and Stefano. Hang in there. They are looking at me with strange eyes sometimes, but do your best. Off-topic talk ends. In other words, you raided this village because your niece found a partner earlier than you. You're wrong. I only tried to ascertain the power of my niece's partner. Hakurin puffs her cheeks and protests. What kind of excessively worthless reason is that? Then, I realized why she said that and why the others did not say anything. Of course, how can they say that their daughter was jealous of their grandchild or their older sister was jealous of their niece? Ah, if you're not going to rampage anymore, let's forget about it. Is it all right? Yeah, it must have been hard to be in Seiza. I'll have someone prepare chairs and food for you. Rasudi's relatives are all dragons. In addition, considering Rasudi, I can't just tell them to go home. Hooray, the alcohol here is delicious, right? Hakurin was the first to stand up and tried to head for the village immediately, but I grip her face. Hakurin, you can't. How's your wings? Yeah, I can't fly for a while, Ano. Why are you gripping my face? Don't mind it. When you play, you should also clean up. It hurts. You must do something for the part of the forest you burnt first. I can deal with it using the all-purpose farming tool, but my heart can't accept Hakurin participating in a banquet until after she has done something. Do your best to tidy it up. It was 3 days later, before Hakurin was able to participate in the banquet. Chapter 69. Dragon Family. Dorim's father, Dors, Dorim's mother, Raymarin. I asked Rasudi about them again to remember their names. Dorim's older sister, Hakurin, remembering her is unpleasant. Another older sister, Soyern. She resembles Hakurin, but it is impossible for one to mistook her for Hakurin. Dorim's little sister's name is Sekyern. Hakurin, Soyern, Sekyern, their names are similar. The little brother's name is Demaim. I think this is some sort of test for my memory. I'll do my best to remember them. Soyern's macho husband's name is Maxbergok. I was told that he preferred to be called Mac. Unlike his appearance, he's having a hard time in various ways. I feel like we can become friends. Mac and Soyern's daughter is Herzernark. She permitted me to call her with her nickname Hers. I'll do my best to remember them all. Ano Rasudi-san. Dors Sama is the dragon king of the northern continent, am I right? I even heard that he forced a former demon king Sama into retirement. I don't know about that former demon king, but grandfather indeed lives in the northern continent. So, who proclaimed him as the Dragon King? He was called like that only in the Demon King's country. Also, Raymarin Sama, did she hail from the southern continent? She's usually there. They're a married couple, huh? Also, I didn't know that Rasudi-san and Herzernark Sama were relatives. Ahaha, we quarrel from time to time, by the way. Why are you address me as San, while you address hers as Sama? I'm sorry, Rasudi-sama. It's the opposite, address her as you address me. Rasudi-san and her-san. Good. Now, come with me and I'll introduce you. Please, you don't have to. The welcoming banquet for Dorim's clan lasted for about 5 days. That was the longest banquet ever. I only participated starting the 3rd day, which means everything started on again that time. During this banquet, the ones who shone the most are the dwarves. Even if the other parties are dragons, they were able to serve them using their vast knowledge of alcohol. This certainly tastes great. That's a little stronger than the previous one. Oh yes, how about this? Putting fruit change the taste. It's easier to drink. It seems like I can drink as much as I want. Distilled liquor is the most popular. The second most popular is cocktails. It all started when I added fruits to the alcohol made by the dwarves since it's too strong. Anything related to alcohol was studied to the earnest by the dwarves. Soon enough, they were able to become expert bartender that can make all kinds of cocktails. Recently, they even began researching for foods that are compatible with alcohol. Looking at the dragons, it seems like their alcohol research paid off. Among the villagers, if the ones who shine the most are the dwarves, the busiest are the Anis. The dragons can really eat. Foods disappear one after another. They not only have to cook for the dragons, but the villagers too. Even the babysitter group help in the kitchen, while the high elves serve as the waitresses. However, they still can't keep up with the demand, so apples, oranges, bananas, pineapples, watermelon, and strawberries are served in between. Hers seems to like them more than alcohol. She looks like a small girl, but she eats more than her body size. Of course, those 5 days are not 5 days of eating. There are also entertainments and games. With regards to entertainment, there are songs, dances, and other performances. It is at a level of entertainment similar to the ones performed during weddings. There are even performances using otdama and kendama. Although I only have seen the second half, I think the best performance is the slapstick comedy of Rasudi's servants, Bulga and Stefano. However, it seems like the dragons are already used to it. Well, they are originally serving dragons. You should have performed a new one. Unwillingly, I also appeared on the battlefield. I was sent to the stage-like place, but what should I do? I had experience in working as a society member until I fell down because of a disease in my previous world. Because of that, I had a strong weapon called experience. If I perform those things that are performed during drinking parties, they will surely laugh their lungs out. I'll do mimicry. Mimicry? No, if they don't know the original, they won't get it. This is a different world, away. In other words, it's like a foreign country. Fufufu, I also attended parties with foreigners. Take this, a childish magic trick. It seems like the dragons are already used to see that kind of trick. Magic tricks don't seem to be rare because there are a lot of people who can use magic here. In regards to gaming, they played golf, chess, and Go. When they want a leisurely play, they go with golf, and if they want to have a battle of wits, they go with chess and Go. When playing, I refrained from giving them alcohol and offer them tea, black tea, coffee, and juice. It is because they don't have a bottom line when consuming alcohol. If we let them, I'm sure they'll continue to drink alcohol and stop only when they sleep. Luckily, they evaluated the drinks other than alcohol high, so I'm relieved. Although there are no troubles, when they are playing Go or chess, it becomes a heated battle. Of course, I reminded them the meaning of entertainment and have the most skillful villagers to teach them. Even the Kuros are not unreasonable enough to suddenly beat up their opponent. I had them remember and follow the rules. No matter if it is victory or defeat, I began conveying the fun the game brought. The problem is the matches between dragons who doesn't know the meaning of the word entertainment. Especially when it comes to the matches between Doraem's parents or between his sisters. Even though their matches are battles between amateur, it feels like a championship match between masters. As the aftermath, several cows and goats fainted. Since Go and chess are one-on-one battle, I tried taking out Sugoroku since it can be played by a number of people, but their eyes ended up on the mahjong table. Should I say, as expected of dragons, they perfectly remembered the rules and picked up the tiles skillfully. I expected a happy family mahjong play, but I guess I'm wrong. Will the dragons die if they don't fight? The winner is the High Elf Rise. She persevered and managed to continue playing even if her dragon opponents are not holding their bloodlust back. By the way, as the aftermath, the chickens did not lay eggs for a couple of days because of the bloodlust. I was worried about Tyr because she's pregnant, but she got angry at me because I put her on the same level as the chickens. Because Alfred remained as calm as usual, his doting parents, me and Lou, talked about how great he will become in the future. That's how the days passed, and the dragons are now going to leave. Thank you for taking care of us. Doors, as their representative, bowed. No. Half of our food stocks disappeared. Though it won't trouble us this winter, it's still an expensive expense. Ma, it's probably all right since everyone had fun. Rather than that, the problem now is that they indirectly demanded souvenirs. Although I prepared various alcohols and crops, I never thought that the things they want are the entertainment equipments. Especially chess, Go, and mahjong tiles. A great man does not make things himself. I remember this saying when they asked me. Since I cannot pass them worn-out equipments, I promised to send them newly made ones. And they left with me, Rasudi, and Hakurin waving at them. Hakurin? What? They already left, so why are you still here? You really want me to say it. Please stop gripping my face, it hurts. Why are you still here? Father asked me to stay to serve you. I look at Rasudi. Rasudi nods. It doesn't seem like a lie. Rasudi, are you all right with your aunt staying here? If that bothers you, I'll send her away. Ahaha, it's all right. Hakurin, my father's Anisama, and I are on good terms. Fufufu, I'm the one who raised Rasudi-chan. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ma, if Rasudi says that she won't be a bother, then it's okay. Serve her, I understand. Prepare to work to death. Ano, village chief, I have been thinking about it. Why are you treating me differently compared to others? More specifically, you are treating me badly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Thus, we gained one more resident. Laboratory, somewhere inside the Demon King's castle. You have obtained the family tree of dragons. We received information other than the parent-daughter relationship of the gatekeeper dragon and Rasutisumun. Yes. According to the report, the Dragon King Doors and Southern Typhoon Dragon Raymarin are a couple, and the gatekeeper dragon Dorame is one of their offsprings. The gatekeeper dragon's wife is the northern white dragon Princess Grapharoon, and their daughter is the famous crazy dragon Rasutisumun. Also, the western human territory evil dragon Maxburgak is the husband of the elder sister of the gatekeeper dragon, the magic dragon Suyern, and their daughter is none other than the violent dragon Herzanark. Also, the true dragon Hakurin, who raged the west 100 years ago, the flame dragon Sekirn, who raged the south 30 years ago, are also offsprings of the Dragon King and Typhoon Dragon. Those famous dragons are related by blood. Also, each of them has a title of their own, right? This is a historic discovery. However, is that information reliable? The informant heard it personally from the dragons in question, so it's reliable. Dragons in question? Yeah, she asked them herself. Was there someone from the Demon King's army that is talented enough to ask a dragon? Did it not come from Demon King Sama himself? No, it is a report submitted to Demon King Sama. So it is a different demon. That's right, secure the talent who sent that report by hook or by crook. If that person is good enough, that person might even get a dragon scale. Yeah, even with one scale, we can make exceptional protective gears and weapons. I'll find out who reported it no matter what. Big Tree Village. Village Chief, what do you have there? It was left by the dragon's scales. One piece is about the size of one tatami mat. It looks a bit different from Rasudi's. If not for its thickness, I'll say that this is a flat rock. Ah, but it's pretty light. Want to try lifting it? Sure, it's really light. Hasi. That is from Doors-san, that one over there is from Raymarin-san. On that side is that from Sugurn-san? No, it is probably from Sekirn-san. They said that I can sold them for money, but how much are they worth? Eito, those scales over there are probably from Herzanark-san. She's the only one who'll have a scale as small as that. But one small scale from her is enough to build a luxurious mansion in the Demon King's kingdom's capital. They are that valuable. Yes. And there's a moderate number of them in front of me. If I gather them, they can fill a small house. Right, that's why I feel like something inside me broke. Is that so? Do you think I should sell them to either Michael-san or Beazle? That would cause trouble. You should throw them in a basement and seal. No, I mean save them. Indeed, I don't want trouble too. I don't have money problem, so I guess I'll save them. All right, let's put the scales in a house and make it into a special designated place. That's bothersome, ouch ouch ouch. I understand, please leave it to me. Chapter 70. Dragon's Gratitude and Hakurin. When I sent the entertainment equipments ordered by Dorame's relatives, they sent back various things in return. Since they sent it for me, I'll check if there is something I might like. There are some unusual trees, plants, crops, etc. There are also a lot of precious metals and personal accessories. I guess these are their payment for the banquet. I feel like they gave too much, but it will be hard to send them back since I already receive it. Does it include reward for pressing Hakurin? The things they sent also includes paper. It is hard, so I'll use them to make cards. The end product is quite good. Should I make a traditional Japanese playing card too? No, I can't remember all the images, so let's forget about it. I obediently made cards. After making it, I realized something. Wooden tag cards are good enough. Paper cards will surely be damaged immediately due to intense battles. I continued making cards, but I'm now using wooden tags. I especially made wooden tag cards for matches that will probably damage cards. The disadvantage of the wooden cards is shuffling. I gave up trying to shuffle it and put them in a box to shuffle by mixing method. The cards are popular with the Beastkins, High Elves, Anis, and Dwarves. Next is making a picture story for the Beast Boys. My true intention is to make simple reading practicing material for Alfred. The story are Mamatero, Urashima Taro, Kintaro, Hanasaki Kaji-san, Kabutori Ji-san, Warshibe Chauja, Kaguyaheim. Will it be all right? Should I change them a little to fit this world? In any case, I picked one from various candidates via lottery, and the winner is Kacha Kacha Yama. Of course, the Obasan was killed and the Tanuki died in the end. I changed Kacha Kacha Yama a little. I made the rabbit's Avenger move milder since I don't want it to be villainous. I presented the story to Lu, Tyr, and the High Elves first. There were heavy opinions about the rabbit rather than the tanuki. The tanuki believed the rabbit only to be betrayed. How did the humans make friends with a rabbit? Kacha Kacha Yama was scrapped. For the second work, Monkey Crab Battle, I feel malice in the lottery, and as expected, there are questions. Chestnut and excrement, the mortar also has personality, but why is it that the persimmon tree or its fruits don't have personality? The monkey was able to trade its persimmon seed for the onigiri using its own intelligence. Can it really be considered as swindling? Also, the monkey threw the persimmon as requested. Isn't it the crab's fault for not being able to properly catch it? The one that did not take the persimmon itself is the wrong one. And what's with cooperating with revenge just because someone said it so? It looks like the bees and chestnuts plan to kill the monkeys for a long time, right? In the first place, the parent crab threatened the persimmon tree. Why did they ignore that? I wonder why. And so, the children's story I told them became a serious university-level discussion. If I tell them the story of Mama Taro, they will obviously talk about unfair labor because of a life-threatening battle for one kibai-dango. Monkey Crab Battle scrapped. I decided to obediently make up a picture story book for this world. I like the story that the village chief thought of. It seems like I made some fans, however. I'm a bit troubled because they are not my original idea. I used the generic fairy tale opening sentence and used it as a draft. When I got the gist of it, I slipped in the story of a famous manga. I was even demanded about the continuation of the story. I don't remember the details of the famous manga perfectly, so I supplemented various things. Sensei, I'm sorry. Hakurin did various work in the village. She's older than Rhapsody and is more powerful than her, so she can do anything. Her head is also not bad, and she bears etiquette in mind. She's also unlike Frau, who only knows common sense of the nobles and not of a villager. She has no problem with her common sense. The problem with her is she does not do anything unless told to and complains about everything. After complaining, she'll do what she was asked to seriously, but I want her to move and start doing something on her own will. She has a lack of independence. Ma, is she really a dragon? Actually, I feel like she resembles Rhapsody. They are strong and lack aggressiveness. Aggressive dragons are annoying, so I'm good with them being like that. However, unless I gave her instructions, she will job change into a neat and will only eat and sleep in her room. She complains a lot every time I gave her an order, so I don't ask her to do some menial jobs. Is this the correct way to deal with Hakurin? It will be troublesome if I always give her instructions. I have to ask her. Ouch, 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 suddenly barging in my room to grip my face, ouch, ouch, ouch. I told her why I'm there. As expected, the instructing her to do something is not an effective method. I have to do something to motivate her for a long time. I have to motivate her. What I'm presently doing is like digging a hole to throw her in, then filling it up. I reflected. She gives up in one day. So how can I motivate her for a long time? I have no motivation. You should stop on making me do meaningless things. It's making me crazy. Are you fine with just eating and sleeping in your room? Eating and sleeping in my room is 1,000,000 times better. I see, I understand. Refrain from complaining in the future. Don't say that. I gain something, more or less. Alie. What? Nothing. By the way, Hakurin first lived in Rhapsody's house, but now she's living in a vacant room at my house. Well, that's it. As a result, I had Hakurin try various things, and she settled into the position of teacher of the villagers. For now, here students are the beastkins, hatchlings, Kuro's pups, and the spiderlings. They are working hard to be able to read, write, and calculate. If the people of the village become smarter, I will be at ease. Speculation aside, it's not a bad thing. Chapter 71. Distribution and Flora. I consulted the villagers about the thank you items I received from doors, but they unanimously said that they are all mine. Because of that, I decided to divide them and distribute them to the villagers on the pretext of those items being their share. It was troublesome. I still have a lot of things to do, so I had Lu, Tyr, Frau, and Rhapsody to do it for me. I am thankful for the paper, but I also want my village to be able to make it at some point. Next year, let's raise plants that can be easily processed to be papers. Since I also received rare trees, plants, and crops, I'll raise them too. By the way, Lu, Tyr, and Flora went crazy when they saw them. Though I'm thankful to Doors, most of the items he sent were not helpful to this village. What is this? That is a labyrinth augite. It is an item that is used for dungeon management. Rhapsody answered my question. Dungeon management? Yes, when we dragons build our nest, we will not live in it unless we can remodel the dungeon. I see, then up to what size can it control? Are they living in their nest in their dragon form? Ma, so that's how it is. I almost always only see them in their human form, so I thought they live in their nest with their human form. Wait, aren't they living in their nest in their human form? When Frau and Michaelson stayed in Doraem's nest before, I heard that there are proper rooms there. We can only transform when we became adult. I looked at Rhapsody's horn and tail and somewhat sympathized with her. Apart from Rhapsody and hers, all other dragons look completely human in their human form. I see. Let's stop talking about this topic. I have to talk about something else, so what is a dungeon? A dungeon is a naturally occurring magical power pool. A place concentrated with magical power is a place where monsters gather. I hear that monsters find it easy to live in those kind of places. I see. In addition, when magical power increases, the dungeon will get bigger. Labyrinth augite is like a control stone that makes you able to force the dungeon to get bigger. Is it a valuable stone? It is, but grandfather can afford to give one to you. It seems so. If not, I don't think he'll include it to his thank you items. However, I'm a bit worried after receiving an item for dungeon management. I mean, I don't have business with dungeons. Can anyone use this? As long as someone can use magic, that person can use it. But I can't use magic. Somehow, its unnecessariness has increased drastically. The Lamias are living in a dungeon. Do you think they can use this? The Lamias are skillful in magic, so I'm sure they can. Is that so? Then I'll lend it to the Lamias. Lamia tribe. They are the ruler of the dungeon on the south of the village. Currently, there are about 50 of them living in the depths of the dungeon, and they seem to be putting various monsters under their control. That dungeon is pretty big, and a part of it even extends to the mountain in the south where Doraem's nest is located. That is also the reason why it took the Kuros over a year to capture it. I'm currently negotiating with the Lamias. I'm planning to have them transport goods to Doraem's place. Ever since I saw them being able to carry so much luggage before, I had my eyes on them. So far, I always ask Doraem and Rhapsody, and there's also Hakurin, who I can ask to transport goods, but it seems that dragons are not very suitable for transporting goods. Though neither Michaelson nor Beazle said anything about it, I can feel it somehow. In addition, aside from Doraem and Rhapsody, Hakurin doesn't want to transform in her dragon form. I was worried because I thought that her wings are still injured, but it seems like she only wants me to see her in her human form. How cute of her. Oh, I got derailed. If we utilize the labyrinth augite, we can make a direct route to Doraem's nest to the dungeon. Even if we use the labyrinth augite, the dungeon will not immediately change. Is that so? Yes, it will change, but it will be slow. The change you requested is also very substantial, so I think it will take 100 years to materialize. Dragons are really patient. I asked the Lamias to transport the goods to Doraem's nest, and their route will be going through the forest. The Lamias undertook my request and will have the monsters they placed under their control to carry the goods. It seems like it is faster that way than carrying it themselves. Given the current condition, it will take them 5 to 7 days to carry the goods from the village to Doraem's nest. The inconsistent number of days is due to changing weather. Still, I'm grateful to them. The remuneration for the Lamias is my village's crops. I told them to give the monsters under them too. I might need to expand the field again. Because of the Lamia transport service, the transactions with Michaelson became easier. From Doraem's nest to Shashato City, it will take Doraem half a day flight, but it will take 20 days on foot. The biggest factor for that is the iron forest in between them. Even though it is not the forest of death, there are still many strong monsters. It seems like only top adventurers can get through the forest and reach Doraem's nest. 20 days on foot of top adventurers. It is impossible for ordinary merchants to go there. Wait, isn't that forest more dangerous than the forest of death? I'm beginning to question the reputations of the forest here. In any case, the iron forest is the biggest factor since traveling there consumes the most time. If the one who'll transport the goods are Doraem's servants, the travel time will shorten from 20 to 5 days. In other words, with the use of the lamias and dorame servants, the transport time will be 10 to 12 days. However, it's still too slow compared to the 2-day travel time for dragons. With the new transport system, marine products from Shashato City are delivered to the village, and the village's crops are delivered to Shashato City regularly. Life has become a bit more convenient. Flora finally made miso and soy sauce. Oh, this is the news that made me the happiest. Though the taste is still lacking, those are definitely miso and soy sauce. In order to spread my joy, I cooked miso and soy sauce flavored dishes. Pickled miso, grilled meat miso, meat with soy sauce, baked corn with soy sauce, miso soup, cucumber miso, miso flavored nabe and soy sauce flavored nabe. With the villagers' consensus, it was decided to have a consistent production of miso and soy sauce. Next year, let's expand the soybean field. My name is Flora, Flora Sakutu. I may not be a match for my Anisama, but I'm a famous vampire. That's why I'm basically staying to the place where I am. I rarely go outside since there is no point in going out anyway. Of course, it doesn't mean that I only eat and sleep. Boredom is my enemy. That's why I have a hobby, which is medicine. Researching about medicine is fun, because I feel like I'm peeking at the mystery of the world. There are even people from faraway places seeking for the medicine I made. There is no such thing as medicine that can revive the dead, but I think that illnesses can be cured. By the way, I'm currently addicted in making miso and soy sauce. Since miso and soy sauce can be made using similar process, the village chief asked to make them simultaneously. The village chief is amazing. He has a lot of knowledge I never heard about. He also taught me about the concept of bacteria. This can also be used for medicine research. How to make miso and soy sauce, to put it simply, the village chief told me to culture bacteria on soybeans. Though I don't know how, it seems like the process of cheese making is similar. Anyway, I took over the miso and soy sauce making from the village chief and worked hard. He even made an exclusive building for me. Unfortunately, there are no results. It takes time culturing it, so I simultaneously started another one before seeing the result. I can't even remember how much soybean and wheat had rotted until now, but it was worth it. Yes, at last, I've managed to make miso and soy sauce. The village chief was pleased. The villagers are pleased too after they taste the dishes that uses miso and soy sauce. They're really delicious. It was delicious enough that everyone was impressed. This is the reward for my hardship. Tears even came out of my eyes. However, the village chief said these words to me. Your next step is improving the taste. I didn't get what he said. Taste? I think it was delicious enough. I fearfully asked the village chief. The miso and soy sauce today, how many points are you going to give them? Flora worked hard. Yes, it got a lot of points right. I'll be delighted if you let me hear it. 8. If it is out of 10, I'll give it 5 points. Say it honestly. Out of 10, about 2 points. It is still at the entrance of being miso and soy sauce. My feeling right now, it is similar to climbing the top of a mountain only to know that it is the false summit. Though this might be a good thing. It means that the village chief is expecting something from me, so I will respond to him. Please look forward to it. I will make the miso and soy sauce that will satisfy you, and I also reflected. I'll be a little nice to the Oni maids from now on. I apologize for saying absurd things to them until now. In the distant future, Flora will be called the Queen of Fermented Food. Chapter 72. Frorim's smile. Father, for you to suddenly meet with me, did something happen? A problem occurred. Problem? Yes, the princess is gathering soldiers. The princess is gathering soldiers. Why? Is she planning to invade some place? This place? This village? Yes. The princess, I don't think she's that stupid. When you were there, you are the type of person who controls others. Your replacement used the fact that you're the princess, favorite to stir things up. My replacement, the second daughter of Count Glitch and the fourth daughter of Count Pudgyar. Are they too stupid to understand the word power? How can they get near the princess with that IQ? While I was on the west, I learned that most of the people we've sent here were removed. The two of them together with their allies are making their move. So, why do they want to attack the village? Those who remained on the side of the princess requested for your return, and the princess agreed. You mean They are planning to invade this village because of me. What are you thinking, princess? She probably thought that if this village is crushed, you will return. After crushing the village where you serve as the governor, those two are planning to frame you with sedition in order to eliminate you. Huh, idiots. Yes, the prerequisite of their plan is crushing this village, which is a mistake in the first place. But honestly speaking, how do they plan on crossing the mountain at the east of the capital? Or are they planning to reach the forest on a normal route? And even if they arrive here, how are they planning to break the defensive patrol of this village, which are the angels and the Kuros? They can only possibly set their foot here if they use teleportation. Did you find their plan on how they'll deal with these questions of mine? I didn't hear anything about those, but I was told that the princess is fully cooperating with them. Ada. For now, Demon King Sama is holding them down, but the situation is doubtful. Demon King Sama really spoils the princess, but doesn't he know the things about this village? He should stop the invasion at all cost. Many people do not understand the threat of this village. Even if Demon King Sama knows how dangerous this village is, he can't say it in public. Certainly, my governing ability will surely be doubted if the public knows about it. So, what does father want me to do? Those who don't know the threat of this village, I want you to teach them. Can you be more specific? I want you to gather the strength of this village and kick off the gathered army of the princess before they depart. You want Rasudi-san to go on a rampage in the capital. Dragons will really cause trouble. Angels and vampires too. I want you to knock them off, but don't annihilate them. I also want you to minimize the damage to the capital. But first, do you think they will follow your instructions? Well, I'm living in this village too. Also, I think that if we pay them neatly, they'll consider it. Is that so? Yes, in any case, Zabuton-san and Kuro-san's group are excluded since it is impossible for me to control how much damage they'll make. The Beastkins are still young, so it will be the High Elves, the Anis, the Lizard Men, and Elder Dwarves. Father, can I ask you a question? What is it? This matter, is it all right for me to inform the village chief? This matter is strictly confidential, so I'll go talk to the village chief. Explaining the circumstances to the village chief. I think Hakuren-san will hear it too, and if that happens, it won't be strange if the capital disappears. The capital will disappear. Who is Hakuren? She's the older sister of the gatekeeper dragon. She's currently living in this village. Have you not read my report? No, I stayed in the West for a long time, and as soon as I returned, I heard about the circumstances with the princess. I'm sorry, and that's a problem. Can you do something about it? Even if you ask me that, we can't extract war potential from this village without the village chief knowing. Right. The two troubled people suddenly heard a voice of a woman. Fufu, you seem to be in trouble. Lusan, I heard what you're talking about. I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? Please. So obedient. If you gather war potential from outside this village, you don't have to tell the village chief. Outside the village, the Lamias. Though I don't know how much war potential they gathered, 10 Lamias can surely scare them. What do you think, father? The main force is gathered by Count Glitch and Count Pudgyar. What is their quality and number? They are demon soldiers who are on defense duty, and there are about 300 of them. Then 3 Lamias are enough. I think 1 Lamia alone is already excessive. Safety measures. Frau will lead them as she returns home. I'll be the one who will inform the village chief. Don't forget souvenirs, my best regards. I understand. I'll negotiate with the Lamias. Don't forget to bribe them in secrecy. After this, I think they will understand more about this village, and anyone hostile against it will not be forgiven. Of course, then let's go right away. Father, the Lamias are staying in the dungeon south of here. Can you send me there? I understand you. What's with that scary smile? Really? You must be imagining things. However, even though I have experienced hardship in this village, the people of the capital are doing stupid things. I'm a little envious of them. Are those girls all right? Behind Frau are 10 ladies. They have gorgeous hairstyles, beautiful skins, but are wearing suffocating, one-piece tunic. They are demons like Frau, but they look like humans. These girls want to migrate to this village. They are even dying to be here, so can you accept them? I don't mind, but... I call Frau to the side. What is it? Their eyes are dead. Are they okay? My first impression to these girls, given the clothes they are wearing, are noble ladies who fell into slavery. They're all right. All of them are my acquaintances and will work as my subordinate for a while. Ah, if they do anything against the village, please don't hesitate to dispose of them. Dispose them, that's scary. Well, they will probably fail in various ways at first, but that wouldn't matter if we consider the long-term effect. I agree. So, what about that girl? There was one lady who was receiving special treatment. She's about the same age as Frau or probably a little younger. That girl has a pure white long hair and is wearing expensive-looking clothes. She's also sitting on a chair and seems to have a high status. She's a guest. She's like a guest governor. She'd like to see the everyday life of this village, so treat her like she doesn't exist. I can't believe that someone will go to this village with such reason. Hey, I'm Hiraku, the village chief. Welcome to Big Tree Village. Here. She's frightened. Why? By chance is she scared of men? I never heard anything about that. Yuri-sama, greetings. I am sorry, I'm Yuri. Please take care of me for a while. Nice to meet you too. Of course, if there is something you need, please let me know. Then, I gathered the Kuros and the spiderlings to introduce them. If I don't properly introduce them, the Kuros will chase them, and the spiderlings will bind them with threads. Are. The newly arrived ladies, including Yuri, collapsed. Ma, it can't be helped. I made them wear those clothes because I already forecasted this. Please be relieved. After seeing the wonderful smiling face of Frau, I head out to gather people who will take care of them. Frau-san, I had a good time last time. Please invite me again. Aren't you going to attack the dungeon on the north next? There seems to be a giant residing there. Oh, I never heard about that. Also, there's a dungeon in the north. Do you know the specific location? Later, I saw Frau and the Lamias getting along pretty well. Though it's a good thing. What are they talking about? Chapter 73. Gran Maria. My name is Gran Maria. I'm a little famous angel. It is the result of me following various orders of Tear-sama. Before I realized it, together with my colleague, Kudel and Koron, we are already called Angels of Holocaust. Angels of Holocaust? We never committed Holocaust, so I don't know why we are called that. Could it be because of our battle with the ogre race about 100 years ago? At that time, we exterminated several hundreds of ogres, but we missed some of them, so we basically did not erase their race from existence. No way, their kingdom no longer exists. What an unfortunate incident. When attacking enemies, we always go with full power and destroy them all head-on. Yes, it is truly an unfortunate incident. However, I think that's still insufficient to be considered as Holocaust. They are enemy and they only half collapsed. In addition, Tear-sama and I were the only ones who attacked since Kudel and Koron have different assignments. It is strange that the three of us were called Angels of Holocaust. Let's leave that matter aside. The most important thing is that I'm Tear-sama's faithful servant. What has become my title, it wouldn't matter. By the way, right now, Tear-sama is acting independently while chasing her mortal enemy Lulushi. I don't know why, but every time Tear-sama and Lulushi met, they would start fighting. They are always fighting, but there has never been a conclusion. The reason is because they'll leave things unsettled once they're satisfied. Perhaps they are on good terms. When I asked Tear-sama about it, I got scolded. It seems like behind Lulushi is a mighty vampire clan, so killing her would only bring trouble. On the contrary, since we are angels, even if we are killed, nobody will take revenge for us. I see. I have never thought of such a thing before. Gran Maria, you have become clever. Nice girl. I, who have become clever, should only be fought others but should not be killed by them. I'll do my best. I said that to myself and smile. In any case, I think she's pursuing Lulushi now because she now has a prize on her head. Meanwhile, me, Kudel, and Koron will exterminate the bandits living in a certain mountain. Normally, I wouldn't even bother with it, but it can't be helped since we already accepted the request. Without money, we angels will find it hard to live. Those bandits are former mercenaries, but with the three of us, it will be finished in a few minutes. This gave me a good feeling, and I can't stop laughing. I only hope that bandits like this group will increase more. We are troubled because not one group will show up in several years after we crush one. Well, they are not a match for me, Kudel, and Koron. Now let's get the reward and take it easy. Although I said that I'll take it easy, I still have to train. I must be battle-ready all the time. Otherwise, I'll die unexpectedly once a powerful enemy suddenly appears. I don't want to die, so I will spare no effort to win and survive. Tear-sama returned after a few years. Did she have fun with Lulushi? Prepare for a trip, hurry up. Ah, yes. Ado, so where are we going? Forest of Death. Isn't that a pretty dangerous place? I understand. I will wear my best equipment. Are, we'll bring the lizardmen with us. That doesn't matter, but why are we buying chickens on the way? What are you trying to? No, I do not have complaints. I will do my best. The Forest of Death is a very dangerous place. It is not a place anyone wants to go, especially if you're alone. This is because it is not easy to escape there. It is necessary to have guards even if it is time to sleep. Because camping in the Forest of Death is like seeking death. The elusive elves living in this forest and the beastkins living on the nearby village know where the safe zones are, but none of us do. Because of that, when we entered the Forest of Death, I flew around at a high altitude without going to bed. This is the best method to deal with our present situation. If I fly halfway lower than I'm currently doing, I'll be caught by the webs of the demon spiders living in the Forest of Death. Demon spider. They are troublesome enemy. It is said that if you saw one, it is the time of your death. It is a monster of terror. To us angels, you can say that they are our natural enemy due to affinity. There are also other troublesome monsters in the forest. A beast monster that is quick and can use magic, Inferno Wolf. A group can probably manage if they met one alone, but if they met more than one, they should prepare for their death. Well, seeing them in groups is rare though. An enormous snake, bloody viper. It is a monster that nullifies most magic and uses its own huge body as a weapon. Their most troublesome ability is their regenerative power and vitality. No matter how much you damage it, it will just recover, and that will break the heart of any opponent. It uses its regenerative power in order to hunt other ferocious monsters. Now that I think about it, this forest is really fearsome. Our movement as a big group can be considered a quite risky move in this forest. Tear-sama, me, Kudal, Koron, and 15 lizardmen. The lizardmen also have the ability to fight, but it is impossible for them to do that now since they have a lot of luggage. We have no choice but to persevere. I plan on not sleeping because of the dangers I have thought of, but Tear-sama told us to sleep in turns. Though I don't know where our destination is, it's still probably a long way ahead. Phew, I understand. Anyway, I would like to sleep now. Actually, I'm really exhausted and pressured after we enter the forest. Kudal and Koron, you too, right? I understand. At first, we'll take our turn in order of our age, but it was decided by lottery in the end. It can't be helped. Considering our current state, it is necessary for us to sleep in turns. Our advancement will slow down, but at least we are not letting our guard down. On the way, I saw a grappler bear at a distance. Tear-sama decided to take a detour, but it will take a considerable amount of time. Grappler bear is a huge bear that can kill bloody viper. Since it is very difficult to kill a bloody viper, it can be confirmed that its offensive capability is high. It might be possible for the 4 of us to go on without taking a detour, but what will happen to the lizardmen? Thus, it was decided that we'll take a detour. Tear-sama's destination is a residence in the center of the Forest of Death. Though I am dubious whether there is such a place in this forest, I was surprised when we arrived. There is a field in the middle of the Forest of Death. Astonishing. But that's not the only thing that surprised me. Lulushi was there. When I thought that she will start fighting Tear-sama, they both looked pleased with their reunion for some reason. What's happening? Afterwards, there were still various surprises. The most surprising thing is neither the Inferno wolves nor the demon spider living in the village, but Tear-sama's husband. Her partner is the head of this place. It might be impolite of me to be surprised. No, but however, leaving all the questions on my head to the side, congratulations. Oh, Kudal and Koron also congratulated her without freezing. When I listened to what they are talking about, it seems like Lulushi is crying while saying something about the husband. What a fierce person. Yes, a fierce man. Let's not oppose him in any way. Although this place is too small to be called a village, we decided to call that person village chief. The others are also calling him like that, and he doesn't seem to mind. With Tear-sama's order, it was decided that we'll also live here. The lizardmen who came with us too. My Kudal and Koron's role in this dwelling and field? No, this village is to protect it. Repulse what we can repulse, and if it is impossible for us, call for backup. Although it will hurt my pride, there is no choice to do so considering the risk of death and the war potential of this village. I don't want to die yet, so I'll do that. I underestimated this village's defense. The defense of this village is already taken care by the Inferno Wolves, headed by Kuro-san, and the Demon Spiders headed by Zabuton-san. Because of that, we're going to patrol outside the village. There's no problem since we can fly, but if we fly too high, we won't be able to properly see the surroundings. With that in mind, we patrol over the forest at a reasonable altitude. We were attacked more than expected, especially by desert rats. Though one of them attacking us is negligible, a bunch of them jumping at us and trying to bring us down to the ground is trouble. I've experienced that several times in different places. The Inferno Wolves come to protect me whenever they see me struggle. Though I felt shameful, I am thankful for them helping me against desert rats. Now, I'm playing with them using the flying disc whenever I'm on break. Phew. I never thought that the day where I'll play with Inferno Wolves, who I thought were scary, will come. The day has gone by peacefully. The only unusual things are us guiding visitors several times. It is peaceful but not boring. Being a patrol here is life-threatening, but with the help of the Inferno Wolves, we have killed various monsters that threaten the village a number of times. I realize that I have become stronger than before. However, that feeling was destroyed in an instant. A grappler bear and a bloody viper are fighting, and the vibration of their match is even reaching the village. Although they are far from here, I can feel the intensity of their battle just by looking at the height of the dust cloud. Moreover, I feel like they are approaching the village as they fight. This is bad. This is a disaster at a level of considering relocating the village. I tried to tell the village chief, but he gave a strange reply. Grappler bear and bloody viper, are they delicious? What? Did the village chief said that due to excessive panic? I don't know since I haven't eaten one. The village chief changed his gaze from me to the high elf Rhea that told him that they are edible. I see, so we can eat them. Then, shall we hunt them? It will be a problem if they come and hurt someone from this village. Hunt them? We can do that if all the villagers cooperate, I see. If the Inferno Wolves, Demon Spiders, Tear-sama, us angels, high elves, and the lizardmen help each other, we can do it. Fufu. I will do my best. Gran Maria, can you carry me to where they are fighting? I can, but something is wrong. Let's resolve my doubt first. Are we doing it with just the two of us? That's the plan. Is there a problem? And no, I understand. I will do it with every bit of my effort. It seems like my resolution is insufficient. That's right. Fufu. At times like this, I should have been prepared to give up my life. I forgot about it. It seems like the village chief is still saying something, but none of them entered my ear. The grappler bear and bloody viper were killed by the village chief in an instant. Am I dreaming? No, I'm not. The village chief is amazing, as expected of Tear-sama and Lulushi's husband. If possible, I would like to be linked with him too. No, I have escaped from reality. Let's do our best to guard the corpse of the prey. The trouble continues. This time, it's a dragon raid. My entire body stiffens and I tremble with fear. I'm not conceited enough to think that I can win against a dragon. However, I have not forgotten my role. I must do something. When I was thinking of how to fight against that dragon, another dragon came from another direction. I panicked. I was not able to move and became flustered until everything was resolved. Rasutisumun. She's a ferocious dragon whose name is well known even to us angels. No way, I never thought that she the daughter of the gentle Doraemon who always comes to this village. When I heard the story in detail, it seems like Doraemon is the gatekeeper dragon. I didn't know. Isn't he a super famous dragon? Knowing that, my knee gave up. I'm sorry. I thought you were a third-rate dragon. I'll reflect. But Doraemon only knows how to eat food and drink wine, so how no, I must not say it. Though I'm still not convinced. Somehow, Rasutisumun is now living in this village, and with that, the village's ferocity, the village's defensive capability has increased. I have to do my best to play my part. Lu Sanwi began calling her that gave birth and Tear-sama became pregnant. That's something to celebrate. Because doing it has become popular, we did it too. My body also received the village chief's favor, so someday I'll probably bear one too. My dream has expanded. When I was thinking about such a thing, a dragon came again. This dragon is bigger than Rasudi-san. That time, Rasudi-san was not in the village because she came home. The dragon swirled around the village, then burnt the nearby forest. It's definitely an enemy. Together with Kudal and Koron, I charged at the dragon. The me from that time was not calm. If I was only calm, I would have noticed that the dragon's hostility was strange. Why did it burn the forest near the village and not the village itself? The village chief noticed it, but he wasn't able to stop us. In order to forgive ourselves when we panicked during Rasudi-san's raid, we thought that attacking was our only option. Trinity attack. If we use this attack, we can even beat Tear-sama. We put all of our power to it, and we fell like pest. We were lightly whipped by its tail. Shock. The difference in power is too great. I felt extreme regret again for not being able to protect the village. While crashing down, I'm thinking of a miserable future. However, I stopped crashing down. It was Rasudi-san. Rasudi-san in her human form caught me before I hit the ground. Kudal and Karon were also caught by someone. Who are they? Dorime-san is here too. Are they his acquaintances? While I'm being overwhelmed with doubt, the battle between the dragon and the village chief has begun. The place where we are is dangerous, so we moved in a hurry. The battle between the dragon, who whipped us down, and the village chief ended with the village chief's victory, as expected of the village chief. However, it seems like the dragon was not serious. If it was serious, even if the village chief wins in the end, it could have killed the villagers and destroyed the village first, but it did not do so. From what I heard, she seems like testing the strength of the village chief. So that's why it burnt the forest and not the village. In any case, the village chief has been recognized by the dragons. I feel offended with how the dragons look at us. However, it might not be a good idea to be hostile against them. There are several dragons who came with Dorime-san and Rasudi-san. It is probably correct to not be hostile. The village chief seems to judge it like that too and receive them hospitably. At first, I wanted to retaliate because we were injured, but I did not do so. That is an unacceptable behavior for someone lacking power like us. It is shameful to demand something since our injuries are already healed with magic. That's the final code of shame. If possible, I want to receive a piece of scale to forge new equipment. No, I will not make a demand. If you could show a good performance at the banquet, that will be enough. The dragon who whipped us down seems to be Hakurin, performed, and I'm holding my side laughing. Just remembering it makes me laugh, so I won't talk about it anymore. After the dragons left, our everyday life returned to normal. The only thing different is that I slightly increased the amount of my training. I am still weak. I will continue to work hard in the future. And I also pray that strong characters that threaten our significance in this village will not settle down in this village any further than this. Chapter 74. Yuri's reflection. It seems there is a dungeon in the north of the forest. The high elves are chattering. Are they planning on diving in that dungeon? What are the merits of entering a dungeon? You can get furs, meat, and bones from monsters living in the dungeon. Won't there be treasures there? If the monsters living there has a habit of collecting gold and silver, there is a possibility, but that rarely happens. Is that so? There is no big merit in diving inside a dungeon, but it has meaning. If a dungeon was not controlled, monsters will come out and rampage. Once that happens, the devastation will not be small. I think I heard you said that before. However, if there is a race that manages the dungeon like the dungeon in the south, it is unlikely for monsters to come out. Even in a controlled dungeon, there is a possibility of monsters coming out depending on the quality of the race controlling it, so it is necessary to dive and investigate it. If the race managing the dungeon is belligerent and ambitious, there is a possibility of monsters going outside frequently. Either way, it seems like we can't leave it unattended. Upon receiving my permission, not only the high elves but the lizardmen and Ani's tension rose. The Kuros who are asking to be selected also appeared. The air they are emitting makes me want to go with them. No, a lot of things will stall. If it is like the previous dungeon, it will take more than a year, and it will be impossible for me to come back regularly. The newly arrived demon girls seem to be puzzled at first, but now they are doing various works seriously. Again, I thought of the race called demons. Demon race. There seem to be two types of demons. The first one are those who look like humans, and the other one are those who don't look like humans. The other one is also called demi-humans. The other kind that I already met are vampires, angels, high elves, Anis, lizardmen, beastkins, elder dwarves, and lamias. I understand that vampires, Anis, lizardmen, and lamias are demons, but I feel strange in classifying angels, high elves, beastkins, and elder dwarves as demons. I'll just continue to classify them as demi-humans. The other type looks like humans, but possesses magical power that exceeds humans. Frau and the newly arrived girls are of this type. Because of the large amount of magical power they possess, I thought that they are similar to mages, but that doesn't seem to be the case. They are using that large amount of magical power to give own body an ability. For example, their body can become as hard as a rock, their limbs can stretch, they can see far away, improving their hearing ability at an abnormal level. After hearing the explanation, I suddenly remember a TV show from my previous world that shows those who have freakish ability. I apologize for thinking something rude. In short, that is their only difference with humans. I'm thinking of a possibility that humans originated from demons with deteriorated ability. That's probably it. Though Frau and the girls who came here possesses a large amount of magical power, I don't feel anything different from them. They are like ordinary humans to me. Changes will occur in their body if they can't control their own magical power. If changes occur, all they have to do is to control their magical power properly, and the change will be minimized or even return back to normal. In that sense, the girls who came to this village might be excellent. No, they are really excellent girls. I heard that they came from the great households of the Demon King's country. It is normal for them to be excellent since they are forged to be excellent by their household. Why would girls from great households come here? If you want to return, I can arrange it so that you can come home. I told them to tell Frau anytime, but it seems like the girls are not hopeful for that to happen. Though they are currently residing at the inn, a house is already being built for them. It might be hard for daughters of great households to live in this village, but I want you to persevere. The food here is delicious. The bath is the best. And there is no gigantic court struggle, so I can relax. Yuri is looking around the village with Frau as her guide. Do you now understand what you tried to do? Yes, trying to invade this place is dangerous even for me. No, I will surely die. I can't even defend you since you gathered soldiers. Please think carefully first before taking action. I understand. However, I have been taught to gather soldiers as soon as possible. Is that wrong? That's not wrong. However, showing hostility to an opponent you can't win against is wrong. And since I gathered soldiers, I showed hostility. If you point your weapon to a dragon, you can't complain if it attacks you with a breath. This village has dragons. I never thought that there are really dragons here. I'm sure that it was some sort of deception. I won't blame you for that since I'm the same before coming to this village. From what I heard, Demon King Sama told you not to get involved with this village. I was wrong to ignore Father's warning. But it's Frorum's fault to suddenly leave me. I apologize with what happened. I understand the reason now, so there is no need for you to apologize. By the way, are you really sure this is safe? Yes. Please throw it with all your might. As she's urged by Frau, Yuri threw the ball she had, and several Kuros run after the ball. The one who got the ball came to Yuri with a praise me expression. Why, you brought it back. Good job. Yuri was able to praise it, but she was not able to pat the head of the Kuro, so Frau does it on her stead. Even one inferno wolf entering a city will cause a catastrophe, but here, they are acting cute like this. Right. It seems like you are good with them. Do I? It also took me some time before I was able to pat them. How are you able to get along with them? I wonder, probably, as a result of being beaten in a chess match. Chess? The board game you taught us in the inn. The Inferno Wolves can play it too. The chess champion of this village is Cure-Insan. He's the Inferno Wolf lying under that tree. He's strong. I never won against him. That's a surprise. Right. It's almost time for lunch. Shall we go back? Yes, I'm looking forward to it since the food here is delicious. They are the best tasting food, however. When you get used to it, I don't think you would want to go home. Do I have to go home? Don't ask nonsense. How about taking back a chef? I'm an imperial princess. Note, the princess is called Auhai, which is different and definitely not a shortened term of the usually used Oheim. Do you think your title will affect anyone from this village? Ugh. Digression. Frau, can I ask you something? Ria-san, what is it? Why are you calling the Demon King's daughter Auheim? Isn't she an Aoju? It is because the Demon King's title is not hereditary, but an appointment type of title. It was a custom to call the daughter of the current Demon King as Auheim, and once he retired, his daughter will then be called Aoju. Hef, then is the Aoji like that too? Note, Aoji means prince, Aoji is Aoji. Once the Demon King retires, his son will no longer be called Aoji. I see. Well, even if I say that it is an appointment system, it is basically similar to hereditary system, since the Demon King will be chosen from a certain group. Is that so? Yes. Though it is clear that only the one with superior ability will be chosen as the Demon King. Won't it be a problem if a certain family forces their way and do some troublesome things? It is, especially that there are a few ambitious houses. By the way, when did you know that Yuri-sama is an Auheim? From the start. It is really obvious. Then the village chief. I don't think he noticed it. Please keep it a secret. No problem, but if you really want to conceal it, it would be better for you to pay attention to the person in question. She sometimes brags about her father. I'll keep that in mind. Chapter 75. Yuri returns. It is similar to a tradition that happens every year. Tradition, you mean Demon King Sama's greetings? Not really, but it is some sort of event that always happens every now and then. Like how a low-status girl tries to gain the favor of a person from the upper echelon to establish her position. Yes, that's it. That's how others see it. You mean, I need to know my place? That's right, so I will say it once more. I have the lowest status here, and you are a subordinate of that someone on the bottom. The village chief is the top of this village. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Sort of. Are you talking about last night's incident, when I sneaked into the village chief's room? Yes, what you've done is similar to a commoner barging into the king's bed. It won't be strange if you were decapitated on the spot. That's an exaggeration. You think I'm exaggerating? Do you really think so? Aedo, I'm sorry. It's a good thing that you said that you mistakenly entered his room. However, the only one who believed that was the village chief. Isn't it good as long as the village chief was deceived? Regarding the stories about the tradition, did you ever heard a man of the upper echelon got angry to a woman of low status? I don't get what you're trying to say. The upper echelon man will not get angry. It would have been good if that's all there is, but the upper echelon woman will definitely be angered with what the low status woman did. You mean? I don't care if you die, but at least testify that I'm not involved. Why, Frorum-san? I'm just joking around. Please help me. I saw how the girls Frau work and understood their specialties. They are civil servants. If we are a company, they would be the office workers, secretaries, and receptionists. They got nothing to do with the business, but they are the ones supporting the organization. And there are 10 of them. I think their number is too much for this village. Should I let them handle business? Their etiquette is solid and they can also negotiate. Anyway, I'll have them do their best helping Frau for now. However, even though they're reliable, they can also be absent-minded. To mistakenly took my room as the toilet. That was dangerous. I'm glad that the others took her out. But why is she stark naked if she's just going to the toilet? Probably a practice in this world. Toilet as a makeup space? No, I think it is better to say that it is a change room space. Let's ask them next time. Though I'm practicing horseback riding, I'm not getting any better. I don't fall because there's a saddle, but rather than riding, my problem is turning. The horse never does what I tell it to, and I'm already halfway on giving up. Then, I came up with a solution. Go straight ahead. I had the Kuros follow me and have them guide the horse according to my instruction. Hooray! It's finally running according to my order. No, this is different from the horse riding I imagined. I feel sorry for scaring this poor horse. Maybe I should build a mutual trust relationship with this horse. Let's patiently bait it with friendship. A survey team was organized and left for the dungeon in the north. I called them survey team instead of capture team because they might overdo it. The members are 10 high elves, 3 lizard men, 2 Anis, 30 inferno wolves, 1 to 3 spiderlings riding on each inferno wolf's back. From the south dungeon, 3 lamias. About 20 lamia follower big snake monsters. I want you to return safely. I talked about standard in the village, especially about the amount of liquor. I heard that outside the village, there seems to be no unified standard. Because of that, I decided for this village to make its own standard. I have the all-purpose farming tool. If I transform the all-purpose farming tool into a ruler, I can measure my previous world's millimeter, centimeter, and even meter. I thought of the chance of measurement deviating, so I tried transforming it several times, but it gave the same length measurement. Likewise, I can also transform the all-purpose farming tool to a measuring cup to measure liter. In regards to weight, what should I do? Well, the weight of 1 liter of water should be 1 kilogram. Though I remember that it changes with respect to water temperature, I don't remember how much it will be affected. I think there is a noticeable change in about 4 degrees, but how can I measure temperature? There's no need for me to match the standard of my former world. I only require a standard. With that, the standard unit for length, volume, and weight were established. Digression. Amazing. Each of Village Chief's field is always 50 meters. I really did it. I'm really amazing. From Big Tree to the river, we measured 52 times of 100 meters. Even if we remove the 200 meters, it is safe to say that it is about 5 kilometers. It should be fine. Yes, I felt like it's fine since I'm amazing. When the autumn harvest was about to begin, Yuri, Frau's guest, will go home. She's here for about 3 months. She already got accustomed to the life in this village. She sometimes helps the Beastkins in squeezing sugar and extracting oil, so the Beastkins said that they will miss her. The girls who came with Yuri also said that they'll miss her, but none of them said anything about wanting to go home with her. I'm sorry. The blunder I made in the capital, I'm going to compensate for it by working and starting all over here. I cannot repay the kindness this village showed to me by training the immature me. I will train my resolve until then. I still can't return since there's still a field I need to take care of. I have no excuse. All of the girls who came together with her decided to stay in this village. You girls, can you please put down the plate full of food and cup full of wine on your hands first and say that again? It is what everyone, and also their independent desire, so I guess there's no problem. I recently learned that Yuri is the Demon King's daughter. I always thought that she's a lady with high status, but I never thought that she's a princess. Is it all right for her to stay in this village? Beazle has come here several times already. Why is he not picking her up? I don't really get why. In any case, I don't have a bad impression on her. After the banquet in the pretext of farewell party, she returned with Beazle together with some souvenirs. At a later date, Yuri demanded Beazle to increase the number of messages we are sending on each other via the small wyvern. Demon King's castle. Beazle, when my daughter returned from the village, she became strangely dignified. I feel like she has become more reliable. I agree, but I don't know the reason. Why are you telling me this? Recently, you and my daughter are getting along well, right? I am just mediating with the message your daughter wants to send. Is that so? By the way, has my daughter said anything about me in those messages? What do you mean? Recently, my daughter has been cold to me. Can you think of a reason? No, I'm not sure. Yesterday, she only greeted me in the morning and at night. Is it not because Demon King Sama is busy? No, that can't be. Even if I appeal to her during my free time several times, she's still like that. I also have a daughter, so I might know the reason. I think because she's at her pubescence age. The case of my daughter is different. Demon King Sama. It might be cruel of me to say, but there is a possibility that a daughter has become an adult without her parents knowing. Adult, a man, indeed if it is a man, who, I'll kill him. Demon King Sama, Demon King Sama. You'll just hurt your stomach if you continue acting that way. H. Damn. We're still not sure. Please calm down. Also, it is almost time for the meeting. Did you look at the data from the West battlefield? This is not the time to have a meeting. If you don't prioritize the meeting, you'll be disliked by the princess. That's not the problem, Mum. Yes. I will tell the princess what Demon King Sama wants to convey, so please do your best at the meeting. Really? Are you telling the truth? Please. Please leave it to me. Then, let's head towards the conference room. Why yes. Oh, wait a second. I will just transform for a bit, okay. Phew-ha-ha-ha-ha. Let's decide the fate of the fools who dare to attack the Demon King's kingdom. Yeah. Beazle is good with his words. Chapter 76. Autumn Harvest, Mountain Elf and Pottery. autumn harvest has come. Well, though we have already harvested the fields several times before autumn, the time to harvest is still autumn harvest after all. We're working silently. The main harvesters are the high elves, lizardmen, and beastkins. I'm currently managing a harvesting work center. The fruits are being harvested by the spiderlings. Although the Kuros are not helpful with harvesting crops, they are doing their best to hunt even though they're hunting partners. The high elves are all busy harvesting. Frau's subordinates, although they all have improved, making them help with harvesting will be a little troublesome. By the way, since we can't call them demon girls due to most of the villagers are demons, after various consultations, we decided to call them civil servant girls. The civil servant girls are helping with harvesting by measuring the yield of our harvest. They measure all of the harvests before they are taken to the warehouse. With this, we finally got a grip of inventory control of our crops. The person in charge of that is Frau. Tyr is going to give birth soon, so I had her rest and make sure she doesn't overdo things. Lou, who already experienced giving birth, is staying beside her. The angels are patrolling as usual. The dwarves are brewing alcohol as usual. From this part up to this part of the warehouse will be for brewing alcohol. I participated in harvesting work in order to secure the raw materials for alcohol brewing. Rasudi and Hakurin also tried to help with the harvesting work, but unfortunately, they are inadequate. It can't even be considered as help. Because of that, they are now assigned as the transporter of the harvested crops. Given the volume of our harvest, I judged that it would be better if they are transported immediately. Rasudi will transport goods to Michael-san of Shashato City via Dorim's Nest. Although we can always ask the Lamias, their speed is incomparable to the speed of a flying dragon. Hakurin will transport things to Doors and Raymarin's place. The season's greeting is included. The place of my mother and father are in the opposite direction. Then, is it all right to only send things to one of them? You just scared me with those words. Then, will you transport them? Please. I'll do my best. Hakurin head to the southern continent, where Raymarin lives first, then go back to the village, and head to the northern continent, where Doors is this time. Though her flight speed is overwhelmingly faster compared to Rasudi, it still took her 2 weeks to transport goods on both continents. Rasudi came back a week after she left because she only traveled in a short distance. Both of them brought some things back. Rasudi brought marine products from Shashato City. When Rasudi arrived in the city, a huge sea monster that looks like a whale approached the city. Michael-san requested Rasudi to exterminate it with marine products as compensation. The huge monster that looks like a whale is being dismantled by the people of the city. After they secure its meat, it will be sent to us via Lamia transport. Hakurin's souvenir is a bit troublesome. Dark elf. 20 brown-skinned elves. They are lined up and fully armed. Our race is called Mountain Elf. Is that so? My apologies. You resemble the race I know, so I nonchalantly said that. No, perhaps our race is also called that. We don't mind whatever you call us, so please feel free to call us whatever you like. Hahote. I'll think about it later. So, can I consider every one of you present as everyone? These 20 mountain elves are all females. Yes, we are already everyone. Is that so, everyone already? Originally, they lived in a certain mountain, but the food situation seems to have deteriorated. They were forced to move to another place and met a guardian beast who is protecting the place where they moved. That guardian beast is Raymarin's subordinate. It seems like their story passed through Raymarin, and she decided to have them go to this village for some reason. Though she planned to have them move here after several years, since Hakurin came, she had her pick them up. Why did Raymarin does that? She recommended us to this place because this is pretty new and we can work hard here. Perhaps they don't have veto rights, even I don't have one. I understand. Because you are introduced by Raymarin, I'll accept you to this village. By the way, there are high elves in this village. You don't have problems with that, right? You don't have a conflict with them, right? Yes. There's no problem. Good reply, but I still have to hear the representative of the high elves, Ria. Ria, are you high elves okay with them living in this village? We're fine with it. You can easily identify mountain elves with their ears. Though we are of similar race, our ability is different, so we really don't have a hierarchical relationship. That's good. What a relief. I want you to get used to the way of life in this village, but I won't be unreasonable and force you to work. If you notice anything unacceptable, let me know. I understand. For the time being, I had the mountain elves stay at the inn. I was worried about who'll take care of them, so I decided to have 2 high elves to take care of them. Let's build a house for them to settle in once the spring comes. However, the race called Mountain Elf. Perhaps it will be easier for them to live in Howling Village than here. Let's discuss it with them later. Tyr's delivery began. Unlike Lou, her delivery is long. Long, but I can't do anything about it. The high elves and Anis are doing their best. Because I can't do anything and I can't calm my mind, I need clay outside. It is for pottery. There are clay on a certain part of the Lamia's dungeon, so I asked them to bring some here. I'm needing clay in order to make a container for alcohol because it has always been a problem of the dwarves. They are usually stored in barrels, but the content will be volatilized in wooden barrels. Wine and distilled liquor are fine being stored in barrels since they taste better as they age, but there are some alcoholic beverages that are not suitable to be stored in barrels, especially alcohols brewed from rice. Though we can store them in glass bottles here are valuable. I have gained a reasonable number of them from Howling Village, but recently, all of them are now filled with alcohol. I tried buying glass bottle from Michaelson, but I gave up after hearing the price. Therefore, thinking of a replacement for glass bottle, I recalled pottery. I'm making a pot. I made the clay into a string shape and make a pot-like shape by coiling that string butt. It is quite difficult. Should I practice first by making a bowl? While I was doing my best to shape it, my child was born without me noticing. An energetic girl, Tyr is also safe. Great. When I immediately went to where they are to see them, the others saw my muddy body, so they sent me to the bath. Chapter 77. The return of the survey team and arrival of winter. My child was named by Tyr Taisel. She's a girl, I want her to grow healthy. When Tyr was finally okay, a banquet for her childbirth begins. I drunk a little too much. Alfred now has a little sister, but it seems like he doesn't understand it yet. The representative of the mountain elves is Ya. She's somewhat confused when she was shown of the life in this village, but there were no major incidents. She finally gets accustomed after 10 days. At first, their group tried hunting. They are good at making traps, and that's how they usually hunt, but it seems like they were unable to get any result since they are unfamiliar with the beasts in the forest. They also tried mining work and other processing jobs. They are also seem to be capable fighters. However, I never expected them to be good at pottery. When they saw me fingering and groping clay, they somehow got interested, but they are overwhelmingly more skillful than me. Though we're still in the trial and error phase on firing earthenware, we're doing great since the kiln was still fine. We decided to concentrate on pottery this winter. When it is almost winter, the survey team who headed for the dungeon in the north came back. They brought a large amount of materials taken from monsters they have faced, and they are proud of their achievements. There are friendly titans living in the dungeon. They cooperated with our investigation. The dungeon spreads to the north, but we weren't able to check everything since it is considerably large. Is it dangerous inside the dungeon? Yes, we confirmed the existence of several bloody vipers. Exterminating them will be extremely dangerous, so we ran away. But if we really want to capture the dungeon, we have to defeat them. Bloody Viper, the big snake. It is the one that acted violently together with a big bear before. Shall I go? When I proposed that, Rasudi and Hakurin stepped forward and talk. The village chief may not leave. Right, we will handle it. If you're going, then it will be great, however. I find it strange for you to suddenly move voluntarily. Why? You don't have to think too much about it. Yeah, it's not that unusual. When I interrogated them, they confessed. Eating bloody viper's meat seems to have an energetic effect. Energetic? You mean it has an aphrodisiac effect? It seems like its meat is useful for those who wish to make a child. When we obtained one before, I cooked it and ate it, but when I looked around, everyone averted their gaze, which means they knew. I shook my head since it seems like I'm the only one who doesn't know. Because there are only a few opportunities to eat bloody viper. From what I remember, it seems really effective, but it's not like I'm anxious about it. Ma, I get it now and I don't mind it at all. Let's wait for the spring first. After saying that, everyone around dispersed. The survey team sorted the things they brought and put them on the warehouse. energetic when the spring comes. Ah, let's not think about the future. At least it was not in winter where I have no place to escape. It is now winter. It's cold. I want to talk about mail shortage and introduction of money. I proposed a meeting and gathered every major personality of the village. I understand the shortage of mail, but what about the money? I think it is necessary if we think about the future. Is that so? I think everything is fine as it is. I'm expecting things to be troublesome if we continue with our present style. Was there something that inconvenienced the village chief? Presently, all of the things in this village is the village chief's, mine. Even the prey they hunted are presented to me first, and I'll be the one responsible to distribute them. When someone wants something, they have to ask for my permission first. It was all right during our early days, but there are a lot of people now. My work is delayed if I have to listen to every single little request. The village work is also delayed since I have to be contacted first. To be honest, they can decide on small things on their own as long as it will be reported to me eventually, but I can't imagine them doing that immediately. As for me, I just want to focus on my farm work. I'm already starting to think of throwing the village management to either Frau or Rasudi. However, that won't work, so I'll have to move it in a direction where everyone will feel at ease. Do you already have a plan for introducing money? By attaching price to things, I thought that we can have everyone voluntarily make some small exchanges. However, I expect that not everyone will be familiar with money immediately, and it will just violently swung the price of things. Economy is a monster. It is not something an amateur like me can suddenly control. Then, we'll take small steps. This will be the first stage. I put out a stone carved to the shape, slightly larger than a coin, in front of everyone. I carved a picture of a big tree on one side of the coin and carved the shrine of the god of agriculture on the other side. This is the first stage we'll use before money, a reward medal. What's the use of this? I'll distribute some of it once a year. I see. If we can exchange things for this reward medal, we can probably really do something. Right. It is more of a voucher than money. I'll give this to those who contributed to the village, and also to the winners of competitions and games. Ew. First of all, I'll have everyone get accustomed to this, then we'll gradually shift to money. It's a long-term plan. How are you planning to do it? Let's try this out for a year. And now it's decided. By the way, if you're really going to distribute this reward medal to the villagers, you need a certain amount, but I think that there is no bad person in this village, but counterfeiting is troublesome. That's why I elaborate things to them. Currently, only me can process stones since I have the all-purpose farming tool. We'll only use this at the beginning. That's right, only at the beginning. I'm persuading myself while silently making reward medals in silence this winter. If you really want to forge one yourself, you can always try. I added another one on the side after putting some hidden symbols. The troublesomeness in making one has improved. There was no discussion regarding the mail shortage. Chapter 78. Spring and Reward Medal. The spring has come. We received various messages on different places via the small wyverns. From Howling Village, their usual request for grains. From Mikkelsan of Shashato City, crops that can be bought. From Beazle from the Demon King's castle, along with New Year's greetings, an order sheet from Princess Yuri. After consulting Frau's civil servant girls, we sell a certain amount of crops. Though there are things that I wanted to ask Michael-san for, the money accumulated in the village has already been used up. This time, I'll consult everyone about the usage of money. New fields were made. Since there are many demands this year, expansion has been decided. First of all is the soybean field for soy sauce and miso. Next are fields for the rare trees and plants I got from doors. Another reason is for trading. We have to increase our crop production for Michael-san. Although I have the all-purpose farming tool, there is a limit of what one man can do alone. I expanded the field from the current 16 by 32 fields to the east, so it is now 24 by 32 fields. I also expanded the medicinal herb field from 4 by 4 to 4 by 8. The fruit area has been expanded to the north. From the current 8 by 8, it is now 8 by 12 fields. Compared to the time when I was starting building a farm, it is now quite big. I want to raise more variety of crops. I distributed reward medals to the villagers. 3 pieces per person. I also gave the Kuros 30 pieces, but it is still impossible for me to give each one of them. I also gave Zabuton 30 pieces since I can't give each one of the spiders. Since they are the representatives, I gave 10 each to the leaders of each race. The representative of the Inferno Wolves, Kuro, the representative of the Demon Spiders, Zabuton, the representative of the Vampires, Lu, the representative of the Angels, Tyr, the representative of the High Elves, Rhea, the representative of the Anis, Anne, the representative of the Lizardmen, Daga, the representative of the Beastkins, Senna, the representative of the Dwarves, Donovan, the representative of the Civil Servant Girls, Frau, the representative of the Dragons, Rasudi, the representative of the Mountain Elves, Ya. After that, there are still Rasudi's servants, the Devils, Bees, and Slimes. By the way, the Bees already declined, and their message was passed to me via Zabuton. I failed to communicate with the slime. Rasudi's servant said that the 3 they received, like every inhabitant of this village, are already enough. Finally, 100 for the village chief, me. I won't use this 100 pieces since I plan on giving them as a reward or prize. Because I can make and give it out anytime I want, I don't have a way of securing or maintaining its value, so I did not make a lot. For the time being, let's see what will happen to this 100 pieces on me this year. I don't even know if the reward medal will work. The villagers are free to trade reward medals with each other, but if they lose it, they will not be compensated. Theft, blackmail, exploitation using position will be severely punished. Even if it is not related to the reward medal, those who will commit those crimes will be severely punished. What is the severe punishment? How about banishment from the village? That's severe indeed. I don't think anyone will do it, but I will thoroughly inform them. Please. We announced a list of things that can be traded with the reward medal. The ratio will be 1 item, 1 medal. 1 furniture of your choice. 1 gaming equipment of your choice. 1 tool of your choice. 1 available weapon in the warehouse. 1 available armor in the warehouse. 1 available jewelry in the warehouse. 1 equipment of your choice. Alcoholic beverage medium barrel. Honey small bottle. Increase of fields of the crop of your choice will start after the medal was paid. Residential area improvement of your choice will start after the medal was paid. Others anything you desire. I wrote various things on the list, but most of them wanted the alcoholic beverage. What kind of alcoholic beverage can be exchanged for the medal? Is it any alcohol of your choice? The amount is already guaranteed, 1 medium barrel, so it doesn't matter what kind it is. As the result, the villagers are drinking the alcoholic beverage of their choice. By the way, that barrel size is about 4 liters. If they wanted to drink it during a meal, 8 people will probably be able to enjoy it. I still don't know if that is a lot or too few. After all, when there is a banquet in the village, it is drink all you can. The next most popular things are furnitures and gaming equipments. Until now, since everyone is cohabitating with everyone is equal in both good and bad sense. For example, even if they want to sleep on a straw futon bed, they can't since we can only prepare hard bed for everyone. However, by using the reward medal, it is now possible. Never thought it will be this big. Furniture such as shelves, beds, tables, and chairs, and gaming equipment such as chess and reversi were requested. Reward medal. A problem brought by it came out immediately. First is that most villagers exchanged the reward medals for alcohol. They did not drink it immediately, but hoard them on their own rooms. I know that they love to drink, but I never thought that they would exchange all 3 reward medals for alcohol immediately. After learning about it, I thought that it would be much better to give away alcohol instead of medals. But my idea was rejected because they are troublesome to carry. Anyway, it is probably because they don't trust the value of the reward medal yet. This will only be solved by seeing the result in the future. Next problem is, betting has begun with chess, shogi, go, mini bowling, golf, mahjong, etc. I did not prohibit betting, but I banned debts lending and borrowing reward medal. I don't want the villagers to become degenerates because of debts. Also, I would prefer them betting in smaller units. With that, they would be able to enjoy playing for a long time. There are also a lot of trade requests for furnitures and gaming equipments than expected. The problem with that is I'm involved in production. For furnitures, I only need to process wood, but for gaming equipments, I'm involved in every detail. It will take too much time to make them if I leave it to others, because they don't have the all-purpose farming tool like me. I will also have to let several villagers to help me full-time on making gaming equipments. We'll do our best to make them, but now I don't think that the introductory reward medal price of the gaming equipments is correct. I'll prepare gaming equipments for reward medal trade next time. Taking orders, then making them is a bad idea. There are also various other problems that came out. What surprised me the most was that a beast girl chose others anything you desire, and said that she wanted to have a child with me. Immediately after, a lot of villagers followed her lead. No, I rejected them all. I think it is a bad idea to trade a reward medal for a child. First of all, I don't want to lay my hands on the beast girls other than Senna. Please forgive me. I somehow managed to persuade her to downgrade her request to 1 whole day date plus eating my personally cooked food. My busy time has increased, an amusing way to use the reward medal. It is still difficult. It is not running in the way I expect it to be. However, let's continue this for a year. For the time being, I'm planning an event with reward medals as prize. The first one should be an athletic meet. Chapter 79. A certain high elf. Reward medal. It was carved by the village chief. It was made so it can be traded for various things, but this should be kept without trading it. To trade it for something is blasphemy. I'll display it in my room. No, I should pray at it. In any case, the village chief has given us a place where we can live in peace. He's a human, but he's not really human. He is a god. Only a god will be served by the inferno wolves, demon spiders, vampires, and angels. Ah, forgive me for my sin of not knowing how to worship you. The least I can do is giving my body. I would like to give birth to his child if possible. Ah, I can't. Haughty thoughts, begone. I should already be satisfied with God's mercy. I have a lot of rivals today. Though I won't hit someone with the same faith, I can intimidate them. Shea, I was intimidated so I left. Scary. However, I will not give up. The next day I was called by Rhea. She said that the reward medal must be used for trade and I should not keep it for myself. What is she saying? What is she thinking? Someone who has similar way of thinking as me asked Rhea. According to Rhea, it seems like it is what they talked about in a meeting before with the village chief. A meeting before. It is probably a strictly confidential meeting. It seems like the meeting was called upon by the village chief with the attendees doing their ugly arguments in front of him. I would like to participate, but in order to do that, I have to defeat Rhea. It will be tough with my current ability. I will not give it up. I will use my very effort. The story wandered. Rhea says that the village chief will feel bad if we don't utilize the reward medal. Was that really the case? However, I really want to keep it, so I decided to keep one and use the two. It can't be helped. Let's trade these 2 pieces. I don't really have something in mind to trade for, so I'm having a hard time thinking of what to trade for it. What about a futon? Yeah, I want the same as the village chief is using. However, if I suddenly cheerfully trade, it might look like I don't really value the reward medal. Let's check the situation first. The dwarves traded all 3 pieces for alcohol at once. I was surprised. My mouth is even wide open. I have some kind of respect for the dwarves because of their passion for alcohol. However, to suddenly trade them all for it, I'm probably making a really weird face. One of the dwarves secretly told me. The representative of the dwarves, Donovan, will hand 1 reward medal to each dwarf, so he told them to use the 3 they have in hand to their liking. The village chief also knows the thirsty souls of the dwarves, so he only took 2 of their reward medals in consideration. I see. Wonderful. Rhea, to give each of us 1 is impossible. Each representative was given 10 each, and with the numbers of high elves, it is impossible for her to distribute it. It's frustrating, but I gave up since there's no point in thinking about it. I refresh my feeling and trade the 2 pieces I have. Thanks to the dwarves, I now feel that they are easy to replace. Then, this is my chance. I looked at the list and examined it closely. Now then, I'll have a futon. I tried to say those words, but somehow, I swallowed them. It is because of the words that I heard. What do you want the village chief to make for you, chess or go? What furniture would you like to request the village chief? Yes, change of plan. Though I'm regretful of not getting a futon, Exchanging the reward medals for handcrafted items made by the village chief is not a bad trade at all. There are now 3 treasures in my room: 1 reward medal, 1 chess board, 1 big shelf. Though the last one is an ordinary shelf, it is something the village chief and I made together. The reward medal will only be used this year, and it is undecided if it will continue next year, but I would like it to circulate next year too. There is an awesome beast girl. She asked the village chief for a child using the reward medal. I never thought of using it that way. Unfortunately, she did not succeed. Let's take a note of this for future reference. By the way, today is my turn to go to the village chief's house. Fufufu, I'll do my best. Chapter 80. Character Introduction and Mem. Big Tree Village Human. Mashio Hiraku. Transmigrator. Village Chief of Big Tree Villa. All-purpose farming tool healthy body a place, with not so many people his request, which was granted by God. Working hard on farming. Inferno Wolves. Kira. Boss of the group, loves tomatoes. A large dog head is as high as a human waist with dagger-like horn on its head. He's a wolf. Yuki. Boss partner. Loves tomatoes, strawberries, and sugar cane. Kuroichi M, Kuroni M, Kurasan F, Kurian M. Kuro and Yuki's pups. Alice. Kuroichi's partner, graceful, Iris. Kuroni's partner, lively. Uno. Kurasan's partner. Should be strong, Eris. Kurian's partner, loves onions. Ferocious, Kurogo M, Kuroro M, Kuranana F, Kurohachi F. Kuroichi's younger siblings. Fuboki. Eris and Kurian's pup, Cossidus Wolf, Mas-yuki. Iris and Kuroni's pup, has a wolf harem, others a lot of them. Their horns are molting during spring. They look for partners at the end of spring. They work hard in summer. They give birth in autumn. Pups born that year will have horn during autumn. Their first horn will only exist for a short period of time. Demon Spider. Zabuton. Illegal demon spider. Weaver of the village. Body size is about 4 tatami mats. Loves potatoes. Has done various things in the past. Spiderlings. Zabuton's children. There are plenty of them. Born during winter, hibernation, non-deterministic information, and leaves in the spring. Some of them will remain with Zabuton. Size and name, fist. Shadow spider, others, magazine. Car spider, drow spider, trap spider, others. Half tatami mat. Death spider, neck-hanging spider, others. 2 tatami mat. Ash spider, others. Over 10 meters. Demon spider. Over 20 meters. Great demon spider. 4 tatami mat. Illegal demon spider. Gnostic bee. Bee. The village's bees. Has a symbiotic relationship with the spiderlings. They offer honey to the village. Queen bee. Gnostic bee, queen bee. Worker bee. Gnostic bee farmer. Soldier bee. Gnostic bee warrior. Vampire. Lulashilu. The famous blood-sucking princess. Good at magic, can fly. For her, neck is a prize. Loves tomatoes. Long silver hair. Can freely change the size age of her body. Flora Sakutu. Lu's cousin. Neck-long silver hair. Knowledgeable in pharmacy. Doing her best to research about miso and soy sauce. She also can freely change the size age of her body. Oni. Anne. An employed maid of Flora's clan. Representative of the Anis. Head maid. Keeps professional distance with others. Only at day, aggressive at night. Ramurias. Person in charge of the beastkins. 18 other Anis, all women. In charge of housekeeping in the village. Trained to cook and had improved considerably. Began to cook their own original dishes. Angel. Tyr. Has a title called Angel of Annihilation. Lu's rival, now her good friend. Loves cucumbers, good at magic, can fly, golem user. Gran Maria / Koodle / Koron. Tyr's subordinates. The 3 of them are called Angels of Holocaust. Gives the vibes of Valkyrie and Walkyrie, sometimes moves with the village chief. Lizardman. Daga. Sirius has a wife, has a scarf on his right arm, a strong person. 14 other lizardmen, 9 are females. It is difficult to differentiate male and female. Hatchlings. Born from eggs, hatches before winter. High elf. Rhea. Representative of the high elves. In charge of construction in the village. Also knows how to smith, pretty versatile. Like all elves, excellent at archery. Risu / Riri / Rifu / Rikoto / Rise / Rita. Rhea's relatives. Rafa/Rasa/Raru/Ramai. Rafa's family. Merged with Ria's group, Rarasha. Rafa's relative, good at making barrel, other high elves more than 40. Their ages range from 200–400 years. Every one of them is a female. Demon King Gulgold's kingdom. Demon King Gulgold. Demon King should be super strong. Bezel Climb Chrome. 4 heavenly kings, in charge of diplomacy. Frorim Chrome. Nickname Frau, daughter of Bezel, schoolmate of the princess. Migrated to the village, she gives the vibes of an ace of a sports club. Yuri. Demon King's daughter, ignorant in some aspects, stayed in the village for several months. Civil servant girls. Yuri and Frau's classmates of acquaintances. Have excellent academic ability. Noble ladies, playing an active part in the village as Frau's subordinates. Dragon. Dorim. Dragon that built a nest in the mountain in the south. Loves apples, can transform. Called as the gatekeeper dragon. Grafaroon. Dorim's wife, beautiful blonde woman, acquaintance of Zabutin, called as the White Dragon Princess. Rasutisumun. Nickname Rasuti, Dorim and Grafaroon's daughter, loves dried persimmon. Called Crazy Dragon, or Dragon of Misfortune. In her human form, she has horns on her head and tail on her butt. Gives the vibes of a serious student council president and disciplinary committee chairman. Doors. Dorim's father, dandy middle-aged man, called as the Dragon King, Raymarin. Dorim's mother, gentle-looking middle-aged woman, called as the Typhoon Dragon, Hakurin. Dorim's older sister, eldest, unmarried, true dragon, Sogern. Dorim's older sister, second eldest, married, a woman with determined eyes, called as the Magic Dragon, Maxbergak. Suyern's husband, strong-looking macho that looks similar to a certain general, called as the Evil Dragon. Herzenark. Suyern and Maxbergak's daughter, a girl smaller than Rasuti, called as the Violent Dragon, Sekyern. Dorim's younger sister, third daughter, unmarried, gorgeous curly-haired woman. Flame Dragon, Demame. Dorim's younger brother, unmarried. Eichmann young man, Devil. Gochi. Male, Dorim's attendant, Dorim's advisor, Bulga. Female Devil Rasuti servant, Stefano. Female Devil Rasuti servant, Beastkins. Gulf. Messenger from the East Mountain Howling Village, Dog Beastkin. Should be a fairly strong warrior, Senna. Migrant from the East Mountain Howling Village, Dog Beastkin, daughter of the village chief. Beastkin representative of Big Tree Village, 21 other Beastkin migrants. Female's oldest is about the age of a middle schooler, 3 other Beastkin migrants. Male age is similar to kindergarten, elder dwarf. Donovan, first dwarf to came to the village, expert in alcoholic beverage making. As the number of dwarves has increased, he became the representative of the dwarves. Wilcox/Cross. Dwarves who came to the village after Donovan, experts in alcoholic beverage making. Other dwarves, lured by the wine here and migrated without me knowing. Shashato City. Michael Goron. Human, merchant, president of the Goron Company, person with common sense. Alfred. Child between Hiraku and the vampire Lu. Son will be a great man in the future. The village chief and Lu wants to raise him, but he's always with the Oni maids. Tysel. Child between Hiraku and the angel tier. Daughter. Like Alfred, she is being raised by the Oni maids. Others. Slime. Number increases on their own. There are now various types of them. Confirmed the newly discovered type called wine slime. Cow. Produce milk. However, it is unsure if this is similar to the cow in the previous world. Chicken. Lay eggs. However, the way it lays eggs is different from the chicken in the previous world. Goat. Naughty at first but quiet now, gives goat milk. Horse. Purchased to be the mount of the village chief. Has not been tamed by the village chief yet. Chapter 81. Villager Gathering Plan and Sports Festival Planning. A demand for new gaming toy appeared, and I suddenly remember the existence of tic-tac-toe. I carved 3 vertical and horizontal lines into a 3x3 board and drill a hole in the middle of each space where you can stick the symbols I made. I tried it and found out that it is overwhelmingly advantageous if one were to mark the central space, so I made a 4x4 board. It is quite profound. Even if one already lined up a row, both parties sometimes don't notice it. By the way, it is a rule failure if both parties didn't declare who won first. It is unexpectedly overlooked most times, which results to come from behind defeat. I also made a 5x5 board, but it's a failure. It takes too much time and really hard to play. Reward medal, you started something strange. Dorame is having a conversation with Rhapsody, while enjoying the regular 3x3 tic-tac-toe board. Dorame's visit to the village has decreased. It is probably related to Harem, or is it the result of the Lamia transport? He can obtain things he wanted even without going here. Harem joined their conversation. Dorame-chan, by chance, do you not want to meet your Wanachan? Hahaha, you're joking, Anki. Is that so? Then, are you going to my house to play too? Oh, of course. However, I heard you're doing a lot of things. It is a good thing that you came here, since I can hear your voice now. I'm only joking, you don't have to panic that much. By the way, Rasudi-chan, may I also use the reward medal you receive as our race's representative in something? Yeah, I can't think of what to use it for. Do you have anything in mind? Could it be possibly used to gather some humans and demons? Anki, if you're thinking of a sacrificial ritual, please stop. Now Dorame-chan, do you really think your Wanachan will do such a thing? I'll get angry. I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, the village chief. You want to gather humans and demons. It was proposed during a meeting with the race's representatives. It was proposed using the reward medal. The intention was to solve the problem I had said before. Males in this village are too few. If we don't bring up people who can do farm work beside me, the village will collapse if something happens to me. The proposal to solve those two problems was to gather humans and demons. Indeed, I don't think it is bad, but how many are you planning to gather? I think the more the better. That might be so, but if the population suddenly increase, will we be okay? Up to now, we can still adapt and support everyone even if the population increase. However, we're talking about gathering a number of people to formally form a village. Rapid population growth will have many problems. Honestly speaking, when the 10 civil servant girls came, we have expected problems to arise. However, Frau flawlessly handles them well, so there were no problems. But I will be too naive if I think that the same will happen now. I don't know how they plan on bringing them here or what connection they plan to use, but problems will definitely arise if a lot of new people migrates in this village. Therefore, it is proposed that we'll make a new village in another place. What do you mean? It means as it sounds. We'll make a new village in a different location and gather humans and demons to farm there. I see. There will be problems if they suddenly came here, so you'll separate them from the start. Not bad, no, I think it's a good idea. I understand. This is a proposal meeting, so no decision yet. The one with the final say will be the village chief. Of course, it means that it is my responsibility to decide. I don't want to escape from responsibility, but I want to be more of a farmer than a village chief. So when I proposed a majority decision, it was denied by the majority. The majority agreed that only I have the right to decide. Moreover, under a harsh environment, I have been persuaded to be a strong leader that can decide when necessary. Frau was also on the side that persuading me, so it is useless for me to hand over the power to decide to the governor. Therefore, I decided, let's gather villagers and make a new village. After that, I returned the submitted reward medal. It is not a personal appeal. This is something that can be proposed directly without using it. Though I decided to gather villagers and make a new village, I'm not doing anything. There is nothing to do. There is no need for me to do anything at this moment. The High Elves and the Kuros are surveying several places to select for the new village. I thought that it is good to select a place beside a river, but if the river overflowed, it will be a big problem. They also have to keep in mind that the place should not irritate the monsters living in the forest. I'll leave it to them. In regards to gathering villagers, Frau, Rasudi, and Hakurin are talking with Dorame, Bezel, and Michael-san. Though they can gather them easily, there are various troublesome procedures they need to go through. They also need to talk to various people. My apologies, but I'll leave it all to you. Though I left it to them, I'm a little lonely since I'm not involved in anything. It can't be helped. I'll just work hard for the sports festival with reward medals as prizes event that I have thought of. The members of the sports festival executive committee are me and the civil servant girls. Since Lu, Tyr, and the Anis are busy raising my children, they'll take the role advisors. There is also Flora, but she's already busy with the taste improvement of the miso and soy sauce, so I don't want to bother her. The sports festival is important, but soy sauce and miso are also important. To decide the events of the sports festival, I investigated various things. Though I said I investigated, the races' differences are obvious. For example, when running on a level ground, the Anis are overwhelming fast, while the dwarves are really slow that you'll doubt if they are really running. When it comes to obstacle race, the high elves are agile, but the mountain elves and beastkins will not fall behind. The dwarves will definitely be pulverized in the obstacles. Though there are naturally individual differences, I judged that the race difference is too great to be able to compete fairly. I originally intended to divide each team according to race, but that would be pointless. There are events where the Kuros and Spiders can't participate and Rasudi and Hakurin are too op. The Beastkins are also at a disadvantage because they are all young. Reviewing, should I divide them into two groups, red and white? But how will I divide them? Should we take half of each race and have them join each team? There are no competitions called Sports Festival, but there seem to be similar events. To me, who came from another world, Sports Festival is a common event. Three-legged race, obstacle race, ball throwing game, ball rolling game, Botishi mock cavalry, I played them all. When I told that to the civil servant girls, they told me similar events. Martial arts competition, spell casting competition, hunting competition, ultra-long-distance relay race, and war simulation are the games they told me. Martial arts competition is true to its name. If it is an armed battle, the participants are free to choose their weapon. It is really popular. Spell casting competition, I feel like competing with magic is safer than martial arts. Simple magic is really effective against any target, so it is always used in that event. Hunting competition is set in a suitable forest. The participants compete for the type and size of the hunted prey. It is not really a serious competition, it is more on socializing. Well, there are some people who don't get it. Ultra-long-distance relay is a competition where a team carries luggage from a city to a distant town. You can use whatever transportation means you can. The first team who carried the luggage to the designated place wins. It is done quite frequently in order to establish a means of transportation. However, although obstructing other competitors is not allowed, you should never let your guard down since it is impossible to oversee the competition the whole time. War simulation is a war simulation. It is a practice for war. There are quite a number of people who are injured during that event. Dying is not unusual either. After hearing them, I decided to temporarily freeze the sports festival and consider another plan. The civil servant girls showed interest in the events that I proposed, but the racial difference is too troublesome. Even if some argue about individuality, the obvious superiority or inferiority can't be overlooked. The purpose of sports festival is recreation. In other words, I recalled an idol program I was watching in the hospital when I was in my previous world. No, what I recalled is the show next to it. It was a program that travels all over the world, and in the corners of the world. There are various festivals. What I should conduct is not a school-wide sports festival, but a world-class festival. Chapter 82. Festival Executive Committee and Musical Instrument. The Sports Festival Executive Committee was dissolved, and a Festival Executive Committee was established. The members are still me and the civil servant girls. Lifting decorations while walking around. What about the destination? Throwing tomatoes, that's wasting food, don't you think so too, village chief? Running after a cow, what's the point? Chasing after rolling food down the slope. Ada. Even if I explain those festivals using words, it seems like they don't get it. Ma, that's right. Ma, that's right. Those festivals are native to each country, so if a person from another place saw them, they'll think that they are doing some strange things. But if they're not like that, I don't think they'll be televised. First, I explain to them what a festival is. They must see it like a normal type of celebration, like the usual Bon festival dance in my previous world. Well, that's according to my common sense, but how should I explain it to these civil servant girls who don't have any idea about it? Festival, there are festivals to celebrate New Year and harvest. Is something needs to be done during festivals? Right, I made a mistake. Even if I explain about festival using words, they won't be able to understand it. They understand the part of eating and drinking, but they don't understand the actions that need to be done during the celebration. That is the standard of this world. I thought I can completely entrust it to the civil service girls, but apparently, it doesn't seem to be the case. In my place, Piapio goes to the heart of the city and attacks a rich man's house. Piapio dug a hole, then attack Mumu. Isn't Mumu some sort of food? How did Piapio attack? Ambush in the dark. It seems like festival in the countryside here is really different. How did it originate from assassination? No, more than that, the problem is. Can you integrate it with my plan? That will be difficult. The future of the festival executive committee is dark. Let's stop at once. There are a lot of people who can sing in the village. They are quite lively whether they are eating, working, or between work. Moreover, they are good. Pretty good. Since I don't have a single fragment of confidence in my singing ability, I'm a bit jealous. However, even though there are singers in the village, there are only a few instruments. It is because musical instruments are owned only by those who can afford. Therefore, there are only a few instruments in the village, and they are practically bells. There is no way you can enjoy music using that. I've already known about it when I thought about the BGM of the sports festival. Therefore, I started making musical instruments. First, a flute. It didn't produce a sound, so it is useless if I just put a hole. By the way, how many holes should I bore? Harp. How many strings should it have? Xylophone. It made a hitting a wood sound. I imagined it to at least to make a pawn sound. Should I adjust the length of each bar and the type of wood? I boldly made a guitar. However, it is impossible to make an instrument that I have never touched before. I asked the civil servant girls about it by describing the shape, and one of them said that it was a lute. Thinking about it, a lute is a musical instrument that is similar to a guitar that usually appears in fantasy story. To think that it will appear here too. Either way, the sound it produced was not that appealing. Sound. For the time being, I thought of an instrument that I can possibly reproduce with the right sound, a drum. I cut down a log and hollowed it. Then, put cloth on both ends. No, cloth is not good enough, so I put leather. The leather was given by Zabutin. It came from her collection that she saved up on the tree. With that, it produced a good sound. Fu-fu-fu. Finally, I was able to make a musical instrument that can produce a decent sound. Good. I will continue in this direction. I gripped the all-purpose farming tool and looked at the wood next to me intensely. For some reason, I made a mokujio. I was mortified, but it made the best sound I heard up to now. The limit of one's ability. Let's request the villagers' cooperation. A person who knows something about musical instrument? I have never heard of such a villager. When I was making musical instruments, the high elves, mountain elves, and civil servant girls are wandering around from time to time. I strive for making musical instruments while listening to their opinions. I followed their instructions to be exact. Various flutes, big and small. The flute was preferred over transverse flute. Harp, lute, guitar-like instrument, shamisen-like instrument, gyukin-like instrument. I don't remember their name, but I know that the name changes as the number of strings of the musical instrument changes. Maracas, xylophone, musical chimes, drum. I don't know about the details, but I made each part as instructed. The others assemble and tune them. Indeed, you can make a drum with different sound just by simply placing leather on one side. I never thought of it. Though I thought of xylophone, I forgot about musical chimes. Darn, since I was a bit annoyed by it, I made similar instruments like tambourine, castanets, and triangle. Unfortunately, they already assembled musical instruments similar to them, but no one complained about the things I made. Although it seems like there is a piano-like thing here, we did not make one because it is too difficult to make. Should I consult Michael-san in order to obtain one? Though I cannot play, someone else can play it. Well, that's another story. For now, we were able to make several musical instruments. Since there are musical instruments, the next thing to do is about the performance. The one who cooperated in making the instruments, the high elves, mountain elves, and civil servant girls, can play well. High elves are good with wind instruments. Mountain elves are good with percussion instruments. The civil servant girls are good with string instruments. It is good that they are properly divided. They even taught those who never touched musical instruments before to be able to play them without problems. I thought about distributing musical instrument to the villagers, but it became something like a village-owned objects where they can be lent to anyone. Though they are lent out, they properly return it, and there is no need to collect them, so there was no problem. The villagers were touched by the musical instruments and given that they can be guided on how to play them. Music was continued to be heard non-stop at the village. That's great. Until the third day, how about stop playing music at night? Only that time that it was decided to have a fixed time to play musical instruments. It is now prohibited to play music after sunset. Of course, it is not prohibited to play at dinner and during banquet. I want them to enjoy everything moderately. By the way, Alfred and Tysel's room is soundproofed by magic, so it is quiet there. That is also the reason for my late action. Chapter 83. Dwarves' Mode of Life and New Visitor. Dwarves, upon hearing that race name, you'll probably think that they are always drunk, but they are not. They are hard workers, but only on things related to alcohol. If alcohol is involved, they even farm without complaining. On the contrary, they are noisier than anyone, especially during harvest time. That's a good thing. When brewing alcoholic beverages, one might think that they will be drinking what they brew as taste test habitually, but they have never done anything like that. When I asked them, they said, "If we got drunk, how are we going to make good alcohol?" Indeed, there are times when they are using fire when brewing liquor. They take turns all day and all night to make sure that the liquor is being constantly heated in the right temperature. A fire watchman who drinks is damnable. I think that's true. Fire is scary after all. They drink alcohol as they eat. Today's liquor is a failure. Ah, the scent is all over. It is only a liquor for burning throat. Speaking of scent, I found a tree that smells good. Why don't we make barrels using that? Instead on barrels, why don't we use the method that the village chief said? Is it about using dried crops to add scent? We'll only need to smoke the liquor before drinking it. It won't be difficult. Right, however, I feel a bit regretful that we have not thought of such a method before. Although they drink alcohol during every meal, the products they made have good reviews and their research results are good. Because of that, I have to regulate the heavy drinking culture of the village. Now, villagers can only drink alcohols during banquet. I know that it is bad to ban it for a long time, so after they learn to drink in moderation, I'll lift the ban. I hope this continues as I visioned. Well, they can always drink if they exchange reward medals for alcohol, so I don't think they'll rebel. In any case, unlike their image, dwarves are not drunkards. They are enthusiastic in regards to brewing alcohol. Donovan. What is it, village chief? Did your number increase again? Someone arrived this morning. I thought of letting village chief know as soon as possible, but I want to prioritize brewing alcohol. Currently, there are now 15 dwarves. Do you have troubles in sleeping space? Do you want another one to be constructed? I would like for a dry cabin to be constructed first. After that, we want a new distiller. We'll set that up in the new cabin. I could have that build if necessary, but how about your sleeping space? No, please make the cabin first. The floor is enough for all of us to sleep in. They are enthusiastic. In regards to brewing alcohol, a visitor came. It is a strange person. Strange point number 1. He managed to enter the village without being detected by Zabutin, the angels, and the Kuros. Well, that happened with the new dwarves too. Strange point number 2. Zabutin and the Kuros did not attack him. He gives the vibes that even if you start a fight with him, you won't be able to touch him. Strange point number 3. He was discovered when he was prostrating in front of the statues of gods at the shrine I made under the big tree. And when we discovered and surrounds him, he did not stand up and kept all 5 on the ground. Why is he on all 5? That is the highest form of prostrating. Given that he's showing his utmost respect, we only watch him until he's satisfied. And the visitor's identity was uncovered in an instant. Ancestor Sama. Lu's grandfather. I heard that Lulashi gave birth to a child. I thought it was some kind of mistake, but it is true. Yes, I also never thought that I can bear a child. Right, however, having a child is a rare occurrence, so he's a treasure. Cherish him. Yes, thank you very much. Although he's her ancestor-san, he looks like her Oniichin. He's wearing a cliché like high noble clothes with torn part. Although there is a torn part, it doesn't look sluggish. On the contrary, it looks fashionable. He's not giving off an aristocratic air, but its opposite, he seems friendly. Ma, it is probably because his clothes are dirty as he prostrated on all five. According to Lulushi's introduction, Ancestor-san has been living since 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years. I cannot detect a single trace of it in this everyday neighborhood Oniasan. Ha ha ha. The trick to living long is occasionally resetting one's memory. Seeing that I'm doubtful, Ancestor-san explains it to me. Don't forget about important things like names and blood relationship. All others are to be forgotten. You'll be uneasy at first, but you'll get accustomed to it after doing it a few more times. The last time I reset was about 200 years ago, so I feel young again. So, vampires have that ability. It is not a vampire's ability, it's magic. I think some dragons are doing it too. Living long is also tough. Ah, haven't you heard anything from Doors? You know Doors? I heard about you from Doors. Ah, right. I'm sorry for entering the village without greeting you. I was planning on going home silently after I verify the situation, but the smell of interest caught me. Smell? This statue, the god of creation. God of creation, which one? I caved 2 gods under the big tree. One is the god I met when I came to this world. The other one is the god of agriculture who bestowed me the all-purpose farming tool. Ancestor-san did not hesitate and pointed the god I met when I came to this world. That one. It's amazing. It is the exact embodiment of the god of creation. I instinctively prostrated. You met him. Once, when I was born. My constitution is a bit different, but he told me to persevere. Your unusual constitution is being a vampire. Looks like it. Because of my constitution, I had a lot of hardship and was saved various times. However, even though I seem to have done a lot, I have no memories of them. Ha ha ha. Ancestor-san laughs, but looking at his face, I can see that he's serious. No matter what happens, I will never forget the god of creation. However, I don't really remember how he truly looks like. Is he a young person? Or an old one? What is the color of his eyes? What is the color of his hair? What about the length? Though I also tried making an image of him, I couldn't make something that can embody him like this one. Seeing the eyes of Ancestor-san, I feel warm. As expected, it is impossible to make things that embody him. It is regrettable, but you are right. Therefore, I want you to carve a new one for me. I will pay you properly. I wonder if you can do it for me. I was a little worried, so I looked around. Few villagers have gathered. Lou and Flora are looking at me, as if willing to worship me just to accept the request. Tyr and the angels are looking at me helplessly. Rasudi and Hakurin look like they are waiting for me to answer. Frau and the civil servant girls seem to have decided not to look at Ancestor-san. They are escaping reality. The others are on their all fours. Most of them have helpless faces. I'll carve it, however. I don't know if you'll like it. I'm not a sculptor. Actually, even though I'm the one carving, all the credits should be on the all-purpose farming tool. I don't mind it at all. Thank you very much. All right, please give me some time and I'll give it to you. What size do you want? Do you want life size? I would love that. Affirmative. I'll carve it right away. I went to the forest and chose a good tree and cut it down. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool into a chisel and carved while giving off my feelings of gratitude. Carves. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool into a graver for fine-tuning. Finish. Though I feel that it became 20% more handsome than the statue under the big tree, I think the atmosphere it gives off matches it. How's this? I didn't hear Ancestor-san's answer since he's already on all 5 before the newly carved statue. After that, we held a welcome banquet for Ancestor-san. In the midst of it, Ancestor-san embraced Alfred with a fully smiling face. This person is probably doing what a grandfather is expected to do, but looking at his young face, they look like father and son. Though I thought that they are picturesque, I'm a little jealous because it is my son. Lou came to me and soothed me. This is a family. During the banquet, Lou talked a lot about Ancestor-san, and only then I understood how awesome he is. Chapter 84. Church and Piano. A certain country, Central Temple. Oh, Founder-sama, welcome back. Long time no see. Yes, last time we've met was 50 years ago. Is that so? Are you the temple head now? Yes, I was elected 30 years ago. You are a faithful one. It is proper for you to be chosen. Thank you very much. Did anything happen? There's none. Things are as usual. Really? But I brought a joyous change today. What kind of change? I want you to enshrine the statue I brought in the main temple. A new statue. Yes, I want you to enshrine it in the best place. The best place? You mean we'll have to put it where the statue of the creation god is enshrined? Yes, there fufufu. Why do you look dissatisfied? My apologies. I understand your dissatisfaction, but once you see the statue I brought, you'll change your mind. Is that so? Otherwise, do you think I'll even come here? Certainly, I will arrange the installation. A few days later, a grand festival was held in the oldest authoritative temple on the continent. The reason for the festival is unknown. However, it is the largest festival in the temple's history. It is also rumored that all those who had entered the main temple are overflowing with tears. Let's entitle the sculptor as a saint. Don't, that's something that can't be done. The person in question dislikes standing out. He might even hate us if we designate him as a saint. Moo, such a pity. However, there will be no problem if we assist him secretly. Truly, as expected of Founder Sama. Yeah, tell all branches, never be hostile against him. Haha. Village chief, what a grand sneeze, are you all right? Ah yeah, I'm even surprised myself. After being bestowed by God with healthy body, this is the first time I sneeze. Since I have a healthy body, does it mean that it is not because of a physiological phenomenon? By the way, village chief, are we going to install the piano now? Yes. The piano was sent by Ancestor-san after he left. He tried to pay me for the sculpture when I gave it to him, but I declined since I feel like I'm selling God. He wants to pay, but I don't want to receive anything. We talk and talk until the topic reaches Taisel's birthday celebration. The piano was his birthday present for her. I was really pleased, but Frau and the civil servant girls' mouths were wide open. I heard that a piano is a really high-end item. Is that the reason? In any case, since I already received it, I'll use it without reservation. By the way, after various debates on where should it be installed, it was decided that it will be placed in the dining room. That piano, it is a gradual piano. It is said that there are only 3 of them in the world. Yes, I confirmed the emblem. It is genuine. I heard that the only ones who have them are the biggest church and temple. Yeah, and they only use it during big ceremonies. Zai, I shouldn't have checked the emblem. Are we even qualified to play it? That's right, but this is a rare chance. No, normally, we'll never have an opportunity to touch it in our entire life. Then, what should we do? Frorum-san will have the final say. After that, do you think Lu-san, Tier-san, and the others know about it? It looks like they don't care. How about Rasudi-san and Hakuren-san? By chance, do you think the mountain elves or the elder dwarves know about it? There's a possibility. Right. Then, allow me to play it while it's still possible. The newly arrived piano was popular. Various people wanted to play it. Well, some of them are good, but most of them just want to play with it. Another one. I really want to practice. It doesn't matter even if it is a ragged one. It is for the stability of our spirit, so please. Practicing using that piano is kind of. There were some people who volunteered to offer their reward medal, but I returned them since it is unnecessary. It is not easy to get reward medal, and I don't think that what they want actually needs reward medals. Because of that, I asked Michael-san to purchase another piano. Though it is already a used item, it is still expensive. Entertainment items sure are expensive. By the way, the one who transported the piano that Ancestor-san sent was Maxbergak, Soyeon's husband. It seems like he was indebted to Ancestor-san in various things ever since he was born, so he cannot refuse his request. I gave him crops as souvenir. Rasudi and Hakuren headed for the dungeon in the north. Their objectives are exterminating the big snakes, bloody viper, living in the dungeon, and obtaining their meat. Accompanying them are the same survey team. It will be safe if Rasudi and Hakuren are on their own, but upon considering the titans who will cooperate with them, I felt a little anxious. I wish there will be no internal disputes. What if, for some reason, Rasudi and Hakuren went berserk? I wanted to send someone who can stop the two, but gave up because there's no villager that can stop them. I gave the high elves that accompany them a secret order of reporting to me if those two cause trouble. There was no problem. That's the report I want to hear. Chapter 85. Building a new village. The place where the new village will be built has been decided. The place is a little south across the river in the west of Big Tree Village. If we talk about its straight line distance from here, about 10 kilometers. The river flows from north to south-southwest, and the new village location is a little closer to the river. Why is that location selected? First of all, considering its hierarchical relationship with this village, it is necessary to be located downstream. I'm a little perplexed with Ria's answer. Hierarchical relationship? Yes. Is that necessary? It is necessary. She told me that with eyes that have no trace of impurity. Really? So it's necessary. Mama, okay. So that's why it's downstream, but why on the other side of the river? If the new village ever tries to revolt, they will be stopped by the river. Revolt? Yes, it is necessary to think that possibility. Isn't it a useless thinking? No. Is that so? It's not useless. Let's not think about it deeply. Another reason for that place being chosen is that there are no big monsters or demon beasts nearby. The spiderlings and the Kuros are enough to defend it. I understand. That reminds me, the Kuros, who have coordinated and voluntarily control their birth, are working hard this year. Perhaps they are thinking of the security needs of the new village, so they are trying to increase their number again. Or are they anticipating the increase in harvest because of the establishment of the new village? Perhaps both. Looking at them, Masayuki, that one who has a lot of partners, has tired eyes. My sympathy, I really know how you feel. Let's return to new village building. I now know about the location of the new village. Then I have to go there and clear up the forest first. Right, but there is something we'd like to work in before that. HNN. Bridge. Bridge, a bridge to cross the river. Yes, thinking about the transport of materials, it would really help if there's a bridge. Correct. So, have you been avoiding the river until now? No, there's a place where one can cross. The Kuros are jumping over that place to cross the river. I see. The waterway was being used similar to a road, so I think that we should build a bridge near the waterway. I understand. Please do so. Yes, thank you. The first construction team of the new village. Representative, me, construction workers, 8 high elves including Ria, heavy laborer, 5 lizard men, guards, 10 Kuros, liaison officer, Kudal. The river's width is about 5 meters. The depth of water is around 1 to 3 meters depending on the location. The riverside is not sandy, but a rocky place. It is about 1 meter above river level. North of where we are is a place similar to a waterfall, which is about 7 meters in height. The waterway is getting water from this high waterfall. We'll build a bridge a little downstream from where we are. Bridge. I thought we're going to make a suspension bridge, but the elves seem to have a different idea. We'll make a bridge made from one fat tree. We just need to make sure that both ends are fixed so it won't move. I plane the top surface of the bridge so it can be walked on easily. The distance between the ground and the surface of the bridge is about 1 meter. With the help of the all-purpose farming tool, we completed it in no time. Is this all right? Yes, let's build some more, please. Affirmatives. We built 5 bridges. They were built with the distance where you can see all of them in one look. Won't it be better to build one wide bridge? If we build a wide bridge, big monsters and demon beasts will cross it. So that's why. I guess I should pay attention to the state of the surrounding too. Can you clear up the places both sides of each bridge? That will make any approaching monsters or demon beasts easier to be spotted. Affirmatives. Using the all-purpose farming tool, I cut the trees and plow the ground. It will be visually better if I turn it into a lawn than plain soil. With that, our bridge building ended. I thought that we're going to the location of the new village immediately, but I guess I'm wrong. Then, village chief, the place is in this direction. I started making a road on our way to the new village construction site. Yes, a road is certainly necessary. I cut down the trees and plow the stumps using the all-purpose farming tool. The road is about 5 meters wide. We'll hunt around this place. Sure, just let me know if I got off course. Affirmatives. I quietly made the road until the sun sets. It seems like I'm already accustomed on the proper use of the all-purpose farming tool. Compared before, my road making did not take several days. This is the planned construction site. Yes. I'm not sure if this place is good or bad. Though I'm not sure it probably is, I trust Ria's judgment. Village chief, this tree. HNN. Ria guided me to one big tree. It is like the tree in the middle of Big Tree Village. I would like to make this tree the center of a new village. I see, I get it now. I plow the area around the tree. I prepared the place, as Ria suggested, and clear everything around it. This time, I took it in my heart that I should not think of unnecessary things, because crops will sprout if I think about them. It has become a field, and it is heartbreaking to destroy budding crops. I have no excuse for Ria and the others who are already planning various things. I'm innocent. It can't be helped since I have the all-purpose farming tool. After working for a few days, the vast land around the big tree was cleared. Next, digging a well. Until now, we're drinking water from the flask we carried. We'll have it easier now. Next is toilet. Yes, toilet is important. We secured the grass for wiping purposes and installed a hand washing tub. Next time, let's bring a slime. Big tree, well, and toilet. We secured a large amount of timber when we cleared up the forest. It seems like the construction has not started yet, so I build a shrine beside the big tree. I want to enshrine the god who sent me to this world and the god who bestowed me the all-purpose farming tool in this place too. The high elves helped me, so we finished it in a very short time. I carved the statue of the two. Yup, they are both Eichmann. Just like in Big Tree Village, I also carved Kuro and Yuki's statues and arranged them like guardian dogs. I added some playfulness and also carved a life-size Zabuton statue. I find it troublesome where to put it. I feel like it will be disrespectful to the gods if I put her statue with them, so I decided to put it on the tree. I had the spiderlings came here and carry the statue on the big tree. How are they going to put it there? I don't mind if you fixed it in place in order for it not to drop. Ah, I just noticed now, but there are dozens of spiderlings on the big tree. Chapter 86. New village building and the return of the survey team. The new village's facilities, well, toilet, and shrine, were completed. Next one would be a big building that can be used as an assembly house. Being protected from rain is enough. I thought of helping them build it, but there is another thing that needs to be built. Waterway. Though there is a well, waterway is essential if you think about the field. The waterway and its drain should be built parallel to the road. I guess I'll make the drain waterway first. After a few days, I reached the river. Compared to the past, I realized that I'm faster now. Is this a good place for the reservoir? Yes, please dig it there. Though the order seems to be reversed, I dug a reservoir at the end of the drain waterway. Of course, I didn't forget to make a slime pool for drainage purification. After that, I now have to build the drawing water waterway, but I thought that I shouldn't build it anymore. I think the new villagers should build it on their own. If I prepare everything for them, who knows if they'll take it for granted. Right? Umu. Yes, they shouldn't monopolize all the benefits for all the things we made here. Thinking about it, it seems like my work here is done. Anything else? No, thank you very much. We can take care of everything else. The 8 high elves and 5 lizard men were already replaced several times during the building process. 10 Kuros are guarding them, and there's also the dozens of spiderlings that unexpectedly came. They're going to be okay, right? I understand. Continue your hard work. I was held by Kudel, the liaison officer, and she carried me back to the Big Tree Village. Ma, when I was working over there, she always carries me back before sunset, so I'm used to it. I have the all-purpose farming tool, so I can work all night non-stop, but according to the villagers, I need to return and get back on my bed to take a good rest. If they really think so, please let me sleep more at night. When we got back to the village, everything is the same as usual. Crops that can be harvested are harvested. After that, the field will be plowed again. For the new village, they'll need to prepare seeds and seedlings, so it will be harder than usual. The survey team who headed north returned. Rasudi and Hakuren are both in their dragon form. They are carrying their bloody viper's prey. How many are those? They brought 17 bloody vipers to the village. They take up too much space. Did they not rot? Considering that time has already passed when they subjugated them, they should be dead for several days already. However, their meat looks fresh. Bloody viper's meat is famous for its long preservation time. Their vitality is so strong that they don't rot easily. Even if you cut their head, their body will grow if you don't kill them properly. Even if they said so, I was surprised that I can only reply, "Ha. Did you annihilate them?" We did not annihilate them, we left the small ones. Because of that, every year no, that's not possible. How many years will it take before we can hunt them again? Aid, that aside, are the friendly titans all right? We left some for them or else. The Titans will not have anything to eat. You mean, they eat bloody vipers? To be specific, they eat bloody viper snakelets. So, it's like their leftover food grew big and now acting violently. Let's not think about it deeply. At any rate, is the investigation of the dungeon in the north complete? I ask one of the high elves of the survey team. Yes, we also got a detailed inside map of the dungeon from the friendly Titans. All dangerous creatures inside are suppressed. That includes all the grown bloody vipers. I see, is that it? Don't you have anything else to report? After hearing my question, the high elf's face cramped. She's the high elf that I gave secret order to before leaving. Rhapsody and Hakurin, did they cause trouble? A part of the dungeon collapsed. They are the cause. The Titans said that it's all right. They even said it in polite manner. Do you think they mean it? Even though they said that there's no problem, I think it has a huge impact on the Titans. Let's send some crops to the Titans later. Thank you very much. Rhapsody and Hakurin can't really hold back. Let's leave it as it is for now. I gave each villager member of the survey team a reward medal. I hope they'll use it well. I thought of giving the Lamia members crops, but it seems like they are interested with the reward medal for some reason. I explained to them how to use it and passed them 5 reward medal. Please take note that it has no value outside the village. The return of the survey team is celebrated with a banquet. A large amount of bloody viper meat was cooked and served. That night was pretty intense. On the next day, Rhapsody brought bloody viper's meat to Doraem's nest, while Hakurin brought some to Suhirn and Sekirn's nests. Looking at dragons carrying big snakes, they look pretty mighty. Thought it already decreased a lot. Why is it that there are still a huge amount of bloody vipers here? I'll give one to the Kuros, though they've already eaten at the banquet. It seems like they still want to eat it. Will you be all right? Should I roast it? Yes, let's roast it first. One for Zabuton and the spiderlings. Are you fine eating it raw? Zabuton and the spiderlings clustered to the bloody viper. Their number is a whole lot more than I imagined. It became bone in no time. There is a large, beautiful gem in its skull. It seems to be the magic stone that monsters and demon beasts have. Speaking of that, the big wild boar also has magic core, but the Kuros has been eating it. Is it edible? While I was thinking about it, Zabuton ate the magic stone. It seems edible. But it looks painful to eat, so I guess I won't eat it anytime soon. In any case, all the bloody vipers were eaten after a few days. As for their bones, I intended to plow them, but they were kept in the warehouse. Chapter 87. Rebellion of a certain mountain elf. We are a race called mountain elves. Nobody can match us in the mountains. The only ones who can be considered as a match is another mountain elf. Unfortunately, my family fought against another mountain elf family. We lost our home and were forced to wander. Lucky enough, we immediately found another place we can settle down. Moreover, it is a much better place compared to our previous home. Yasama, the leader of our group, greeted the chief with respect and courtesy. As expected of Yasama, being courteous is important. I think I should also show my courtesy too. And so, I greeted him with respect. However, at any rate, I'm currently dissatisfied with our everyday lives. It is because of the attitude of the village chief, the lord of our new home. He doesn't know how to treat a woman who fell in love for the first time. He really doesn't. In addition, he's not someone to fall in love with. Yasama is already at the right age. No, I feel like she already passed that age. No, she's just a very late bloomer. No, damn it. At any rate, that man knows nothing about love. A heartless man. He doesn't know the word fidelity and is in a relationship with countless females. Well, it's true that I thought he's really amazing when I heard that he made this village in this area alone. He deserves to be respected for it. He's also really awesome to have a famous vampire and a famous angel as his subordinates. However, that doesn't matter. His habit of making females his pastime is the worst. I don't intend to go against him. I even recognize him as the lord of this place. However, I will never accept him as Yasama's partner. Never. However, looking at the present situation, I doubt Yasama will listen to me. Similarly, it is a waste of time to talk to the village chief. I don't think he'll stop changing partners every now and then just because I told him so. Then, what should I do? How can I prevent Yasama from the evil grasp of the village chief? I should speak with someone with more wisdom. It is embarrassing to say, but we always relied on Yasama regarding that matter. But how can I consult Yasama about this? I can't. All the person of wisdom residing in this village is entirely hanging on the village chief's tooth. The demon ladies who are called here as the civil servant girls seem to be all right. However, I stopped because I can feel the pain in their eyes. How could I rely on them? Intuition is important. Using that, we managed to defend ourselves from various things on the mountain. With that, the remaining ones I can rely on are Zabuton-san and Kuro-san. But communicating with them is difficult. They're also a little scary. Since it has come to this, there's no choice but to rely on my own effort. I squeezed my brain a few times, but nothing came out. Now is the time for you to be active, brain of mine. Presently, Yasama feels something for the village chief. My speculation. But the village chief feels nothing for Yasama. Might be so, but I'm not really sure. In other words, if Yasama gives up on the village chief, everything will be okay. How can I make her give up? Should I say something about the age limit? No, I shouldn't. Yasama is a wonderful woman. I can certainly found a good partner for her. And so, I gave up. Yes, I gave up. Let's think for another method. If she saw the village chief's bad side, will Yasama give up on him? Yes, that might be so. Then, this will be easy. Let's investigate the bad side of the village chief. That's what I thought 5 days ago. The village chief, who I thought was full of faults, is a very ordinary farmer. No, it might be better to say that he's a serious farmer. His only bad point is his nightlife. Even so, I still believe that a polygamous family is bad. Could it be that Yasama's eyes are reliable? No, I should not give up. Though I'm trying to look for the village chief's bad side, I can only observe him during my free time. In other words, I can only observe the village chief for a limited time. There is a possibility that his bad points can be seen during the times my eyes are off him. I'll put off my work tomorrow. Today, the village chief is doing a precision job for something at his house. Did someone ask him to do so? He cut a small tree and get some threads of Zabuton-san from the warehouse. What is he trying to do? By chance, could this be connected to the village chief's bad points? All right. No, I shouldn't get excited yet. I observe what the village chief is doing. I don't get it at all. There were times where I don't understand the village chief's action, but not this much. I totally don't. Wait. I feel like I somewhat have an idea. It is something that I'm knowledgeable at. Trap. I unintentionally spoke. It's not a trap. The village chief has become aware of my presence. I'm ashamed of my failure. However, it seems like the village chief didn't know that I'm secretly observing him. Then what's that? This will be here, and it will be completed with this. It is complete now. Yeah. The village chief said so, and put down a wooden board along with several more wooden boards arranged in a certain manner. Then, the ball begins to roll. The ball hits a board which is tied to a certain mechanism, which is tied to another mechanism, and is connected to some more mechanisms. Ooh, amazing, a chain of traps. It's not a trap. Well, it gives that feeling. But it stops here. With the village chief's explanation, the ball seemed to have to come and go at the cup, but it seems like something went wrong there. What will happen if it goes well? It will move here, then if you move this, it will be like this. Ew. Mountain elves are good at hunting using traps. I just want to say that. That said, I really love this. That day, I forgot about the time and just played with the village chief. Though it hasn't reached the end, I'm satisfied. I don't want to leave that masterpiece for eternity. However, the heartless Oni maid told us to tidy things up. She doesn't know the true meaning of art. She should have looked at it carefully. Since it has come to this, I just need to, yes, I'll clean this up. She looks really scary. She's just like an Oni. At a later date. Though I know that it's pointless, I tried to gently speak with the village chief. Please don't lay your hands on Yasama. As you wish. But for that to happen, your cooperation is essential. Make sure that there won't be any situation where there's only she and I. Stay beside ya as much as possible. Yes. The village chief made a face like a soldier who received reinforcement after being surrounded and isolated by enemies. If the atmosphere becomes good, trample it in any way you can. I beg of you, absolutely do it, please. I don't feel any lie in any of his words. Did I misunderstand something? No, the village chief probably thinks that he doesn't deserve Yasama either. Yeah, That must be it. In any case, under the permission of the village chief, I interfered with the relationship development between Yasama and the village chief. Why is Yasama looking at me with eyes full of grudge? Chapter 88. The village chief's day, morning till noon. My morning is late. I only get up after the sun has completely risen. After light exercising, which is similar to radio gymnastics, I first look around the house. This is the job of the head of the family. I always do it every morning and evening. If it is impossible for me to do it, the one ranked next to me will do it. By the way, the hierarchical ranking of this house is Lu, Tyr, Flora, Anne, and Hakurin. Alfred and Tysel are still young, so they are not included, but I don't really care about ranks. I never knew about it, and they only informed me regarding that matter recently. I think of the reason. Patrolling the house in the morning is more on greetings those who work in this house. The Oni maids are already doing the things they should do. They are already cleaning up and preparing breakfast. They are also preparing food for the Kuros. They are working hard without complaining, even though that is considerably hard. Thank you. And, because they should get up and work earlier than me, I should not get up too early. At first, I told them that I don't mind, so they shouldn't worry about it, but they still try to get up earlier than me. As the result, I gave up getting up early. They said that as maids, they should never wake up later than their master. I think it is called maid spirit, but I don't really get it. Therefore, even if I wake up early, I will not get out of the bed. I must not go out. I wake up late because of them and not because I'm lazy. Let's get back to the topic. They talk with others first in case something happened and report it to me. Last night, the wine slime invaded the food warehouse. 1 barrel of wine for cooking was torn down. Did you manage to divide the amount of wine in that barrel first as anti-wine slime measures? Yes. It went according to plan, however. I'm worried whether we should permit it to intrude like that. I've already half given up with the intrusion prevention measures. Let's just go with this plan. Anything else? Nothing in particular. The main dish for today's breakfast is roasted killer rabbit in radish, spinach, and cabbage soup. All right, bring it here now. After eating my breakfast, I looked around the house. Looking around excludes checking private rooms and warehouses. In short, there are not many places to check. Greeting the Oni maids is the main point, and after talking to them, it's over. Breakfast. There are 3 breakfast times at my house. The first is for me, Lu, Tyr, Flora, and Hakurin. Alfred and Tysel are not included since their meal and time of their meal are different. Anyway, if we don't eat, others can't eat, so I finish eating in a hurry. Lu and Tyr are having meals with Alfred and Tysel. The second serving is for the Oni maids. I told them that they can eat together, but they have to divide into several groups because of the size of the dining room, the amount of food that can be served at once, and there are those who still have to take care of Alfred and Tysel. They have to look for them when Lu and Tyr are eating. The third serving will be for those who did not make it during the first and second, or for visitors who came to my house early in the morning. Flora and Hakurin usually wake up later than me, so they are often late for the first breakfast serving. There are also Gran Maria, Kudel, and Koron. Originally, they are living with the lizard men when they first came here, but they are living in a different house now due to difference of daily life schedule. And the angels don't have any housekeeping ability. Cleaning and washing can be taken care of by the lizard men, but the problem is the food. Their eating schedule and what they eat. They also came here in the pretext of giving yesterday's patrol report. Was there a problem? Yes, 3 killer rabbits tried to approach the village last night, but the Kuros took care of them. I see. However, the killer rabbits' population doesn't seem to decrease. I agree. Well, they're delicious, so I don't have any complaint. Right. Instead of decreasing, it seems like they are increasing. After finishing breakfast, I'm now outside the house. Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton will come with me as I visit the shrine. After that, I'll go around to check the fields. I'm usually accompanied by Kuro and Yuki or the spiderlings. I'll plow the field that needs to be plowed and water fields that need water. I also check the condition of the crops while exterminating harmful insects. Regarding harmful insects, the spiderlings eat them, and there's no significant damage because the Kuros tell them if they found any. When I found harmful insects, I remove them using the watering can form of the all-purpose farming tool. With regards to the condition of the crops, so far, no problem has occurred. Is it because they are planted using the all-purpose farming tool? It's always on my mind when I think about farming in the new village. I wonder if there are some magics that can be used for that. Let's talk about it with Lu and Tyr. I should also ask Frau, Rasudi, and Hakurin. The field has widened so much that it is hard to see everything in one glance. However, seeing that the crops are growing fine, I feel relieved. Lunch. I ate well. Lunch is not the usual get-together type. After the Oni maids cook, I'm free to eat when I want. The place where I eat is also not fixed. Though it is not fixed, I usually eat in the dining room in my house or on the courtyard. By the way, about lunch, according to my memory from the previous world, eating lunch is normal, but it is different in this world. Lu and Tyr were surprised about the existence of lunch, but they got used to it. The Kuros also don't eat lunch. Even if I try feeding the Kuros, they don't eat anything. Well, there were times that they don't eat for 10 days, but it seems to be normal for them. 10 days is the limit of my worry, but it looks like they can still go on longer than that. Aside from lunch, the High Elves were puzzled with breakfast too. It seems like they only eat once a day, so they are doubtful about it when they first came to this village. Remembering those times, tears suddenly came out of my eyes. Eat as much as you want, ladies. I wonder why the dwarves didn't get confused with lunch. Ma, they are probably too focused on brewing alcohol to think about anything else. Dorame and Bezel are frequent visitors of this village. They were also confused at the beginning, but they are used to it now. Yuri stayed here for a while. Is she all right when she returned home? I shouldn't bother with everything that's happening elsewhere. Well, she's the princess. She's in the position where she's definitely all right, is she not? At any rate, lunch was accepted and is now a custom in this village. By the way, my lunch has become a consultation and report time for the villagers. That is the reason why I'm having lunch near or at my house. Village Chief, we have completed majority of the buildings to be built in the new village. It only lacks interior details, but I think we should leave those to the new residents. The stomach of the female goats has swollen. I think they are pregnant. I would like to give them better food, is it all right? I heard some say that they want to clear the forest at the southwest part of the village. It is near the residential area, and it will be good if we think about the future expansion. I want to inquire your opinion. From what we expect from the autumn harvest, constructing a new warehouse is necessary. Or do you plan to immediately sell them to Mr. Michael? I'm having lunch together with a high elf, a lizardman, an Oni maid, and civil servant girl. I already heard the issues each of them wanted to report, but I still haven't replied. By introducing the reward medal, I think that this place has become easier to manage. Until a little while ago, Lu and Tyr were with us, but they have to take care of Alfred and Tysel, so they left. I might be a little distracted with things regarding Alfred and Tysel. I have to reflect. Village Chief, like the goats, the pregnant inferno wolves are also grumpy. Please don't let Alfred-sama and Tysel-sama approach them. I understand, I'll take a note of it. Well, I think they'll be all right since Lu and Tyr are with them. Though I think mother's care is the best for raising children. Won't you leave them to the Anis, who are accustomed on taking care of someone? Is there a problem with Lu and Tyr? No, that's not it. It's just that I saw something dangerous. Don't say that. It is probably your first time seeing something like that. When Alfred was born, I was even scared to hold him. I'm sorry. To be honest, I saw her flying while holding him. Flying while holding him? Yes, flying. They are also pretty high. I'm worried after seeing them because she might drop him. I understand. I'll take a note of that. Please do. Lunch today was somewhat lively. Chapter 89. The Village Chief's Day, noon till night. After lunch, there are mainly 3 things on my to-do list. First one is inspecting around the fields like what I've done in the morning. I'm not checking the state of the crops like what I did during the morning. It is more on checking the village. No, it's more like a stroll. I'm checking the inside and outside of the village along with the Kuros. While at it, I'm doing some road maintenance, weed extermination, plowing rough ground into a lawn, and trimming tree branches that are getting in the way. Miscellaneous job, I should act more like a manager. Ma, I'm not dissatisfied with what I'm doing. Second one is making something that the villagers requested. It is mainly making building materials and creating small articles. Sometimes, cooking research too. And even if no one requested it, I'm making new things to play with. Thanks to the all-purpose farming tool, the amateur me. No, I've been doing this for several years already, so can I still be considered as an amateur? I express my gratitude towards God again. The last one, battle training. Is battle training necessary for farming? I put my reluctance aside and do it as recommended by the villagers. Of course, I'm not doing it alone. Gran Maria, the Lizarmen, the Anis, the High Elves, and the civil servant girls are also participating. However, it is not like all the members of their races are participating. The only ones who participate are those villagers with free time, but there are still a number of them. Is it only my imagination that everyone lives anxiously? Or do they like fighting? Or perhaps they are concerned about their weight? Oh, I thought of some unnecessary things. At first, I learned to properly hold a weapon, the right posture, and how to use it. Next, how to properly put on an armor, the defensive stances, and how to properly use armors. By the way, I'm learning all those things I've said alone. Next is sparring with someone. Finally, group battle. To avoid injury, weapons are covered with cloth, but getting hit by it still hurts. I have experienced pain many times. Though I can do anything I want using the all-purpose farming tool, during times like this, it is better to use regular weapons. However, as the village chief, I think I should do something first on whatever the situation will be before taking up weapons. Weapons are not for me after all. By the way, the all-purpose farming tool can transform into a spear, an axe, and a sickle, but it can't transform into a sword. Though it can transform into a knife, it can't transform into an ordinary sword. But how come that it can transform into a spear? I transformed the all-purpose farming tool into a spear again, and check it out. No matter how I look at it, it's an ordinary spear. There is no single trace of decoration. It looks like an ordinary spearhead fixed at the end of a long wood. It looks like something a poor warrior would use. It doesn't look like it can exterminate a wyvern, but it really exterminated a wyvern. I hope I don't need to use this anymore. When the sun begins to set, it means that my work is done and I need to return home. There are no street lamps in the village, so when the sun sets, it is completely dark. Though the starry sky with 2 moons is beautiful, the ground only has lights from some buildings. When one needs to go out at night, he needs to carry something that can light things around, but would it be better to make street lamps? Street lamp, a torch fixed at one place. The problem is the fuel. Even if the consumption per day is small, it will pile up when used every day. Unless we depend on magic, it is not feasible. This is something I need to thoroughly consider. I eat supper at the dining room in my house. There are more members during this time compared to breakfast and lunch. Flora and Hakurin will surely be present. Frau and Rasudi join us too. Moreover, there are times where Ria, Daga, and Ye eat with us. Before eating, we are already sitting on the dining table, while Frau and Rasudi will say their daily report. It is the time where the governor of the village and the diplomat of the village report to the village chief. Well, putting Frau aside, Rasudi rarely reports something, so she's normally coming here to eat dinner. It seems like Ria, Daga, and you have something to report too. I would love to hear good reports, but if it is something bad, I don't want to hear it since I'll lose my appetite. Ma, but if they are here and decided to report things to be after meal, it means there's an impending crisis. Let's think that they're here for good news. There are several dishes lined up at the table for dinner. It is something normal to me, but it seems like it is luxurious and a lot compared to the usual meal of a village chief from other village. What kind of dietary life do the village chiefs from other villages enjoy? It's a little scary, so I should not think about it. Regarding food, we divide them fairly as much as possible, so other houses in the village can enjoy food as much as we do. This is all thanks to the all-purpose farming tool. I never forget to appreciate it every time I eat. There is a dish I've never seen before. Anne, what is this dish? It is the latest work of the one in cooking duty today. Confidence, about 20%. And you still served it to me. Is it possible for you to only let me try when you're at least 50% confident? Foods should never be wasted. Of course. I persevere to enjoy my supper. After eating, it is now my leisure time. It's time for me to see Alfred and Tysel. This is something I truly enjoy. Alfred is still smattering, but he can now speak a few words. Everyday effort. Evwidhe Ekort. My son is a genius. Ah, my daughter. You will surely grow into a beautiful woman too. This doting parent time is truly relaxing. After being with them for a while, I leave Alfred and Tysel to the Oni maids and head for the bath. My exclusive bath is outside the house. At first, I plan to build a bath in my house, but I refrain to do so for the time being since I have my own exclusive bath. Because I usually take a bath after eating, the others matched my schedule. I would like them to enter a bath without minding it, but it seems like there are a lot of people during this time. My private bath is not that wide, and it is quite lively in it now. This is one of the reasons why others are against me building a bath at my house. Bathing time is a time to relax. All the tension of the day starts to drift apart during this time. To put it simply, it is like washing all the bad things away. I'm the one who started all the things in this place, and because I'm the one who started it all, I'll take responsibility until the end. But it's not bad at all, I'm enjoying it actually. Ha 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 ha. I'm free for a brief period of time from the bath until I return home. I'm trying to not think what's up ahead. This is my way of protecting my mind. I don't need to prepare my body since God bestow me healthy body. Thank you, I'm glad I have it. I wake up in the morning. After I got home, I don't remember going to bed and sleeping. I slept unnoticed. I checked the time using the height of the sun and recognized that I should not get up yet. Though I know that's what should I do, I get out of bed. And perhaps the Oni maids noticed something. They have prepared and left hot water and towel here. The water is still warm and seem to have just been placed. I thank them while washing my body. I put on the clothes they prepared for me and do some light radio exercise. I notice that it is now a good time to get out of my room, and so another day of mine begins. Let's do our best today too. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 90. A Certain Oni's Day. Early morning. I wake up every morning before the sun rises. It is already my habit. No matter what time I sleep, I wake up at the same time. Is it normal? I'm not being yelled at because of waking up late, so I think it's a good thing. After washing my face and wearing proper clothes, I check today's duty schedule. That duty schedule was only introduced to us when we arrived at this village. It is very useful especially to someone like me who has a bad memory. There are 8 things written on it. House, cleaning, cooking, village, village chief, Alfred Sama, Tysel Sama, and rest day. House. During this turn, you'll be the person in charge of everything on the village chief's house, besides cleaning and cooking. Anything that needs to be done will be taken care of by the person on duty. The busiest and the hardest part of this is when visitors came. In addition, the person on duty must nominate 2 individuals to do night watch. Cleaning. You'll be in charge in cleaning the village chief's house. This means you're scheduled to just clean. Since laundry is included, it is not popular during winter. Cooking. You'll be in charge of cooking in the village chief's house. Though there is already a suggestion to have those good in cooking to permanently take this post, it is still under review. When I'm on cooking duty, even I don't want to hear that my dish loses to others. Village. You'll be in charge of teaching cooking and cleaning to houses in the village other than the village chiefs. It is easy to teach the high elves and lizard men, but it is hard to teach the dwarves. It can even be said that they don't even bother to remember it. They even don't bother cleaning the workshop for alcohol brewing. If I'm allowed, I would like to beat the dwarves at least once. Village chief. You'll be in charge of taking care of the village chief. It is both the easiest and the harshest job. The village chief will do anything by himself in order to advance technology, and things sometimes get out of hand. The person on duty must work hard in order to not let the village chief do unnecessary things. Alfred Sama. It's your turn to take care of Alfred Sama. It is a very taxing but very important duty. However, because there is a chance that Alfred Sama will remember the name of the person on duty, it is really popular job. Tysel Sama. It's your turn to take care of Tysel Sama. This is also a very taxing but very important duty. The person on duty will have her physical condition checked first, and if there is a trace of uneasiness, she will be replaced. Rest day. A normal rest day. It is a duty that the village chief suggested, but since we're unable to calm down unless we are doing something, it can be called a torture time. People on rest day are always seen helping someone else quietly. They're the 2 individuals whose names were not included in the schedule. They are Anne Sama, who's our representative and maid chief, and Ramuria's, who's taking care of the beastkins. Ramuria's, who has a full-time job, is a bit enviable. My duty for today, village chief. I must not get discouraged. I'm currently alone with the village chief duty. Originally, this is a job for 2 people, but Alfred Sama and Taisel Sama took some manpower. That is something that can't be helped. I even looked at it from Ann Sama's point of view. Of course, that does not mean that we should disregard the village chief, but this also means that there's only the 2 of us. Fufufu, I will do my best to meet your every need. I'm enthusiastic, but there is a problem now that there is only one person on village chief's duty. It's toilet. Since I cannot take my eyes off the village chief, I can't go to the toilet. No, it is possible for me to go if I go to the toilet the same time the village chief goes into it. Thinking about the worst-case scenario, I even seriously consider using diaper. Pride surpasses diapers. Because of that, I prepared several bamboo containers. Don't even think about how I use it. After checking the schedule, I looked at the message board. If there is an urgent message, it will be written there. There seems to be nothing today. I want to go straight to work, but there is no need to hurry. We need to gather in the entrance hall first. It is a morning assembly. We lined up before the maid chief Ann Sama appears. If we don't line up, we'll be disciplined later. Plus, it's not like it will take too much time. Ann Sama arrives and greets us lightly. Good morning. On the other hand, we bow as greetings. We did not say anything. We might wake up the residents who are still sleeping if we do. Although we are all females, if all of us Oni will return her greeting, we'll surely be loud. In the past, each room is completely soundproof with magic ever since the musical instrument crisis, but now, soundproofing has become loose. Because of that, they might hear our voices. We don't dare to greet back ever since. It has become a rule. It seems like the wine slime had invaded the food warehouse last night. Person in cooking duty, though it was caught up by the dividing in small amount trap, the cooking wine still took some damage, so you better asses it. Person on house duty, I have said it many times, but staying up all night is prohibited. Please make sure to decide who can stand vigil on night in turn beforehand, so everyone can properly sleep. If you can't do it, I will personally be the one who will find those who can guard at night. Apparently, the person in vigil last night fell asleep, that caused the wine slime to invade. I understand how she feels, but only those in rest days can be allowed to be on night vigil. It is some sort of guard job. But it is still a job, and if you miss to sleep because you're doing that too, you won't be able to perform your work properly in the morning. Perhaps it might be a good time to establish a night vigil duty. Alfred Sama doesn't seem to have any problem. Taisel Sama caught a fever last night. The one in Taisel Sama's duty today, take a note of it. Hearing Ann Sama's words, the person on Taisel Sama's duty tensed up. Though I also have a job that I had to pay attention to, I'm a bit jealous that her job needs her to seriously pay attention to. Really enviable. Ann Sama's report ends there and lowers her head without saying anything. We responded by lowering our heads too, and the morning assembly was over. I stand in fixed position as the person in village chief duty. I'm standing next to the door of the village chief's room. The 5 people on cleaning duty were standing behind me. There is a sign of the village chief moving in his room, and he has approached. The door opened, and we bowed as we saw his face. Good morning. It is the privilege of the person in village chief duty to be the first one to greet him. Good morning. The village chief greets me and the people in cleaning duty behind me. An excellent lord. The village chief left the room and looked around the house. He is acting as expected of a family head, and I'm chasing after him. At the same time, the people in cleaning duty entered the room of the village chief altogether and started cleaning it. We cannot let our lord see how we clean it. It is a maid's pride to make everything looks naturally clean and beautiful. Therefore, the room cleaning must be finished by the end of the village chief's breakfast. After eating his breakfast, who knows if the village chief decided to return to his room. While cheering at them in my mind, I'm carefully following the village chief so I won't lose him. Today is the beginning of an unexpected day. Chapter 91. A certain Oni's day. Morning to noon tonight. The village chief walks around the house, and those he meets along the way greet him and gives their report. Even though I don't need to do anything until breakfast, I did not relax. I cannot let my guard down. I also look around the house as the village chief inspects it. I have to report about it to Ansama later. I might not remember or overlook something, but Ansama will probably understand. It is tough for me who have a bad memory, so I have to work hard to compensate for it. When the village chief enters the dining room, his breakfast should be arranged immediately. It is the result of constantly reminding him of how a village chief should act. As I'm satisfied with the result, I entered the kitchen next to the dining room and immediately sat on a small table. The village chief will be taken care of by the one on cooking duty, and during that time, I must eat my breakfast. When there are still 2 people on village chief duty, we were able to eat by turns, so it is a little disappointing that I couldn't take care of him during his meals. Thought it is disappointing, if I don't eat, I won't last and collapse. Today's breakfast is delicious too. After the village chief finishes eating breakfast, he'll go around to check the field. After seeing the village chive leave the house, I tracked him in a hurry. We tried accompanying him before, but we were told by the village chief not to, so we are stalking him while making sure he doesn't notice us. He's safe because Kuro-san and Yuki-san are beside him, but I want to stand by his side too. Since I'm stalking the village chief while hiding, it is hard to keep him at a certain distance. It is not because I would be noticed by the village chief, but because of others. There are 2, no 3 other Kuros. Spiderlings, a good number of them, and 1 high elf. They are hiding around the village chief. They have the same purpose as me, village chief's guards. There are only this number now, there were a lot of us before. It seems like the number was reduced after a secret meeting about the village chief. It is good that Kuro-san and Zabuto-san cooperated. In any case, all of us thinks that the village chief is really important. We are watching the village chief in order to make sure that he doesn't wear out. One of the Kuros sent a signal to us. Looking at it, one of the spiderlings is pointing its leg in a certain direction. It seems like a big monster or demon beast is coming from that direction. As a precaution, I move near the village chief. Village chief, how's the field? This goes without saying, but during emergency, I have to risk my life for him. But even before the village chief sees that thing, the Kuros or the high elves would have taken care of it. However, that doesn't mean that I should let my guard down. There are few insects. It's not that bad, but will you help me? Yes, please leave it to me. I worked in the field together with the village chief until lunch. The big monster or demon beast approaching the village was a big wild boar called Great Boar. Kuro-san's pup-in-law, Uno-san, beat it. Lunch, I eat together with the village chief. A maid should avoid eating with her lord, but if you were invited by the village chief, you should not refuse. It can't be helped because he invite me. No, I don't think that this is one of the privilege of being the person in village chief duty. I'm evidently only doing what I'm supposed to do. I heard some say that they want to clear the forest at the southwest part of the village. It is near the residential area, and it will be good if we think about the future expansion. I want to inquire your opinion. Even if my memory is bad, I'm sure that there is no mistake with the content of what I've said. It is something I heard from the one in village duty. It seems like a lot of insects are coming from the nearby forest. Though the spiderlings have captured insects and reduced the damage, they have to reduce the number of webs, especially when a beast girl was caught on it. I saw it myself, I'm sure it was traumatic. Yeah, I want to do something about it as soon as possible. The spiderlings are doing a great job, but their webs are useless against some insects. Today's lunch was delicious too. After lunch is the village chief's battle training. When it comes to manufacturing, we can only help him a little, so I'm thankful that he participated in this training. An Oni like me can really fight. My weapon of choice is a sword. I also have a shield, a common swordsman attire. Now, village chief, train with me. Though that was what I'm thinking, there are a lot of obstructive people. Battle training is one of the few chances to get in touch with the village chief. He's really popular. At that time, Ansama ordered the Anis at the immediate vicinity of the village chief to withdraw. It is a useful technique in order to be able to live freely in this village. I understand that this is a technique, but I feel really regretful. I also wanted to join the village chief in a war simulation. It can't be helped. I will keep one of the civil servant girl company. I feel like I dislike the other party, or is it just my imagination? Now, let's fight. Please take care of me. You can't win against an Oni. You can't. At least she did her best. The sun has started to set, so we're going home. It is a long, short day. No, I still have to do something. Dinner. Just like breakfast, I ate at the small table in the kitchen. Bufu. An indescribable taste hit my tongue. I want to praise myself for not throwing up. What's this? Ah, that's a new dish that didn't work out well. In short, it is a failure. If no one admits it, it's not a failure. Is that so? Then, are you saying that no one will complain about this food? My stomach is even full because of tasting it while cooking. I let my guard down. I didn't know that the one on cooking duty is a poor cook. Was it only an accident that the food this morning and noon are okay? Or perhaps Ann-sama is watching her this morning and noon. Please rest assured that everything other than that dish is okay. If you can do that, please make everything okay. The village chief is in the dining room. Is he okay? If it's the village chief, he'll surely eat it all. But for me, it's impossible. Everything was delicious except for this dish. After dinner is non-beery time. The village chief is enjoying the company of Alfred-sama and Taisel-sama. It's a good scene, by chance if I'll have a child. My delusion rose, but I shook it off. I am still working. I must not be distracted. I left the village chief's house and went to the village chief's bath to prepare it for his use and toiletries too. Of course, I prepared my toiletries too. Though my spirit is already overflowing, I did my best to suppress it. Still, Fufufu. The village chief was satisfied with his little get-together with his children and head for the bath. I immediately give his toiletries. Originally, the maid is the one who's supposed to carry it, but the village chief stubbornly said that he has to be the one to carry it. This is still within an acceptable level. I already can see the bath as I walk behind the village chief. I'm not looking at the female bath, but the village chief's exclusive bath. I have to wash the village chief's back. It is one of the privileges of the person on village chief duty. There are many rivals in the bathroom, but every one of them recognizes that privilege. I scrub the village chief's back and washes it with hot water. However, he did not let me scrub his front as expected. In the old days, we are even prohibited to wash his back, but we can now as a result of the petition of us Oni maids. Our every day of hard work has bore fruit. The village chief's back. It is normal, an ordinary male's body. If you compare it to an Oni male, it can be said to be poor. However, there is a heavy responsibility hanging on that back. I wish I could help him with that. Once he goes up from the bath, you can feel the tension rising. The information that the village chief has gone out of the bath is quickly spreading. According to the secret meeting, the order has already been decided, but there are still some who recklessly do things on their own. Recently, a beast girl was caught and she has been taken care of. With an impregnable wall guard, I have to accompany the village chief to his room safely. That is my mission. That is the main objective of village chief duty. And my work is only until there. I'm free after taking the village chief into his room. Fufufu. From the bath to the house, it feels really far. The next morning, I wake up before sunrise as usual. I hastily cleanse my body and wear my clothes. I prepare some hot water and a towel, then greet the village chief and move to the message board. I already know the schedule without looking at it. After my village chief duty turn, it will be my rest day. However, I check it for confirmation. I confirm that there is no message written on the message board and wait for the morning assembly. Today is a rest day. In other words, a day where I can do whatever I want. In other words, I can also work. I haven't decided what to do, but for the time being, I'd like to help cleaning the village chief's room. It will be embarrassing if something was left behind. I'll do my best today too. Chapter 92. Festival Preparation. The new village building is proceeding smoothly. The one thing that's not going well is the Festival Executive Committee. For the time being, the best thing to do is to imitate festivals everyone knows of. If we mix some strange things, I don't think anyone will be pleased. The Festival Executive Committee, after a long discussion, there is finally a conclusion. We wrote down the names of every festival we know of and put it in a box. It will be decided by lottery. I should have thought about it earlier. We wasted a lot of time. Martial arts tournament. That's what's written on the paper I drew. So the festival will be a martial arts tournament? Who wrote it? No, why the heck was this even here? Can I draw something else? Though I really want to do so, the paper we use in this lottery is really expensive. We also agreed that this is a one-shot game and no one will complain no matter what the result is. Therefore, the festival has been decided. It is a martial arts tournament. I feel like the atmosphere of the village has changed immediately after notifying the villagers about the martial arts tournament. No, perhaps it really changed. The number of people who practice martial arts outside has increased. At the same time, the number of time Lou, Tyr, and Flora have to use their healing magic has increased too. Frau and the civil servant girls gather early in the morning to jog. Some lizard men enter the forest and are helping with hunting. I feel like the angels' flying speed is 20% faster than usual. The dwarves have poured water in alcohol barrel and began training their body. Great. This is still acceptable. However, I'll train a little at my parents' house. When Hakurin said that, my brain stopped working. You're going to participate? I don't have the courage to hear her answer, so I forced her to become the referee. Though she's dissatisfied, I persuaded her by saying that I'm not familiar with martial arts tournament, so I need someone strong to be the referee. The next problem. I'll train a little at my parents' house. Rasudi said the same thing as Hakurin. I guess they will have to participate. I'll have Hakurin be the referee. As for Rasudi, I cannot think of anything. It is impossible to have two referees. I also want to fight. Don't I have to think of something? Think. Rasudi, have you ever fought Hakurin? Of course, however, I never won. I assume that both of you are in your dragon form during those battles. You're right. Have you ever fought each other in your human form? No. Is that so? Then I would like you to fight against Hakurin for a model match. You don't mind it, right, Hakurin? Model match. Yes, a model match. Since it is a martial arts tournament, it is normal for masters to show them how it is done. I flatter them with the word master. Master, I'm fine with it. However, Rasudi-chan might not like it. Master, I don't mind. Since Hakurin Wanasama is my opponent, I'll accept it. Both of you, thanks. Good. Then, I ask both Rasudi and Hakurin to show a good model match. Since you're the referee, I'll also ask you about the rules. Both of you, please be the referee. Okay. Got it. All right. While doing a guts pose in my mind, I'm currently immersed in the sense of accomplishment that one usually gets after clearing a really difficult challenge. Now, I dare you. It has been a long time since you tasted the power of my arms. I'm wondering if your arms are now rot, or it looks shorter than the last time you use it. Lou and Tyr are already having match, using their mouth. I don't mind you being in high spirit because of the martial arts tournament, but I want you to stop it. Alfred and Tysel are still on your arms. I have to make sure that there's no battle before the martial arts tournament. The martial arts tournament will be divided into 3 divisions: common section, warrior section, and knight section. The common section is open for everyone. Those whose profession doesn't have anything to do with fighting, like Frau, the civil servant girls, and the beast girls, will be participating here. The warrior section is for warriors. Those who hunt in the forest can participate in this section. The main participants are the high elves, Anis, lizardmen, dwarves, and mountain elves. The knight section is for high-ranking warriors. Only those who are recognized by the village chief are eligible to participate. The participants are Lou, Tyr, Gran Maria, Koodle, Koron, High Elf Rhea, Oni Ann, Lizardman Daga, Devil Bulga, and Devil Stefano. I don't know how powerful the 2 devils are, but since they are servants of dragons, they surely won't be weak. It has become a division where only those I recommend can participate. There are 2 other individuals who will participate in the knights section. The Kuros held a preliminary competition, and the winner was Uno. Many females are pregnant, so the males are the only ones who participated. So does that mean that Uno is the strongest male? Did Kuro lose, or did he not participate? The other one is selected by the spiderlings. It is a spider that is as large as half a tatami mat. Though it has become large, it seems like it was one of the spiderlings that participated in the Lamia dungeon capture. It has no name, and it will be troublesome during the time of the tournament. Your roundness is comparable to Zabuton. You're now Makura. Makura equals pillow. I have no naming sense. It looks pleased, so I guess it's good. The referees are Hakurin and Rasudi. Flora won't participate. She probably doesn't want to stand out. You don't want to. Don't you think you must, at least, have one person to be in charge of healing? Right. Don't worry, I'll have another chance. Besides, doesn't the village chief not participating too? Everyone will be anxious if I participate. Ahaha for sure. As the village chief, I'll do my best to manage the martial arts festival. Everyone's energetic. I'm currently shaving the forest at the south of the residential area. I'm going to make the venue for the martial arts tournament. At first, I thought of building it in the residential area, but I'm a little frightened with everyone's spirit, so I had to build it here. The ring is a 20 meters square. It is also 50 cm above the ground. I adjusted the ring's surface for it to be not too hard or not too soft by hammering and plowing it. I want to prevent injury as much as possible. Thinking about the possibility of participants being thrown out of the ring, I softened the ground around the ring to the maximum. I'll dedicate one side for the participants and all other 3 sides as audience seats. I thought of making an auditorium-type seating arrangement so that they can sit directly to the ground, but it will be difficult for those who are far away to see what's happening. In addition, because the martial arts festival is scheduled to run the whole day, food will also be served. I think it is necessary for the audience to have a chair to sit on in order to eat easily. Though that is the plan, it takes too much time and effort to make a monopod chair, so I drop it. I cut down a big tree, cut it again vertically, and plane the upper side to make a long bench. A larger diameter tree will also be similar to a stair-up bench. Of course, I left space for the aisle. Yup, this is now the venue. After that, in a slightly far place is the cooking space. Do I have to build an eating and drinking space too? Moo. Forgive me for making easy to make table and chairs made of round logs. Ah, toilet is also necessary. I'll make more water closet than usual. I also must not forget to put a slime on it. I guess the venue can be considered complete. Now, let the festival begins. Unexpected. Doraem's wife, Doors, and Raymarin came to watch. They look like parents looking forward to their daughter's presentation. Bezel and Yuri also came to watch, and they are with an unknown middle-aged Eichmann. I wonder if they are here to cheer for Frau and the civil servant girls. Lou's grandfather, Ancestor-san, is also sitting at an audience seat before anyone noticed. Doors, Ancestor-san, and the middle-aged Eichmann are talking peacefully. Are they acquainted? However, looking at them, the unknown middle-aged Eichmann is definitely the weakest. 6 lamias from the southern dungeon also came to participate. I accepted them and let them participate to warrior and knight section. From the Howling Village, after consulting Doraem, Gulf, and 3 others came to participate. I heard that they panicked when they first saw a dragon, but it seems like they are used to it now. Ma, of course they would, they always see dragon-carrying crops from here. We accepted them because all of them wished to enter the warriors section. I did not order anything about keeping the martial arts festival a secret, so it probably leaked out somewhere. Should I have kept it confidential? No, a lively festival is a good festival. Though there were unexpected things, let the festival begins. Chapter 93. Martial Arts Tournament, Common Section. During the Martial Arts Festival, the village will be completely closed. Even so, there are still things that need to be done. The Kuros and Spiderlings are doing their best to guard the whole village. If the village is attacked by a monster in the middle of the festival, it will spoil the fun. I'll give them their favorite food to thank them later. There is also the need for cooking. Someone has to cook for the participants and the guests. Even I must take care of Alfred and Tysel personally. Though they will participate in the festival, the civil servant girls and the Anis must work hard because the guests include personalities like Doors. Of course, I'm working hard too. I'm helping with the tournament, cooking, and welcoming the guests. Village Chief, let me introduce to you my father. Yuri introduces me, the unknown middle-aged Eichmann. Yuri's father, then it means. Demon King. I'm the Demon King Gulgold of the Demon King's kingdom. Fuahahaha. Ooh, the Demon King. Father, you're a little too frank. Yuri's papa, nice to meet you. Ah, yes. Nice to meet you too. I was surprised by the Demon King's initial greeting, so I subconsciously call her Yuri's papa-san instead of Demon King. I feel like I'm talking to a normal papa-san. Ah, Village Chief, I apologize for suddenly intruding. No. I love festival like this for a long time. I'll fully enjoy it. Ancestor-san, I should have greeted him with Lou. Is Hakurin causing you trouble? Hahaha, I think that's normal for her. Hearing my reply, Doors smiled satisfactorily. The guests all gave me something after our greetings, and all of them are something that can be eaten. Michael-san, however, sent a letter indicating his regret for not being able to watch and delivered seafood products as a token of apology. I wonder if food is the standard gift for a festival in this world. I'll make sure to remember it. And while appreciating their gifts, I'm struggling after seeing some strange ingredients. Village Chief, I know that cooking is important, but if we don't start soon, we'll run out of time. I understand. Then, let's start the first ever martial arts festival of Big Tree Village. After hearing my opening remarks, everyone responded with a loud roar. It also seems like it caused a little tremor. Then, let's start with the common section. The host of the common section is Gran Maria. There was also a suggestion of me being the host, but I refrained. I have an important duty, which is helping with cooking. While I was thinking of that, they made me seat in a specially prepared seat near the ring. When Doors and other distinguished guests came, the villagers remodeled a part of the venue thinking that noble guests should seat there. And I'm on the village chief's seat. As the village chief, I have to stay here. For some reason, Ancestor-san and Dorame's wife were the ones who helped with cooking. They dexterously peeled potato and carrot skins. My apologies. I gave up on various things and decided to concentrate on the common section battle. Matches in common section are decided by lottery. One should fight successively. According to the rule, one wins if the opponent was defeated. There are a number of conditions for defeat. If the participant loses consciousness. If the participant directly said that he gives up. If the participant was knocked down and was unable to get up within 10 counts. If the participant landed on anything other than the ring. If the referee judged that the participant can no longer continue. Those 5. Because of that, I'm expecting that the main reason for winning are opponents losing consciousness and being pushed out of the ring. At first, the rules the others thought about are too wild. You could only obtain victory if the opponent can no longer fight or give up, so I added a few mild rules. Moreover, as a major rule, you can only take up 2 weapons. You have to show it to your opponent before the start of the match, and you must make sure that there is a rolled cloth on your weapon to reduce damage. You can wear the armor of your choice. You can also use any magic you want. Also, since this is a festival, no one should kill someone. If you kill your opponent, you will be automatically disqualified and will be heavily punished later. I did not tell the details of the penalty. If I convey the details of the penalty unskillfully, they wouldn't be bothered with it. It might even result for a participant to think that it's okay, and that will be a problem. I'm sure using their common sense, they will never think of killing their opponent. But if they get intoxicated by the battle, they are not used to fight against each other, so I just can't relax. I'll just put all my trust in the referee's judgment. After the referee, Hakurin goes up to the stage. The host, Gran Maria, announced the first battle. The first match is between a beast girl and a civil servant girl. On ordinary days, both of them are wearing skirts, but now both of them are wearing pants. I'm the one who suggested it. The beast girl has short daggers on both hands, while the civil servant girl is equipped with an ordinary sword and shield. Fight! After Hakurin's shout, the battle starts, and the excitement of villagers and other spectators rise. Support is free, and I already told them that no trash talking on the opponent of the participant they support, so there are only cheers of encouragement. The match ended in no time. It started when the beast girl lowers her posture and charges. The civil servant girl tried to block her with the shield, but the beast girl rolled from the front to her right. The civil servant girl is holding her sword using her right hand, so it seems like she's avoiding that. However, even though she went away from the sword, the shield is in front of her. After that, the beast girl crawls below the shield to the legs of the civil servant girl and tried to take her down. The civil servant girl's posture broke, but she was not knocked down. She hit the leg of the beast girl with her shield. The beast girl then rolls again from the right to the front. Seeing that, the civil servant girl turned her body and swing her sword to the rolling beast girl. The beast girl was not disheartened and tried to attack using the daggers on her hands too. And she lost consciousness. The sword of the civil servant girl hits the head of the beast girl, who failed to defend because she's rolling. Though both of her daggers hit the civil servant girl, she only hits her lower body, and it is incomparable to a sword swinging down at her head. Stop, match concluded. Hakurin stopped the match and announced the victory of the civil servant girl who knocked out her opponent. Cheers rose from the venue. I was surprised with what happened. Never, even for a moment, show your back to your opponent. Gran Maria commented on the match. I'll take a note of that for future reference. As expected, it is impossible for me to be the host. I'll just do what I can. The victorious civil servant girl came in front of me. I praised her and gave her 1 reward medal for winning. The civil servant girl received the reward medal with a full smile. She's obviously in pain, so Flora healed her with magic. Though not visible, it seems like the daggers of the beast girl damaged her. If it's painful, you don't need to endure it. You could have received treatment first. The common section proceeds like that. Fortunately, there's no serious injury. Chapter 94. Martial Arts Tournament, Warrior Section. The best bout of the common section is the battle between Frau and the beastkin Senna. Although most of the battles were finished within a minute, the battle between those two lasted for 5 minutes. Frau conjures a one-handed sword while Senna fights with her bare hands. The match develops to the point where Senna grabs Frau, then tries to toss her, but Frau managed to grab her too. In the end, both of them were defeated since they were entangled and fell from the ring. Because both lost, they were not able to receive reward medals for the winner, but they were praised for showing a good match. However, Senna, I never thought that you were the throwing type. That was unexpected. By the way, Beezle, Yuri, and the Demon King showed their fiery support from their seat all the way. That was regrettable. It was a close match. Beezle's daughter is a tough one. However, I never thought that that young beast girl can really fight that good. Umu. Since the common section ends, it is now time for the warrior section. This time, it's a last man standing tournament. The person who won the match will remain on the stage and fight against the next opponent. The one who will win the most will be the champion. At first, I intended to do it in a normal elimination method, but I gave up because there are so many participants. Even thinking that it will only last a minute and the contestants will be replaced smoothly, it will still take a while. It would have been good if I had prepared several rings. Let's add that to my future task. Does that mean that we'll also have a martial arts festival next year? The warrior section participants: high elves, Anis, lizardmen, dwarves, mountain elves, beastkins from Howling Village, and lamias from the southern dungeon. It might have been correct to use knockout tournament for this, but it seems like luck will play the biggest part. Now that it's the warrior section, Ancestor San and Doraem's wife are now on their seat to spectate. The rule of the battle is almost the same as the common section. However, both of their arms and legs are covered with cloth, and they are also wearing hachimaki. About the lamias, instead of legs, their tails are covered with cloth. The lizard men's tails are covered with cloth too. In addition, if 2 cloth cover, including the hachimaki, were taken, it will also mean defeat. The major difference from the common section is they can challenge again even after being defeated. It is permitted to have Flora heal the contestant, then line up for a match again. At the very least, after all participants have taken their turn, the tournament will continue until the scheduled time. The referee changed from Hakurin to Rasudi. The hostess changed from Gran Maria to Frau. Gran Maria will appear in the night section after this. It was good that Frau was not injured. No, it is thanks to Flora's healing magic. Ah, Beezle, Yuri, and Demon King, I would appreciate it if you don't cheer at the host that much. Matches were held one after another. It is because the next challenger appears as soon as the loser left the ring. Because there are almost no intervals between matches, only a few people can win consecutively. After winning once, most of them lose at the next battle. The ones who endured the most were the dwarf Donovan, the mountain Elfia, and Gulf of the Howling Village. Ah, the lamia from the southern dungeon. There are 4 lamias participating in the warrior section, and all of them is strong. They use sword in a short-distance battle and magic at long range. During melee, their tail wrap attack is super effective. Once they are wrapped, most people can't do anything anymore. At that time, referee Rasudi will stop the match. I think her judgment is pretty good. Presently, only the dwarf Donovan was able to endure the lamia's tail wrap attack. He was able to endure the pressure of being wrapped and managed to remove the cloth from the hand and tail of the lamia. He won that way. As for the others, they are seriously evading the tail wrap attack. Looking at that, it can be said that the lamias are the keymen of the warrior section. Match after match, the number of victories of Gulf from the Howling Village and the Mountain Elf Ya are among the top 4. The Mountain Elf Ya maintains mid-distance from her opponent and wins using a one-handed sword and magic. Her winning streak was stopped after one of the High Elves engaged her with a high-speed melee and threw her out of the ring. Gulf of the Howling Village was really lucky being unable to fight against any of the lamias, but one of the Oni maids beside me told me that he is strong. He fights against his opponents by aiming at the weak points and tossing the opponent out of the ring using speed and power. It seems like the rule of taking 2 cloths has worked advantageously for him. It was a lizardman who defeated Gulf. It seems like Gulf is not accustomed in fighting against races with tails. He loses against other lizardmen a couple more times. The warrior section's time is running out. With things going this way, the champion will be either of the 2. When I thought so, the other participants seemed to have guessed it too. Several participants surrendered against Ya and Gulf. There is only one way to settle this. I will be your opponent. I came to win, don't bear a grudge. Hearing those, Rhapsody signaled the start of the match. Ya, who's wearing her everyday clothes, took her stance while holding her one-handed sword. She can use magic, so she's planning to take some distance. Gulf is a warrior. He came to this village with his leather armor and one-handed sword. Though Gulf can also use magic, it seems like it won't be effective against Ya. He rushes forward to go for a close combat match. Perhaps this match will be decided to the one who can control the distance between them. I feel like I'm watching a sword dance match. I don't even know who has the upper hand. While thinking about that, I suddenly heard a loud noise. Ya's sword is whirling in the air. Ya lost. The moment I thought of that, Ya grabbed the hilt of Gulf's sword and his arm then threw him. Gulf's body rotated 3 times in the air, but immediately regains his balance and lands with his feet. No damage. However, the place where Gulf landed was outside the ring. Match ends, winner Ya. With Rhapsody's declaration, the champion of the warrior section was decided. Unlike the common section, I handed 7 reward medals to the champion of the warrior section. Thank you very much. In addition, I also gave 3 reward medals to Donovan and the 4 lamias. I also have to reward Gulf, but I can't give him reward medal, so I tried to reward him with a good amount of alcohol. I will take one as a memento. The remaining 2 will be traded for alcohol. I acknowledge it. In the end, I also handed 1 reward medal to other excellent participants of the warrior section. This is the end of the warrior section tournament. It is good that no one was seriously injured. After the break, it will be the night section. But before that, the full-scale food match first. Since the start of the common section, food was being prepared. I prepared several places where they can get food in Viking style, or should I say like a festival stall? Note, Viking style in Japan means an eat-all-you-can-buffet. The first one who brought that up in Japan called it Viking since he saw it in Denmark. This is basically free eat-all-you-can. We prepared an eating and drinking space in a place far away from the stage, but it was not popular. Most brought their food to an audience seat and eat there. Although alcoholic beverages are also available, it is forbidden for the participants to drink. Because there are those who can't drink, it was noted that others should be modest until the night. Because Door's group don't seem to go to get some food, I asked the Oni maids and the civil servant girls who didn't participate in the tournament to take care of them. As for me, I have to go get my own food. It seems like we prepared too much variety of foods. No, this is a festival. It is better to be lively. I also enjoy eating. Since Lou and Tyr will participate in the night section, they left and warmed up after eating. Do your best. Alfred and Tysel are being taken care of by the Oni maids, and they look like they are enjoying the festive atmosphere. Chapter 95. Martial Arts Tournament Night Section, Round 1 Part 1. Main Event. Martial Arts Tournament Night Section. First of all, let's introduce all the contestants. Lou Vampire, Tyr Angel, Grand Marie Angel, Kudal Angel, Karin Angel, Rhea High Elf, Daga Lizardman, Bulga Devil, Stefano Devil, Uno Inferno Wolf, Makura Spiderling, Junia Lamia, Sunia Lamia. They are assembled on the stage. Junia and Sunia are the dungeon master and head warrior of the southern dungeon. They were the ones who brought here by the spiderlings and the pups after conquering their dungeon. The last one who came with them is dungeon sitting. The night section is a single elimination tournament. You'll obtain victory if the opponent was incapacitated or declared his defeat. This will be a considerably serious tournament since the ring out rule and the previous light rules were ruled out. There are contestants who can fly, so the ring out rule is too advantageous for them. On the contrary, if you leave the ring too far, the referee can disqualify you. Contestants are free to choose their weapons, and there were no damage-decreasing methods used for them. If both contestants were knocked out simultaneously, the match will be judged for the winner. I disagreed with these rules, but they told me that putting something on their weapons will lose much of their control and will have an opposite effect. Really, one match is scheduled to go for 10 minutes. If they run out of time, the winner of the match will be decided by me. I hope that no match will reach that point, and, if possible, I pray that no participants will be hurt. Harem will be the referee. The hostess will continue to be Frau. The matchup will be decided by a lottery. Because there are 14 of them, it is not balanced. Now, what will be the arrangement? 1 Stefano Devil, 2 Tyr Angel, 3 Grand Marie Angel, 4 Lou Vampire, 5s, 6 Junia Lamia, 7 Kudal Angel, 8 Rhea High Elf, 9 Bulga Devil, 10 Sunya Lamia, 11 Unu Inferno Wolf, 12 Daga Lizardman, 13 Makura Spiderling, 14 Karan Angel, 1 Stefano Devil and 14 Karan Angel are seated. With that, the first match of the night section is the battle between Tyr and Gran Maria, a sudden confrontation between angels. Gran Maria has a face filled with despair, so hang in there. It was an instant kill. Tyr immediately overwhelmed Gran Maria, and the match ends. The second match is a battle between Lou and Anne. Before coming to this village, Anne is working as a maid for Lou and Flora. This will be complicated in various ways. Will it be hard for her? This is a 1 in 1,000 chance. Let's pretend not hearing it. The best way to describe their match is mudslinging. Anne tries to make the match into a melee while Lou tries to take distance. Because both of them don't have weapons, dull bangs and shock can be felt on the ring, but none of them falls. But looking at it, Anne is clearly the one that receives more damage. Can't you make the room cleaner? Anne's attack is clearly becoming weaker. Why don't you try to return the things you use to where they originally are? It seems like each of them accumulated a lot of things inside. Can't you be a little gentler with each other? At least, reflect a little. Yes, that's what you should do. And so, the time limit was reached and I will need to judge the match. It was obvious that Lou is the winner, but before I said my judgment, Anne fainted. Lulushi, come over here. If you want to talk about something, tell me about it. The winner, Lou, was called by Ancestor-san and they had a long talk. Hang in there. The third match is between Junia and Kudal. Since Kudal can fly, is she in an advantageous position? Personally, I would like to support Kudal. How will this match turn out? As soon as the match starts, Kudal flies in the air as expected. I thought that the Lamia Junia will be on a defensive stance, but she uses her tail like a spring and jumps. Kudal, who did not expect that surprise attack, was wrapped and fell. I thought that Kudal was done for, but she did not give up. She managed to get off Junia's tail wrap by using brute strength. So this is how a power character battles. I'm a little scared. After that, Junia counter-attacked, but Kudal receives it with a double exchange. She won with that. This is the first time I saw something like this, so I think it is good. Fourth match, Rhea against the Devil Bulga. Though Rhea hesitated to enter the night section, she probably at least has some confidence. Thinking about it, I don't know how strong Rhea is. She always hunts in the forest, so will she fight with a bow? Then, will this match a long-range battle? If possible, I don't want her to get hurt. Since Bulga is Rasudi's servant, I had a chance to talk with her. I managed to, but I don't know how she fights. According to Rasudi and Hakurin, it is impossible to be a personal steward of a dragon if you're weak. Like usual, she's wearing a butler's clothes. When she came here, she was wearing a maid's clothes that makes her looks like a village girl, but it seems like she personally wants to wear butler's clothes. It doesn't look like she's the only one who wants to wear butler's clothes. Even Stefano is wearing the same butler's clothes. At any rate, the match began. As expected, Rhea took some distance and attacks with a bow. The next moment, I was surprised that there was already another arrow following the first arrow. Those attack Bulga's Bunshin. Moreover, they all acted in different ways. One attacks with magic, another one throws knife, one uses dagger, and one seems to be a bare-handed fighter. It looks like they are covering each other's attack. It is an overwhelming method, but Ria shots them all with arrows. An arrow hits the magic, the knife, the dagger, and the fist blow. After hitting all of the attacks, she still has the room to attack Bulga's bodies. Every time Bulga's body was hit by an arrow, the body disappears. And one arrow pierces Bulga's chest, the body did not disappear. I got impatient seeing Bulga's real body with an arrow on her chest. That looks bad. However, when I looked at the referee, Hakurin, she doesn't seem to be bothered in any way. Are you kidding me? I almost shouted to stop the match, but Bulga's body with an arrow on her chest disappeared. Ehata fulya. Before I knew it, Bulga is already standing at the edge of the ring. Unhurt. It would have been better if you relaxed your guard down. Ria did not hesitate to shoot an arrow to the talking Bulga. But Bulga managed to evade that arrow. The arrow suddenly stops and falls to the ground. It a magical barrier. Since Ria uses a bow, Hakurin surrounds the spectators' area with a barrier before the match. Thanks to Hakurin-sama, no one will be hurt even if I evade those arrows. Bulga bows to Hakurin. She evaded another arrow by bowing. Ria's arrow is not your normal arrow that goes straight after releasing it. The arrows she shoots are curving left and right, but it was all avoided by the laughing Bulga. A devil's laugh. Bulga's body disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Ria. That moment, Ria discarded her bow and arrows and pulled out the dagger on her waist and attack. Bulga bends her upper body to evade the dagger 8 Bunshin, suddenly surrounded Ria. The 8 Bulgas only surrounded her, but none of them attack. Ria did not move either, and Ria gave up. I can't fight against this number. Please reduce it. Ahaha, will you give up if it was 7? No, I think I still have a chance with 7. I see, so 8 is beyond your limit. It might be weird to say that I'm glad, but this is my complete defeat. The match ends with Bulga's victory. So Bulga is strong. Upon saying that, the Oni maid beside me seems to be shocked that I don't know. I did not know, but Bulga seems to be famous for being strong. Well, there are a lot of things that I don't know. Chapter 96. Martial Arts Tournament, Night Section, Round 1 Part 2 and Model Match. Martial Arts Competition, Night Section. Next match is the Lamia Sunia against Uno. When Uno appeared, the Kuros appeared at the outer periphery of the audience seat. I can see Kurasan there, Uno's partner. It might be my imagination, but Uno's spirit seems to be overflowing. On the other hand, Sunia is bearish. All right, this is different from last time. I will not be defeated since this is one-on-one. It seems like she's fighting against her past trauma. Sunia is holding a short spear on her hand. Her spear has 3 spearhead. It looks like a weapon of the sea god. I wonder what will happen. When the referee Hakurin signals the start of the match, Uno's horn shines. It spreads to all his fur and it looks like he has grown 1 size bigger. Oh, this is a form I've never seen before. Looks strong. I was surprised, but Sunia was not surprised at all. It seems like she's already familiar with it. Sunia coils her tail like a spring. It looks like she's going to jump like what Junia did. Yura! Sunia shouted as she jumps towards Uno while holding her spear. Uno moves sideways to avoid her. I don't know how, but Sunia's jump route curved and chased the evading Uno. Looking at it closely, she's not really in the air. I can see the tip of her tail not far from the ground. Could it be that she can stretch her tail when she jumps? It is impossible for him to evade now, so Uno showed his fang to intercept. And they meet. Uno is now biting Sunia's neck before anyone noticed it, so the referee stopped the match. Stop. Winner, Uno. Hearing that, the spectating Kuros began howling. Uno, who's on the ring, looks proud. I wasn't able to win. Sunia, you did your best. Junia-sama, let's train together starting tomorrow. Yes. It seems like there's no damage on Sunia's neck. Is it some sort of play bite? Anyway, it's good that she's not injured. Daga against Makura will be the first round's last match. Daga has an overwhelming physique. Makura is about half tatami size. However, Makura has 8 legs and can use string shot. Daga, on the other hand, is an orthodox swordsman that can use tail whip. He is also equipped with a sword and a shield. To be honest, I concerned about Makura. What if Daga crushes it? And the match begins. Daga is constantly attacking Maruka, suing his sword and tail, but Makura dodges them all. Makura is not attacking and seems to be concentrating on evading. If this continues, Daga will hit Makura sooner or later and will win the match. The amateur me thought so, but it seems like the audience sees something else. Hurry up. A little more. That's dangerous. They are cheering for Daga, as if he's on a disadvantage. Something gleamed on the ring. I focused on it to check what it is. Web. Makura has already produced countless of threads, and some of them are already entangling Daga's body. I'm not sure, but it looks like those web entangling Daga's body is hindering his movements. And when Daga significantly slows down, Makura jumps and rides Daga's head. Stop! Winner, Makura. The match ends. Makura is strong. Makura raises one of its legs and waves at me, so I wave back. The hostess, Frau, interviews Daga. If there are handicaps, would you have still preferred to fight using sword and tail or grapple? Grapple. Daga calls Makura. However, with my speed, it will be difficult to catch you. Daga sat next to Makura, who came near him. Daga lifted Makura using both of his hands. I can't even win against you in terms of power, so I think that you'll only be the winner of our match. Excuse my impoliteness. The first round is over. The matches of the second round are as follows: 1 Stefano Devil, 2 Tyr Angel, 4 Lou Vampire, 7 Kudal Angel, 9 Bulga Devil, 11 Unu Inferno Wolf, 13 Makura Spiderling, 14 Karin Angel. But there is a break. It is in order to give those participants in the first round enough rest, since there are 2 seeded contestants. The model match will be held during that break. It is a match between Hakurin and Rasudi in their human forms. They stood on the ring. They are not wearing their usual skirts. They are wearing trousers in order to move easily. Rasudi alters the buttocks part for her tail. They are not wearing armors, and they also don't have weapons. They also tie their hair back, and it looks like they'll start running. Let's do our best. I will not lose. They are already fired up. Remembering the times when they first came to this village, I'm worried about them overdoing it. Rasudi looks sharp. Hakurin looks sharp too, and they are both calm. However, I'm still worried about something. They wouldn't be planning on rampaging as a playful joke, right? I'm uneasy. Even though it's a model match, a referee is necessary. Hakurin and Rasudi were alternately acting as referees on this festival, and I have no other referee. I already asked several people in advance, but nobody was confident enough. They all declined. I thought of doing it myself, but since Dorim came to watch, I asked him. But I never thought that Doors will take the role of referee. I promised to be a fair referee. Since he already said it like that, there's no way I can refuse. No, I'm even relieved. Thank you very much. The model match started. I thought about the certain manga that I read a long time ago. The movement of the two is so fast that they cannot be caught by naked eyes. I understand the position of their body like arms and legs, but they sometimes disappear, then hits the other party and appear again. I'm looking at them at a distance, and I don't know when or how they moved, just how fast are they. A gust of wind arises on the ring. At that moment, Doors conjures a thin film to surround the ring. It is in order to protect the spectators. Thank you. Doors is a good referee. As the one who suggested the two to have a model match, I have to reflect. I'm praying for the least possible damage. The model match lasted for about 5 minutes. At first, they are fully using and moving around the ring, but they finally stop and fought at the center of the stage. Now they are visible. The match is dominated by Hakurin. However, she did not one-sidedly trample Rasudi. She was hit by some good counters a number of times. Rasudi's attacks that hit are short upper. Is Hakurin weak against attacks that are coming from below? Indeed, with a chest like that, how can she see something below her? That's probably it. While thinking about that, Hakurin was hit again by Rasudi's short upper. It seems like that shot really connects. Hakurin's face turns upward. This is a chance for Rasudi. Rasudi probably thinks the same. She puts all her might to a body blow for Hakurin. Seeing the blow that hits Hakurin's face earlier, I thought of Hakurin's body breaking into pieces. I wonder if I should have given them gloves to wear. Rush. Rasudi repeatedly hits Hakurin. She's hitting her several times, but there's only one heavy sound. Is this a come-from-behind victory for Rhapsody? That's not it. Despite being beaten, Hakurin managed to step 1 foot forward. And swing a straight right on Rhapsody's face. Hakurin's fist dug Rhapsody's face as she hits the ground. A loud noise was heard and a big crack appeared on the ring. Rhapsody is not moving. Stop! Model match ends. Is she safe? She's not dead, right? My uneasiness was immediately cancelled. Rhapsody moves and stands up as if nothing happened. Ooh, I couldn't win. I will not hand over it to you yet. The two of them are cheerful. After fighting like that, it looks like there's no damage. Their faces and other places that were hit, there's not even a bruise, so this is a dragon. To my surprise, Doors, the referee, said a few words. Both of you, your holding back control in human form improved. Yai. Ahaha, thank you, grandfather. You call that holding back. Then, if they fought against each other on their dragon form, let's not think about it. I'll just show my appreciation on the two of them. Now, next is the second round. I still have to repair the ring crack before that. Got it. Let's hurry. Chapter 97. Martial Arts Tournament, Night Section, Round 2. The first match of the second round. A battle between Stefano and Tyr. It's a battle between an angel and a devil. Can this be considered as fate? Thank you for delivering medicinal herb before. Don't mention it. I will show you the result from that magical research today. They seem to have no special relationship. Tyr overwhelmed Gran Maria in the first round, so how about Stefano? I don't know how strong Stefano is, but it will be a good match if she's as strong as Bulga. Hakurin is the referee. It seems like she's not affected by the model match. Fight. At the same time as the match started, Stefano casted a spell. Countless black spears sprouted on the ground targeting Tyr. Tyr did not escape to the sky. She moved sideways by rotating gracefully to evade the jet black spears and counterattack with magic. Stefano's body suddenly flared up. Seeing that scene, I was frightened. This is too serious. Defying my worry, the jet black spears jumped onto Stefano as it turned into a big cloak that wrapped the burning Stefano. The flame was completely covered. When the cloak is unraveled, no one is inside. Magic trick? Stefano suddenly appeared behind Tyr. While I was thinking how Stefano managed to get behind Tyr, jet black spears jump out of Stefano's whole body and pierce Tyr. Yuo! I instinctively shout, but Tyr was safe. In terms of compatibility, I'm at an advantage. The jet black spears that pierced Tyr deteriorate and disappear. There's not even a mark on the pierced part. On the contrary, 3 pure white spears pierce Stefano's body. Right, I give up. The match between Stefano and Tyr ended with Tyr's victory. Stefano, are you all right? Yes, thank you. I'll be healed in no time. Husband, are you not worried about your beloved wife? My heart almost stopped when I saw Stefano's black spear piercing you. I'm all right. I managed to avoid being pierced on fatal places. When Tyr said so, the pure white spears penetrating Stefano disappears. There are penetration marks, but there's no blood. And all the mark was healed and disappeared in a moment. Good, and I'm pleased with Tyr's victory. Next match is Lusan and Kudel. Fufufu, I hope Lusan's arms have not become less capable. Lu's battle during the first round was a mudslinging match. The second match of the second round is a battle between Lu and Kudel. Lu just spoke with Ancestor-san, and she looks full of spirit. On the other hand, Kudel has a face full of resignation. Kudel, don't give up from the start. Gran Maria cheers from the audience seat, but Kudel's face still looks the same. No, Lusan is that Lulushi. She's as powerful as Tyr-sama that the three of us can't beat. I just fought with Tyr-sama. You'll be all right. There's still a 1 in 1,000 chance. A 1 in 1,000 chance. The match began. It ended with an overwhelming victory for Lu. Kudel was right. If she can do that, why did she fought a mudslinging match on the first round? Is Anne strong, or is it a mismatch? Second round, third match. A battle between Bulga and Uno. As for this match, I absolutely have no idea on what will happen. Judging from the first round, can Bulga's Bunshin deceive Uno? It seems like this match will be decided whether or not Uno can see through Bulga's Bunshin. Is that Bunshin just an afterimage, or is it the real one? But what if all of them are real? Ma, let's stop thinking about it since the match is about to start. The match started. Like the first round, Bulga made Bunshin. Uno is attacked. I thought Uno will evade, but he charges head-on. He smashed Bulga's bunshin one after another. That look, the look of a hunter. What will happen if those are real? Bulga created a number of bunshin again and fought back. The match seemed to take a long time, but in reality, the match ended in no time. The bunshin's saturated attack repressed Uno, so the referee was forced to stop the match, declaring Bulga's victory. Ooh, there are too many bunshin. Although Bulga was victorious, it seems like she's considerably exhausted. Uno, the loser, looks more energetic, but he got off the ring with his tail down. The Kuros, including Kurasan, met up with him. It seems like they cheer him up. Uno's tail returned to normal. Yeah, Uno did his best. Second round, fourth match. A battle between Makura and Koron. Thinking about what will happen, it ended soon. Koron immediately tried to fly at the beginning of the match, but she was not able to. A thread got her foot and she fell from the sky, and got tied up. It's too much of a mismatch, it's her natural enemy. It ended with Makura's victory. With that, the second round ends. There are 4 people remaining. The semifinals will be as follows: 2 Tear Angel, 4 Lu Vampire, 9 Bulga Devil, 13 Makura Spiderling. Chapter 98. Martial Arts Tournament Night Section, Round 3 Semifinals and Final. Martial Arts Tournament, Night Section, 3rd Round. Tear vs Lu. Even before coming to this village, these wives of mine who both bore my children are eternal rivals. It is an anticipated match where no one knows what the result will be. They are both wearing a pair of trousers and no weapons on hands. Fufufu, long time no see. Right, however, Ancestor-sama is watching, so I will not hold back. Of course, that is something I already expected. Both of them are motivated enough. Referee Hakurin signaled the start of the match. I thought that the 2 of them were going to take some distance or fly in the sky, but they 2 of them walked slowly towards each other at the center of the ring. Once their feet stopped, they started exchanging blows. It looks like an American movie. After receiving one blow, it will be your turn to hit. But men do that on movies. It is scary looking at ladies do that. Moreover, the 2 of them are my wives. I'm really scared. They are not hitting each other with palms but with hard fist. They are clearly aiming for each other's cheeks with hooks. And after being hit, I could never forget how they grin. In the future, I must do everything I can to avoid a husband and wife quarrel. After fistfighting for a while, they took some distance with each other like it was the natural thing to do, and starts a magic battle. Fire, water, wind, and other unknown magic collide. Although the spectator seats are protected by Hakurin's magic, the place where I'm watching is relatively close to the ring and I can feel the power. But I don't know who has the advantage at all. After the magic battle, the 2 of them flew in the sky and collide with each other. Are they magically colliding, or just physically? I really don't know, but I know that they are fiercely battling. And it ends. When they land on the ring from the sky, Tyr was standing while Lu was kneeling with one knee. I'm today's winner. Tyr is the winner. Both of them are tired, but they don't seem to be heavily injured. I meet with the 2 of them to show my concern. Husband, Tyr bullied me. Lusan, that's underhanded. 3rd round, 2nd match. A battle between Bulga and Makura. It was not a match. Bulga was too exhausted because of her match against Uno, so she couldn't even conjure a bunshin. She was not able to evade Makura's thread. Ooh, it ended so soon. Makura was victorious. And the final contestants are now decided. Tyr and Makura. Before that, let's talk about the 3rd place first. It is a match between the 2 who didn't manage to get into the final. Lu aside, Bulga is completely down. Flora also said that she can't permit her to have another match, so the 3rd place battle was called off. Ma, it's not like we necessarily need to have a 3rd placer. And the final starts. Ma, it did not go well. But everyone understands why. The battle between Tyr and Makura, it is similar to the battle between Koron and Makura earlier. It's really a mismatch. Tyr was tied up with web and was defeated. The martial arts tournament winner of night section is Makura. Zabuton's offspring, Makura, is the champion. Makura raises one of her legs to respond to the cheers. She looks happy. Now that the tournament ends, it is now the awarding ceremony. I give Makura 10 reward medals and a wooden championship trophy. I prepared it especially for this festival. It is a wooden crown. I consulted Lu first before carving the crown, since I don't know if there is a strange meaning if I hand it as a prize. But she said that I don't have to worry about anything since we are part of the Demon King's kingdom. Hearing that, I made a crown. Because I assumed that a bipedal person will wear it, the size of the crown is not suitable for Makura. While I'm thinking of how should I salvage the situation, Makura received the crown and put it on her buttocks. The crown is on her butt. It suits her, so I guess it's okay. Makura proudly shows off the crown to the audience and waves her hand. The second place tier, I gave her 5 reward medals. In addition, I also gave one to those who won once and 2 to those who won twice. Please do your best in the future. With that, the martial arts tournament ends, but there's still a banquet that will last until late night or probably until tomorrow morning. Because the ring is still there, free matches were held. However, because it will be dangerous if one gets heavily injured during the match, we made sure that there is a referee in all matches. The High Elves and the Mountain Elves, who were not able to participate, and the Beastkins from the Howling Village that came here with Gulf, entered the ring to fight. Some Beast Girls also climbed the ring from time to time, as if treating it as a battle training. Even Lu challenged Tyr for a revenge match. Even when the sun sets and it gets dark, the matches continue with the help of torches and illumination magic. On one side, Demon King, how about having a match with me? Ha, please don't joke around. The Demon King declined Door's invitation, while Ancestor San, Beazle, and Yuri are talking about the ongoing matches. It would be much better if no chant magic will be used more frequently. However, not chanting will decrease the power. I think one should assess the situation first. I don't know how to cast magic without chant. Really? Then I'll explain it to you. Wait a moment. Is it all right for a person of your standing to teach the princess of a country? HNN, I don't really care about social standing. Don't worry about unnecessary things. Thank you very much. I'll do my very best to remember them all. Dorim is enjoying the food with Hakuren, Rasudi, his wife, and Raymarin. Grandmother, I should polish my humanization form a bit more. Is that so? You don't have to be flurried. Even Dorim had some trouble transforming into human. Mother, please stop. Besides, right, what happened to the marriage of Sekyern? Dorim-chan, why are you talking about younger sister's marriage in front of me? Please don't mind it. Besides, isn't your situation here similar to being married? We well, do you think so? Yeah, seems like it. An embarrassed Hakuren, what a rare sight. Graffaroon, if you tease me more, I might tell a story about you from the old days. I'm sorry. What a lively meal. Since Bulga and Stefano recovered, they are moving around as their stewards again. While not being obstructive, additional food and alcohol were given to them by Bulga and Stefano. Anyway, what's with the story from the old days of Dorim's wife? I'm scared to hear it. At any rate, I feel bad, probably because of mental fatigue. I guess I'm too exhausted from worrying about injuries. Next year, let's absolutely change it to another festival. I spent the night of the festival thinking that. Chapter 99. Assert Demon King's Mutter One. I am the Demon King of the Golgold's Demon King's kingdom. I was surprised when I heard that my daughter will go out with Beazle, so I forcibly follow them. And there's a dragon. Even though it's in human form, it cannot hide its magical power. Moreover, it's the Dragon King Doors. There are also other dragons around him, and they are not weak at all. I'll say it honestly. I almost peed my pants, but I endured it. Good job, my lower body. Ma, that's really surprising. I'm already preparing to greet him. Dragon King Doors, I believe this is the first time we meet. Are you the current Demon King? Ma, we don't have any dispute, so let us not cause trouble. I also certainly don't want trouble. Guwad, good. I'm amazing. Yuri, did you see it? Papa's brave figure. Bufu. When I looked around to check where Yuri is, I spouted in surprise. There was another person who was not supposed to be here. It seems like Doors, who's near me, seemed to know him too, as expected of Doors. But unlike me, he's smiling wryly. I'm depressed with the difference of our reaction, however. I can't be depressed with such a great person approaching. Religion leader Valgrafe, the founder of the top religion Korin, which has the greatest power in areas where human lives. The forever young like a true living god. His identity as the true ancestor of the vampires is only known to few people. It is one of the most confidential matters that will be handed down by a former demon king to a new demon king upon taking office. Yao Demon King, are you well? Why yeah. Ahahaha, don't be too stiff. This is our first meeting, right? Sorry. Yeah, this is our first meeting do you really know me? You are famous, are you not? I saw your picture from an acquaintance. By the way, it is circulating in the market. Is that so? I am honored. Hahaha, what honor are you saying? I'm lucky to have met the Demon King. Do you think so too, Dorskan? I agree. Did he call the Dragon King Dorskan? Do the two of them know each other? No, it's not surprising if they do. Anyway, it's the true ancestor of the vampires. Great. Is there any other Demon King who met him personally? No, that's not something unexpected. I'm the Demon King, someone that rules a country. I only should ask what I need to ask. By the way, religion leader Dono, what do you think of the brutality that the hero committed in the Full Heart Kingdom? Hahaha, you sure touch a painful spot. If I say I'm unrelated, I'm obviously related. Ma, let me tell you. I'm also troubled with his recklessness in Full Heart Kingdom. The Galbart Kingdom branch is even preparing subjugation troops. By the way, Full Heart Kingdom, Galbart Kingdom, and Gulgald Demon King's kingdoms' names are similar. They are more like a tongue twister. So sorry, it is derived from a name subjugation troops. Is that true? Why are you sharing such an information to me? It's true, you ask me, and we found it troublesome too. Don't you think that a miraculous bargain will certainly earn profit? Even if you defeat the hero, you can rest assured that the headquarters will not move. Because of our position, we will issue protest, but you can just ignore it. Thank you for the information. Doors too. You don't need to hold back if ever they come to you. A group already came. They are rude, so I sent them away. You sent them away? Dorskun is gentle. You should at least knock them if not crush them. Nah, they'll be annoying the moment they bear grudge. Ahahaha, indeed. Ma, I'll do something in the future. Do something, I am saved. The hero is really troublesome. The damage they do is at the level that can't be ignored. Please do something soon. Perhaps. After this. By the way, should I accompany Doors and religion leader Dono? Beazle, help me. Along with Yuri, Beazle is talking happily with villagers. Looking at it carefully, the villagers are demons. Are, I feel like I've seen them before. Isn't that one a daughter of a count and that one of a marquis? Or is my memory wrong? Aren't they Sokuri-san? Note, Sokuri-san is an anonymous name which means a person who looks similar to someone. No, that one genuinely looks like a village girl. I know that one. Beazle's daughter, Frorum, she's the governor of this village. It seems like she's well. Or not? Since Frorum is dressed like a village girl, it means that the other village girls around her are daughters of demons too. Pull yourself together, me. As expected, my seat was prepared near Doors and religion leader Dono. My only salvation is that Beazle and Yuri are also nearby, though Yuri is comfortably talking to the dragon beside Doors. Does she know who she is? My stomach hurts. And Beazle, why are you looking at me with a pitying face? It seems like the thing that I wanted to say was noticeable. I'm Raymarin. Yes, I'm the Demon King Gulgald. It's the typhoon dragon of the south. And Door's wife, according to the information that recently came. Is that so, Raymarin-san? Isn't she a dragon more ferocious than Doors? Enough, and Beazle, stop looking at me with that face. Chapter 100. A certain demon kings mutter too. What is a demon king? I have thought about it many times. Yes, I am the Demon King Gulgald of the Demon King's kingdom. Yeah, a king of a country, with important responsibilities. I should have not brought my common sense when I decided to follow my daughter. Daughter of mine, you must not go to such a place. Ha. Father, are you all right? Of course I am, sorry. I must be tired from working every day. My daughter is worried about me, I can't be happier. Demon King Sama, I took some food and drinks, let's eat. Beazle is a nice guy. The foods he recommended are easy to eat and good for the stomach. Delicious. This alcohol is good too, but it tastes strange. I agree, this might be a new product. I will put out a purchase request. It is easy to drink, so I want 2 barrels. I do my best for your request. Doors and religion leader Dono, who are nearby, are also enjoying the drinks and seem to be planning on purchasing too. Can these kinds of foods really be prepared in the Forest of Death? Furthermore, There are also seafoods which can only be taken from the port town in the south. There are different kinds of dishes that I have never seen nor tasted before. Everything looks delicious. The chef here, can we hire him? Do you think we can? How about borrowing him? That will be difficult. Father, I also tried but failed. No, this is the Demon King's desire. I must not be unreasonable. Yeah, let's just think about how we can buy seasonings. I especially like this one. Ah, the miso, I already have a lot back at home. At home, why didn't you give me any? We consumed everything ourselves for poison testing. Or probably because it has a unique smell. Ha 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 ha. Let's just check if we can purchase some again. Oh, it will start soon. The referee has appeared on the ring. Yeah, the referee is a dragon. Let's not think about it. With religion leader Dono and one of the dragons helping with cooking, I am thankful since it lightens the pressure a bit. The common section will start soon. Beasel's daughter, Frorum, seems to be a contestant, so let's cheer for her. Father, Frorum is not the only one who will participate. There are others too, so please support them. A demon king shouldn't think things like this deeply. I will do my utmost to cheer for them. Frorum regrettably had lost with a draw, but their match is not bad. It might be better to say that the opponent was good. It is said that those who live near the forest of death are naturally strong, but I never thought that a beast girl can move that much. And the tournament continues. Warrior section, Knight section. I know of the participants even without being introduced. Bloodsucking Princess, Angel of Annihilation, Angels of Holocaust, Revelry Bulga, Black Spear Stefano, Crazy Dragon Rasutisumun, and the elder sister of the Gatekeeper Dragon. That Oni called Anne is probably nominated because of her ability too. In addition, there are lizard men, high elves, mountain elves, elder dwarves, and lamias. There is also a mountain like Inferno Wolf and an offspring of the demon spider. Compared to the Demon King's castle, no, their war potential exceeds the whole Demon King army. If it's one-on-one, I can probably manage somehow, can I? I'm not sure if I can even take Rasutisumun, much more the elder sister of the Gatekeeper Dragon. Ah, Doors, even if you invite me for a match, I won't fight, though I hate it to admit it, I absolutely must not. Beazle. What is it? I plan on conferring the village chief with a peerage. What do you think? That would be a foolish move. Really? Yes. I would be able to grasp him if I gave him a peerage, but Beazle opposed my proposal. He probably thought that it will not end well. Indeed, even the Dragon King Doors and the religion leader Dono can't hold this village and even personally came here. If I do extra things, I might invite hostility. It is probably the best to maintain our present relationship. The human which is the top of this village, surely, the top can't be a normal human. When I first met him, I thought it was a joke, but looking at the surrounding, no one is joking around. According to Beazle's report, he is the powerful person who exterminated the wyvern of the Iron Forest. He looks like an ordinary young man. However, an ordinary young man can't make a village in the middle of the Forest of Death, will not gather this much war potential, and will never be acquainted with Dragon King Doors and religion leader Dono. Yeah, fortunately, we're saved since he doesn't have any bad impression about the Demon King's kingdom. Furthermore, it is possible to casually talk to him, and he is really gentle. As long as he's the top here, there will never be a problem. I should give him a secret medicine for long life. He must live long. If possible, I want him to stay alive as long as I'm the Demon King. Even for a human, if I give him the best, it would be possible for him to live for 400 to 500 years. Don't die on your 50s. Please don't. I ask of you. Thinking about the worst-case scenario, I thought of marrying him with my daughter. Because the position of Demon King is not something that can pass with blood relative succession, there is no marriage policy. When I retire, Yuri will become a daughter of an ordinary noble. Leaving the security aside and thinking only about my daughter's well-being, should I really let her marry? If possible, I don't want her to fall on someone with bad hand. The only problem is that he's already married to the blood-sucking princess, and Angel of Annihilation. If things go bad, she might not even be a third wife but a fourth. No, it's useless. Yuri is still a child. It's still too early for her to get married. Let's leave him as a candidate in the corner of my mind. Demon King Sama, are you all right? Ah, yes, I'm all right. Beazle, I want to ask you something. Yes. You sent your daughter Forum here. Though my loyalty for the Demon King's kingdom is unshakable, I still care for my daughter. I understand what you feel about your daughter, so I will not blame you. Though I don't blame you. If the worst case happens, I would like to rely on your connection for Yuri. Well, though she can't be promised for marriage, it is okay for her to live in this village. Really? Have you forgotten? I'm still one of your 4 heavenly kings. As expected of Beazle, you are really reliable. I'm also planning to live here when I retire. AW8 retire. Hold on, if you're gone, the Demon King's kingdom will be in danger. Come on, Demon King Sama. It's the night of the festival. Let's enjoy delicious food and alcohol. It's still something I'll do in the future. Probably for about 1,000 or 2,000 years later. Ha cheers. Why wait? Also, Dragon King Doors, I will not fight you. I will never fight you, so don't look at me. The night of the festival passed lively. Digression. Demon King's castle future. Retirement. I'll retire in about 100 to 200 years, so be relieved. What's this? A written oath. Are you doubting my loyalty? It is for my peace of mind. Demon King Sama, okay, I'll sign Are. I think there are mistakes here. It is written that I'll need to be here for 1,000 more years. That's not a mistake. Is that so? Ado, it will either be according to the time of this oath, or until Demon King Sama dies, right? Wait you. Guards rebellion, a rebel appeared. What scandalous thing are you saying? I'm just confirming it. We're talking about something serious, so don't approach the room. After a rough fist fight, it was decided that he'll be in service for another 300 years. I won't sign an oath. Even if there's no oath, I can't let you retire. I'll even give you another territory. End of Volume 2.